Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of Pep Talks. Hope you guys are all doing well. I am doing okay. As you can see, I got a little little blemish, if you will. Yeah, so I got in a fight with my my night strip. So, yeah, guys, be careful with those things. That hurt. Yeah, I went to take it off and it took off a layer of skin. So, yay, here we are. Seriously, man, I was just like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And like, it's just such a weird, like, it's so prominent, right? Like in the middle of my nose. I looked at my wife. I'm like, do I even bother? Like, should I put on some makeup? Like, I don't know. So I'm owning it, whatever. It sucks. It hurt a lot. Now I'm actually kind of apprehensive to even use those night strips anymore, and those help me a lot. So, that sucks. Yeah, but be careful, guys. Seriously, be very careful with those things. I can't, like, this is the first time I've ever had this big mistake. Yeah, dude, that hurt. And when I peeled it off, I was just like, oh, this is like it's a little stickier than usual. What's going on with that? And I was like, ow. So here we are. Figured I'd just get that out of the way. Wow. Yeah. Hey, makes you look like Owen Wilson. Wow. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. Fellow, large-nosed male. I appreciate that. Wow. All right. So I watched one of the funniest damn podcasts I've ever, listened to. It was the Chris Van Fleet podcast with Dan Soder and Will Sasso. Two of my favorite comedians, two of my favorite impressionists, and it was the funniest damn thing I've ever seen. So go check out Chris Van Fleet's podcast, and I'll make sure to link it at some point. Yeah, if you guys may not know who they are, Dan Soder is one of my favorite comedians. Will Sasso, he was on Mad TV, one of my favorite comedians. Their impressions are insane. So I got to sit and I got to listen to just the two best workers going impression for impression. It was honestly it kind of renewed my love for this impression comedy, which I'll even admit I was kind of getting a little cringed out by some of it, where I was just like, some people try too hard. But no, man, it definitely put me into a proper headspace. I also got to meditate. Some of y'all might have seen on the Discord that I was going out and thanking y'all for supporting the show. And I hope that nobody thinks that this was preempting a goodbye or preempting a huge change. Nothing like that. I was just legitimately I was feeling it, man. I was feeling the love, and I really just got to, I'll just say it to you guys. If you are not part of the Discord and you did not get the message, I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for letting a kid live his dream here, talking on a microphone and making y'all laugh. I really do appreciate it. So thank you guys. You don't know what this means, and I don't think I'm not sure if a lot of creators do this, but I also hope that you guys don't feel like this is just empty. It's not. The amount of love that I've felt from this channel, from you guys, and just in general, it means so much to me, especially with what we're going through. My wife is going into surgery in the next week or so. I think it's just over a week. So yeah, we're It's getting to be that time, and yeah, I've been kind of going at it. Discord message was super wholesome. Right back at you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Natch. That means a lot to me. Also, yeah, wanted to make sure that you were one of those that knew that. Anna, also, you were scared for a second. I kind of figured. I thought about that when I initially wrote it out, but yeah, I also kind of thought about it where I'm like, hey, you know what? Maybe there will be some intrigue. Now that's the dirty content creator in me. So what actually brought that on? I'll just go for it. Fuck it. I'll tell you guys. So I was watching Leftist Mafia last night, which I got to actually watch like a full stream for once. Like that felt cool too. Maybe that's why I feel refreshed and like kind of inspired, is because I was able to finally sit down, enjoy the Leftist Mafia, which I've been watching them since their first episode. So yeah, it was really nice to watch that. But during their their wrap up where they were going through the super chats, Matt kinda like had a breakdown a little bit, and wasn't like anything like a full breakdown, but he definitely he exposed a little bit that he's like not doing too well, which, you know, I kind of like I vibed with it so hard because I was like, holy shit, I'm feeling the same way. He actually brought up how he's like, no matter what I do, no matter how much work I put into this, just seeing these other people, like as far as like Katie Miller, who has maybe 50 viewers per podcast, getting $1 million deal, like he kind of just, I think it broke him. And I could see how that happened. And also I kind of get it too, because when you do have a lot going on, that was Uni, especially like I know that his father passed, so yeah, it was kind of alarming to see, but I got it like immediately. I understood, and I think that also kind of helped me personally, where since I was already there. You guys were, if you weren't here on Wednesday, I talked about how YouTube is kind of going after progressive channels, and it's beyond obvious. A bunch of leftist creators put out some like they're not the algorithm. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh my god, their analytics. Holy shit, I couldn't think of the proper word. So a lot of them kind of put their analytics out saying, hey, look, this is proving that I have a lot more eyes on my channel, and like I have a good click-through rate, and like by all these metrics, I should be seeing, you know, X amount of viewers or X amount of, you know, exposure. When it's happening to just one specific subset of the internet, then it kind of became sus. And I'll be honest, I thought it was just me for a minute. I was like, oh, maybe I just plateaued. Maybe this is it. Who knows? But turns out that is not the case. Yeah, and we're all feeling it. One thing I took away from the Leftist Mafia stream last night was that I think they're like that we're all in this pit, like we're gonna pivot. Every single leftist creator is going to end up doing more entertainment-based stuff. So many people have stopped doing the regular shows. Bender, Letterhack, Jake, Rebecca. Yep. Yeah. The sad part is, it is because it's more expensive out there. The thing, like, I know that, like, Bender, he had to get a full-time job. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't think that it's all journalism and content creation. So, yeah, seeing that, it is kind of opening my eyes to just how bad it is out there. And hopefully I can weather this storm as a smaller creator. I kind of had a discussion with another person that is in this sphere. Not sure if they're entirely comfortable with me saying who. You might be able to guess, though. I'll just say he's a mentor of mine. He said that even with his channel and like, he's trying to focus specifically on kind of like the entertainment aspects of politics, and he's, again, trying to do like a little bit of a pivot, you know? I think BreadTube did its job already. BreadTube, I'm pretty sure, was a PSYOP. Like I think that the entire like breakdown of all those streamers and like how they all essentially like split off into their own corners of the internet and took their audiences with them. I think that it's almost too convenient, because they were all about unity and, you know, growing the left, and all of a sudden like the personal grievances fucking took over, and then, you know, bing bang boom, here we are. They can't undo what's been done. No, they really can't. Unfortunately, they can't. It's very difficult to see a pathway out. It was great at the start. Yeah, no, it really was. And like the early days of DebateTube, you know, back when fucking Vosh and Destiny used to fucking debate, and yeah, I kind of have affinity for that time of the internet. I'm not sure how much it holds up, because like it's not like, it's kind of weird. Internet shows are one of those things that like I haven't gone back and watched anybody's like older content. There's no episode that I can really think of. Whereas like with the Bonfire, the radio show from Sirius XM, I can name, you know, certain bits, certain days that they had like certain guests on, like, and just like think of it where I'm like, oh yeah, there was so much. Same with Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony, but nothing with streaming, which, yeah, trying to analyze. I have no like final answer to this outside of just like I'm putting this out there, like, yeah, just kind of noticed this. Weird. Their harsh reaction was evidence of its success, even if it crashed later. Yeah, well, also look at like how everything kind of like shifted. Pep has broadcasting autism. I think that's why I'm good at this. It's kind of, you know, I know you're joking, but I had a PD kind of say something. They said my attention to detail is something that will make me very good at my job, but they also said that it could have a negative effect on my job, because I'm a kind of a perfectionist. Wow, almost stuttered there. You had that with the Majority Report and Leftist Mafia, some good old episodes. Yeah, see, oh, okay, actually, hold on. Majority Report, I'm glad you said that. That one there is, like, like left-wing Mandela, or Mandela. I can never get that name right. But yeah, Michael Brooks, pretty much all the old Michael Brooks stuff. No, okay, you checked me on that one. You got me. But that's like the only one. Now, if you're talking about like essayists, yes, like video essayists, I have watched their stuff multiple times. Like, me and my wife were just lamenting this, where we both really enjoyed Mooncat's content, but she hasn't done anything in over a year. I sincerely hope that she's not done creating content, because she was one of the best. Actually, my wife kind of helped me with this a little bit. You know, I've got some ideas. If you guys watch Swoop, you know, I've been enjoying her content for a long time. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I'm gonna start, you know, integrating some of that kind of stuff in, you know, taking some inspiration from there. We're gonna cover some more schlock, because you know what? What's the harm? Who cares? And like, honestly, if it gets my stuff out there, cool. You know what? So I'm not gonna stop doing politics, though. We're still doing politics. I know. Let's fucking go. Nice. Anna's just like, I am so here for this. Yes. All right. I like that attitude. I like that energy. Let's keep that shit up. Fuck yeah. Woo. All right. I was just thinking the other day, like, the whole let's fucking go thing. I was like, is that one of those cringe millennial bits? But you know what? Screw it. I don't care. It's awesome. And it does get me hyped. Hey, what's up, Rebecca? Glad to see you. By the way, Rebecca, if you were not in the Discord, just want to say real quickly, thank you for all the support on the channel. I really appreciate you just watching, being here, supporting. I sincerely just want you guys to know that I fucking, it means so fucking much to me. And yes, this is coming from a place of, like, I had a little bit of an epiphany of how much this truly means to me, how much I do, like, actually love this, because if you guys didn't get the vibe on Tuesday and Wednesday, I was feeling it, you know? I was feeling a little, yeah, I was feeling a little dour, you know? So yeah, like, thank you guys. I do appreciate you. Michelle Richardson, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Thanks. Yeah, if you have not joined the Discord, actually consider doing so. Look at this. I'm gonna do it. I'm actually gonna do the thing. I am going to share the Discord. Go and join it now. Do not go with the link that is in the description. Noah, I love taxation with representation, aka the Democratic Party. I mean, taxation with representation is technically constitutional. So, Cookie Monster, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. What are my thoughts on NATO? You know what? I don't know. I kind of figured this out this weekend, listening to something about, like, NATO. I'm not sure if I know enough about it to really... Oh, it was the Jillian Michaels and Sam Cedar debate. So, okay. I think that the whole, like, when they agreed to not move, like, go an inch further, like, we have to acknowledge what NATO is. It's a response to Russia being Russia. And now, I think that it is just fucking... It's Russian propaganda getting to everybody. Like, the Republican Party, the way that they just parrot the whole thing, where they're just like, Joe Biden was responsible for what happened with the Russia invasion. Like, there's no agency on Russia, on Putin. That's insane. I'm sorry. Like, and this idea that, like, we're supposed to just accept that they're just supposed to, like, get fucking Ukraine. Like, no. I'm pretty sure that when we have allies and we made a deal with them to protect them, and they weren't, by the way, Ukraine is not in NATO. I'm just gonna say, like, yeah, it's fucking insane. But yeah, I guess where there was, like, that whole, like, well, there were more, countries joining than there were supposed to. This is where I have to admit, I don't know that much about it. But I'm gonna just say, no, it's good. It's good, because post-World War II, we needed to create something like that to make sure that another World War II didn't happen. The reason that we are, like, in this position right now is that we didn't live through this. So now and we barely have any historical context, and we don't have any adults that are still alive to say, hey, if you abolish NATO, then you get Nazis. This is just how this goes. Hell, let's go. Hell yeah. Cheers. Hell yeah. It is 420. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Bloodstone.
Falling leaf emoji.
Thank
Let's
you.
go. Falling leaf emoji. Hell yeah. Falling leaf emoji. Cheers. Falling leaf emoji.
Thank you for the $10 donation, and also the reminder that I had to cheers y'all. Confirmed Dem. Soy boy confirmed. I'm not even I'm not a Dem, like a classic Dem. I vote with Dems. I'm technically, like, a socialist, but whatever, man. If you want to hate me just because of my politics, go ahead. I don't give a shit. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. The problem is, you put it through this, like, lens of, like, I can't like X person because they have X politics. Even I don't do that with MAGA. I have friends that were MAGA. They're not anymore, especially now. God, he lost a lot of support, guys. One of my friends who was, like, one of the hardcores, he totally politically disengaged. He said he's never voting again, which I got my opinions on, but it's better than what he was doing before, but yeah, you guys definitely have something to worry about. Well, I would say that, but I don't know. I think that Trump is just fucking stealing elections left and right. The ones that actually matter. Like, he doesn't want to put the effort into the primaries, but trust me, man, like, if he doesn't outright cancel the election, I wouldn't be surprised if it's somehow a Republican landslide, and that, we're just going to conveniently not look into any of the accusations on Elon Musk or any of that. But whatever, man. Whatever. That's where I'm at. Hey, I can't control this shit. I can be as outraged as I possibly can be if they do cancel the election, but I don't think a lot of Americans seem to fucking care. The problem that MAGA has right now is that they're making non-voters care. That's a problem. That's a big problem for you. These are people that aren't even registered as independents. You're opinionated on everything? Nice. Alerta, have you seen Eat NATO for Breakfast? Good leftist show. I mean, listen, I'm going based on like the limited understanding that I have of it. I openly admitted I am no expert. When Trump asked NATO to upgrade, they did nothing until after the threats of U.S. leaving NATO. Thoughts? Thoughts? Are you interviewing me? Can you ask anything else that's, you know, a little more interesting? Although I do appreciate you actually bringing like the attention back to Ukraine, because yeah, Russia just bombed a fucking college. They bombed a college dormitory. 24 I think it was 24 people were confirmed to be injured or dead. Still waiting on final numbers there, but bro, I loved you in Police Academy. Uh-oh. Oh god. I like halfway get that reference. I've seen Police Academy 1 and 2 like probably once each. I've seen Police Academy 3 probably 50 times though, because like, you guys remember, here's a little hint of how old I am. You guys remember like watching just, you know, USA or like one of those cable channels that would repeat like certain movies? And that was one of them where it was just like, it was always on. So it's just like, I saw Police Academy 3 so many goddamn times. But yeah. He didn't tell NATO. Oh, well, I mean, whatever. Why do you care so much about this NATO thing? What's your point? Why are you asking me about NATO? What are you trying to put out there? Like, I'm kind of done with just like the questions aren't great. Like, I feel like you're testing me on something, and that's bullshit. Like, just fucking come out with it already, man. Just like Speed, but Speed is Speed's a good movie. All right, bear with me. I had to heat up some tempura. It was too hot to eat before I started stream, so just give me 1 second. I want to eat the zucchini. Damn it. The exact thing I thought would happen did happen. It got cold. You might get a broccoli there, buddy. Oh, God. Okay, the zucchini didn't break up. Whoops. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, Bobcat Goldthwait? I don't know what you mean, man. That's kind of good. Like, that's an accusation that I'm not sure if I appreciate. But, you know, this politics stuff it's okay. It's perfectly fine. I totally chose the right thing to cover. You know what? That wasn't a great Bobcat, but it wasn't a bad Bobcat either. Let's see. What would I give it? I think I would give it like a 5. Nah, maybe a 6, because I got like a little bit of the. It's pretty much my RFK impression. Just, I forgot to take my butt plug out, so I am always, anytime I flinch, I get a little jolt. I forgot who has the remote. I'm not sure if I left it in Trump's office or if I left it with my third mistress. Oh, God. That's not a bad Bobcat. Careful, it will destroy your voice. I'm actually okay. I have a weird voice like that where certain impressions don't do that to me. Same with Alex Jones, RFK. Let's see. Yeah. Macho Madness. Oh, God. Yeah. Hold on. Talk a little politics here and there. Nobody likes the politics. Yeah. Politics is wrestling. Wrestling is politics. Macho Man coming in to tell you that they're both fucking fraudulent. Yeah. All make believe. Fantasy. Yeah. You're always gonna have the powers that be. Yeah. Not gonna be able to get through that. Might as well start liking each other. Coming together. Common ground, yeah. I want to see more holding hands. Do the mega powers handshake with a MAGA, yeah. Come together, class solidarity, uh-huh. Macho Man, commie Macho Man. You know what I'm talking about, uh-huh. Went to Russia for a little bit of a discussion, yeah. Found out communism isn't what I thought, uh-huh. Macho RFK. Snap into a vaccine, yeah. Did you take the Moderna or did you take the, Oh my God, there's a hilarious impression of Stone Cold that Dan Soder, he was telling a story about how he was working with Stone Cold, and Stone Cold called him and it was just like, hey man, I got a question for you. Which one of the vaccines did you take? And it's just like, you take that Moderna or did you take that Pfizer? And, and Soder's just like, I got the Pfizer. He's just like, all right, my man, I think we got the good one. What a wild fucking phone call. Give me a hell yeah. All right, well, let me tell you something. You just got to make sure to take your vaccines. Otherwise, you're just a bitch boy. What? God, seriously, that was another thing that actually legitimately surprised me about Stone Cold, where I was just like, that was one of those like 50-50. He could have been anti-vax, he could have been MAGA. Turns out it was the fucking Undertaker the whole time. Go figure. You hear the bong, you hear that bong. Well, that's the bell tolls that never mind, I'm not gonna do the big C jokes. What am I doing? I'm gonna transport myself back to 2022. Yeah, how often you say you hear somebody say 2000 and X year? It's that 2020, the 2020s. Yeah. Somebody told me that every once in a while I go into my full Chicago accent. Now let's listen here though. I'm not sounding like Dennis Farina, all right? You fucking ass. The proletariat will... There we go. I like that. The proletariat will rise to the top. Ah, yeah. Gonna take it all the way. Top rope. Yeah, turnbuckle. Uh-huh. Take the jump. Make the leap. Elbows down. Yeah. Your coffee cup is cool. There's a little lore here. I have two of these. My sister tried to give me a very nice gift, but she got it from Temu. And obviously, I thought it was my sister thought it was her mess up at the with the first one, where she was just like, oh shit, I thought I put pep talks. Turns out she did, and for some reason it showed up on their side, or they just decided, nope, he's pep talker. So I have two coffee cups that say pep talker. But hey, you know what? I guess it works. 2022, the ancient past. It really feels that way sometimes, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like fucking COVID was like 10 years ago? But then again, you watch stuff from like that era and you're just like, that came out yesterday. Yeah, my brain's so screwed up with that. Oh, you just realized? Yeah. Sucks, whatever. If anything, like I said, it's funny now. All right, so real quick, I need you guys here. I'm gonna do a poll on this one. This is a serious poll for once. I should probably put his full name. This year feels like a decade. It really, I mean, dude, I'm turning 40, man. Like, fuck. That's still fucking with me. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like that, maybe that's also what kind of started, like, that wave of just like, oh, wow, I'm almost done with my 30s. Great. I think I said this on Wednesday. I'm like, oh man, I really do feel like somebody, like if you've ever played golf, it's that moment you hit the back nine, and then you kind of have that feeling of like if you're having a great game, you're having a great time, and then you're just like, yeah, oh, I'm on the back nine, bug. But then again, I also understand the people that are like, yeah, you know what, I'm on the back nine. That 18th hole's looking mighty good right now. I'm the yes, so don't mind me. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you did watch that. That's right. Yeah, you watched it. I mean, you watched the majority of that with me. Seems... I know that you were getting pissed off at Jillian. Like, dude, the fact that she just would not shut up. She would just constantly interrupt. She doesn't listen. That's my biggest gripe with, like, the content creation spaces and having these, like, debates and discussions. They don't listen. The other person is not interested in listening. It's their own agenda. Like, she specifically had her own agenda. That's why she had fucking Chat GPT doing it for her. Man, I have a hard time with some of them. My reaction will be fun. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Oh no. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna be watching the, like, I'm not sure how much of it I want to watch, but I do have it. Oh my god. Holy crap. I got an hour into it, and that's when I find it, like, I started finding, like, stuff I could tolerate to clip. Because, yeah, I had to go back and I had to watch a bunch of it to clip it, which, ew. That's, like, that is the problem when something comes on that, like, you're genuinely interested in, but, you know, I had stuff going on yesterday, so I was doing, like, I was listening to it in between my stuff, and, yeah. Plus your reaction will be fun. It basically is Cedar versus Chat GPT. Yeah. I just watched the doc about The Biggest Loser, so I'm really not a fan of hers. Yeah, you're the one who kind of gave me the background, where it's like, no, she's really shitty. She would, like, essentially torture these people, like, and then on top of it, she's not a nutritionist. Like, she is a moron. You know, she's somebody that had good genetics. I hate... okay. Yeah, Anna, I see why you got rid of that comment, but that was actually kind of funny. The laying it on thick was kind of... I'm just gonna... whatever. Funny's funny. But I think I see where he was coming from with that, so yeah. Let's not toy with that kind of stuff. Also, by the way, thank you, Nate, for being over on Twitch today. I appreciate that. If you guys are just joining, please consider following me over on Twitch. Also, guys, big announcement. I am officially getting my Patreon off the ground. So I just got the notification that they are going to allow me to go live. That was the big thing I was waiting on, because I wanted to have a place where I could carry my live stream over to the Patreon, do what I want to do over on YouTube. This was kind of my idea what I was going to do with, like, the Twitch stuff, where I was just going to, like, kind of cover certain things that I can't cover here. Well, this is going to be much better. Now I'm going to be able to do whatever I want. And that's going to be that. So, like, I think that we might be able to work this into, like, actual fun half. If you want to catch the actual, like, the full fun half, where I get to cover, like I said, anything I want, then, yeah, that'd be fun. So, yeah, look out for that. That messed it up. It was just I know. It was a syrup joke, but listen, with what we deal with here, just, yeah, you got to know that we got to be a little more vigilant. Just, but I laughed. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Sweet. Yeah, thank you. I'm excited. So, hey, I stream open while I work with earbuds, of course. Nice. Oh, you have the stream open while you work with earbuds. Nice, dude. I always like to be your work buddy. Actually, this goes back to, like, the early days of the show, Bloodstone. I remember when you were the one that would commonly be like, I have to go do the dishes. So I'm just like, I like to be the background noise for dishes. Like, I take this as an honor, guys, because that's when I listen to a lot of the stuff that I do truly love, but, you know, I don't have all the time in the world, so I appreciate it all together, or all the same. All together. All right, so 67%. Oh, damn. All right. What do we got? 9. All right, so for the ones who have seen it, are you in? Like, if you guys are, but if you've seen too many clips and you're already done with it, let me know, please. Just be honest. Just got off work. Hell yeah. Decided to chill down here for once, and I stole both cat and dog. That's where I was about to say they're not here. They're behind this wall. All right. You're in? All right. Well, that settles it. I'm gonna end the poll. I think we're gonna do it. All right, now I gotta start my fun poll. You know what? We'll do that in a minute here. I kind of want to finish up with this. All right, so that means that will be on the docket then. So let's see. That might be the fun half. Let's see. What do I have for the fun half? We got AI breaks Jim Brewer's brain. Yeah, okay, so this will be the fun half. Also, did you guys see that, like, they did radar penetration on Mount... I keep forgetting the fucking name of it. Is it Mount Ararat? It's where Noah's Ark is, supposedly. Genesis was, like, the weakest chapter that I have expertise in, specifically because even in my theology, Genesis was so, like, poorly written that, you know, most theologians go like, it's allegory. It's all allegorical, you know, like there were in-betweens with the Adam and Eve, you know, like God probably made some people that we didn't know about, like that. I had a youth pastor that put that out there, and he got in trouble for putting that out there. Which, hey, what makes that any less believable than the rest of the bullshit? I'm just gonna say. Did they find Noah's Ark again? Same. Well, I mean, it's the same place, yeah. But the thing that they're saying is that on Mount Ararat. God damn it! I want to make sure I got that right here. Mount Ark is on Ararat. No, I was right. Haha! Look at me. I still remember this stuff. Yeah, so Mount Ararat, apparently, like, number one, it's a natural formation. And they're like, it looks like an upside-down boat. It's like, how does that make sense? But now they're saying that they found tunnels that they use 3D imaging on. Everything good? Stan just walked in here, walked out, was staring. What's up? Okay. Oh, you sent me Stan. Thank you for sending me Stan.
At Rebecca Green 18.
Thank you for the $20, Rebecca.
Dollars.
Much love.
Much
Aw.
love.
Thank
Heart
you.
exclamation emoji.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Feeling it. Also, here, you get your special treat. Take that tempura upstairs. I'm not going to be able to eat that. Actually, Uni, can you come grab that? Otherwise, I'm going to have to run it up. Which I can, if she does not hear that. It's just, yeah, he's being a little turd about this. Anytime I have, like, human food, he'll just stare at it. Biblically accurate Noah's Ark is, like, this giant cube rectangle. No, the thing, trust me, I know all about the historical ark. Its dimensions make absolutely no sense. I had a pastor that would say that, you know, we've changed the way that we measure things over the years, like, no fucking duh. So he's like, yeah, it doesn't actually mean, like, meters the way that meters are measured here. And then my math teacher, who was also, you know, part of the Christian school thing? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, they've done this before. But like I said, they got tunnels that they found. Whatever. The other problem with this is that Noah's Ark is actually the first story in the Bible that you can prove is technically not the first to speak of a great flood and a giant boat. You know, like those pesky Greeks, they out there, you know, they got that story of Oedipus. You remember that guy? You can remember that guy? Yeah, same story. Hey, what up, Brian Frankfurt? How you doing? Shout out to my dad, as you know, he has passed away from lung cancer in December 2024. Today is his birthday. Shout out, Mr. Frankfurt, Brian's dad. Rest in peace, my man. You got a good kid there. You did a great job. I really I love having him here. So shout out to Bryant Frankfurt's dad. Happy heavenly birthday, bro. I cannot tell what player jersey that is for. Oh, that's a hockey jersey, which is my hockey jersey. And oh, hey, it's Jessica. Oh, hey, it's Jessica. How you doing? I hope you had are having a good day. Oh, you're welcome, man. And also, yeah, do something that your dad would like. That's what I do to honor my mom on her birthday. I like to do something that I know she would love. So I planted some flowers this year and ate her favorite meal, Culver's. She loves Culver's, or loved Culver's. So, yeah. Here's something that would be hilariously ironic. What if Christianity was just Loki pulling a prank? Oh my god, that would actually be low-key fire. I'd just be like, woo! That's the Lord of Mischief! Damn! He is good! Bunch of Norwegians just fucking thumbing their nose at us, just going, oh. Be no shot. I can't, wait, Norwegian. Let's see. Ushka Flurgen, Jurgen. That's like, yeah, that's like Dutch, right? They like Ergens, Jurgens, and Ugens. Yeah. Am I wrong? I feel like I might be a little too reductive, but hey. This is Pep Talks. Come on now. Reduction is what I do. I'm like Ant-Man in this bitch. Ha ha ha ha. If that joke made any sense to you, then hey, cool. The German? Well, see, wait. Yeah, the German is... This is my German. Flurgen Durgen. Oh, I guess... yeah, that does make sense. What is up? Oh, hey, Mitchell, what up? Thanks for popping in over here on the horizontal. Alright, so here's what's going to be happening with the horizontal. As long as I can maintain the bandwidth with this, because... And it's not even like my, you know, internet or anything like that. For some reason, YouTube, it caps you. So, like, I have to be careful about that. I might keep it up there because I like having it for the VOD. Hans, well, it's Eriks and Dieter. Wait, or is Hans, damn it. All right, give me some good Dutch words. Wait, no, not even Dutch. No, because Dutch and Norwegian, well, wait, same thing. Norway. Duh. The Danes, yeah, no, it's Danes and fucking, yeah. You know what? I don't want to hear it. Last time I watched hockey was in 2008. That was the last time the Red Wings were relevant. Yep. Once Lindros left the entire game, yeah. It's like he cursed the Red Wings on his way out. I'll admit that. Marian Hossa, y'all done fucked up with Marian Hossa. If you kept Marian Hossa, I think that would have been a major game changer for you guys. But whatever, I'm not making this a hockey podcast. What up, Hermit? Yeah, fucking Zetterberg. Hey, you know what's funny? Obviously, I'm a Blackhawks fan. I'm a Chicagoan, so fucking Blackhawks all day. I have done so many Detroit sucks chants. It's not even funny, but it's all in love. It's all in love. Fucking, I don't know why you guys kept Bertuzzi for so fucking long, though. Like, god damn. That was stupid. Which team has more trophies? All right. Yeah, well, Canadians then got us. I guess we can all get fucked. Right? I think the Canadians have the most amount of trophies. Anyway. I do get that, though. Like, yeah, all right, fair. We're just happy to have ours. Top 4 are close. I'm trying to even think if I know the top 4 off the top of my head. Let's see. Is Toronto still in the top 4? Because I know, dude, they had a shit ton for a while there. Yeah, actually, Jessica, what's the top 4? Anyway, like I said, I'm not going to make this a hockey podcast. I will continue to vibe. It's Canadians are, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were number 1. I mean, hockey in Canada, I know. Which, I love that, though. I think that's why you guys are so polite, is because you guys have, like, a national sport that pretty much everybody plays, or has played, or watches. Like, it kind of helps get the, yeah. All right, so Canadians, 24, maybe 25 this year. Yeah, no shit. Leafs 13, Wings 11, Bruins, and Hawks 6. Oh, yeah, we're tied with the Bruins. I remember that. Yeah. Dude, that was one of my favorite fucking Stanley Cup series ever. Was Boston and Blackhawks. Like, that was the first time I ever got to go to a finals game. That was sick. We were at the triple overtime. So we were there well past midnight. I call it the Andrew Shaw game because Andrew Shaw bounced the puck off his shin pads, and they said, I fucking love shin pads! And Shawzy, dude, like, he's tight. He was one of my favorite players. Also, just in general, solid-ass guy. Him, Nick Leddy, Brandon Saad. I got to know those guys a little bit, and they were good dudes. But when they got called up, yeah. Didn't get to talk to them much anymore. Definitely did not make friends the way that I thought. That was the time that I kind of figured out, I'm like, oh, I'm an acquaintance. Boo. But hey, it was cool. It's wild that it's been 18 years since the Wings have won. Still have the third most trophies. Well, yeah, but it's because they keep expanding the league. Like, Jessica, that's why I don't necessarily look at how many trophies a team has as kind of, like, it's unfair almost. Like, the way that they handled the expansions and just all of that shit, man, like, it kind of ruined things for that. That's why, like, when you had a team like the Hawks who hadn't seen a fucking Stanley Cup since the 60s, you know, can you imagine? Like, that's also something you don't understand as a Red Wings fan, is that getting that first fucking championship after that long ass fucking drought. Like, 2010 was something else, man. And I have made this a hockey podcast. Damn it. Welcome to Pep Talks. We're talking some puck. We got some puck talks here. Where's Up the Pucks? Actually, where is Up the Pucks? I haven't seen him in a minute. The Wings literally had a period called the Dead Wings, 70s and 80s. Oh, true. 20 years, though? That's it. I mean, okay. Well, hold on, Jessica. How old are you? That's the point here. How old are you? Because, like, that plays into this. Like, I was an 80s kid that I grew up, like, the closest we got was the finals against the Penguins when I was a kid, you know, and then nothing. Like, and we had Bill Wirtz, so yeah. You know, dollar bill era, whatever. Oh, so these are hockey teams. Yes, these are hockey teams. American hockey teams. Well, American-Canadian hockey teams. It's always been weird how we have that. But either way. I like hockey. I haven't been watching the playoffs, though. Who's in the... Here. Actually, fuck it. Jessica, I don't feel like looking. Who's in the lead? Who is the favorite to win this year? I know that the Mammoths... They made it to the first round. I saw that. Like... That's a problem with the expansion. Just going to say that much. Expansion teams should never be good enough to go into the fucking playoffs the first fucking, like, their first year. I'm sorry. Build some character. God damn. This idea that we owe them the, like, well, we have to let them equally compete. What, by taking all the best fucking players and having first choice? Get fucked. Sorry. The Las Vegas Knights really pissed me off with that, where they got to essentially go to every hockey team in the NHL, and it's like they had to do like a fucking mock draft for them, where they were just like, oh, well, we're also just going to conveniently make it like the top tier fucking the players. Like, they didn't have any fucking minor league players or any of that bullshit. Oh no, YouTube is loading? Uh-oh. I was about to say, try reloading stream. I'm not having any issues on my end. YouTube is broken? Jessica, you do not have to tell me. Not much is... how's stream health for you guys? Was it just a hiccup on Rebecca's end, maybe? Because I think we're okay. What up, Bob? How's it going, man? What up, folks? About to get back to work, but coming through for a minute or three. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for popping by today. I really appreciate you taking the time to say hello and just, hanging with us for a minute. Dude, I really, seriously, guys. I know, like I said it earlier, but for real. Fucking A. Really, really appreciate it. Good here. Yeah, I know Twitch is fine. Yeah, seems fine on me, my end here too. Yeah, we're back. Cool. That's what I thought. All right. Sorry, guys. I was writing my check, and then all of a sudden, this thing froze on me. Come on, get off my screen. There we go. All right, cool. You heard. You heard. The ironic thing is, I don't care about hockey or sports. I used to be like the yay go sports guy, because I wasn't really that good at them. And then, yeah, like I went to the roller skating rink, kind of put together that I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I'm really good at roller skating, so why don't I try hockey? Fucking pick that up really, really fast, and yeah. No mas? Okay. Man. I hate when I can't, like, it's not the normal amount of sneezes. That sucks. You gotta go do dishes and cook dinner. All right, man. Well, I hope you're still lurking. Come back and hang. You know what's up. Also, like I said, if you guys are just joining and you do not like the vertical format, you guys can always go to my channel. I have a horizontal format on the homepage there. Iserman, he was an amazing player. I get that, but he should not be a manager. Oh, is he? Oh, that's right. We gave up one of the best managers in all of hockey. Dale Talon. I can't believe we did that after 2010. I was just like, of all the people not to renew their contract, because he wasn't part of the salary cap. So it's like, oh, you guys really fucked up. Oh man, my YouTube keeps fucking up. Or if it's like something with the Australia, like the Australian connection. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? I don't know why I just did Rainbow Connection. The Red Wings have broken a horrible record this season, years without a playoff appearance. Hey, we did that. Hey, welcome to the club. High five. Yeah, you guys have done all but dick with Patrick Kane. Fuck, I hope he comes back and at least retires with us. Hey, I just realized that we have common ground on that one, though. You can't acknowledge that, you know, you love Patrick Kane without recognizing the accomplishments that he had over here in Chicago. Simple and complicated simultaneously, to be honest. Oh, thanks. I gotta restart the microwave. Sometimes I love, like, just seeing what, like, you guys are doing. Or you're like, I have to go restart the microwave. I'm going to go mow the lawn. Gordie Howe still holds insane records. Oh, yeah. Dude, even I respect Gordie. Like, I respect the greats. Like, I respect the rivalry that we had. You know? Like, I get it. I get it. All right. But all right, Jessica. I do have to do like news, politics, and like just other stuff. So I'm gonna call it on the hockey stuff. I do appreciate you talking this with me. Although, if you can, did you name who's in the playoffs? You don't have to name like who are all in the playoffs, but who do you think are gonna go to the final? And you said Canadians. You think they're gonna win. So who do you think is the opponent? Gretzky can kiss my ass though. Fuck yeah! What a disappointment. Seriously, what a fucking disappointment. But honestly, personal politics aside, this is where, like, a person can suck now, and you can still acknowledge, like, how great they were at what they were doing. You can acknowledge your fandom if you were a fan. Like, dude, Michael Jordan's kind of a piece of shit. Let's be real. Like, but you ain't gonna see me trying to take away the dynasty. You know? It keeps freezing. Rebecca, then here. I got a workaround. Go to Twitch. This is why I have my Twitch. And if you need to, you can just keep the chat going if it keeps freezing, but you'll at least have the live programming. Buffaloing, Go Sabres. Dude, y'all don't, like, you guys have had so... Dude, you fucked up Jack Eichel. Like, come on. God. All right, I'm really bad at this. This is like the curse of having as many interests as I do. Like, the second that somebody starts talking Godzilla, pro wrestling, fucking hockey, like, I could just stun lock for hours on just that one thing, and then I see everybody just being like, well, I thought we were talking news and politics here. What's going on? What's going on? And you know what? Yes, I said I'm restructuring the show a little bit to cover some more, you know, entertainment-based stuff and just, you know, things in general. But today, we're still going to maintain a little bit of the structure that you guys are used to. Including how that first hour was just a nice hang. You know what? We got through that. I was pretty happy. You effed up everything but music. I've had zero freezing. It's on her end. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Your football team is also ass. Yeah, okay. Good. Fair. Technically, sports are politics because it has a lot of shady backdoor dealings. Well, yeah, that's true. Yes, that is very true. That's also why I was making a Macho Man joke. Like, it doesn't help I was doing a Macho Man impression while I was saying, you know, wrestling and politics. Politics and wrestling. Uh-huh. Well, yeah. I actually do kind of believe that, man. I do believe that it's all a work. It's all a fucking work, and we're the marks, you know? They'll never break, like, Trump was the first person to come in and kind of break kayfabe, but the rest of, like, these people are still like, ha ha ha, I gotta play the character, you know? Ha ha ha, this is my gimmick. I have to do my gimmick. Oh, you answered my... Oh, here we go. It's currently the final four: Vegas, Colorado, Canada, and fucking Carolina. What a waste of a team. They could barely fill a fucking building throughout the year. There's nothing more pathetic than a hockey team that doesn't sell tickets until the playoffs. And somehow, some way, they keep getting the fucking mercy picks. 100%. We're the marks and a bunch of interwoven long cons. It's sad as fuck. I'm just staying in my lane. Honestly, like, it does make it a lot easier to kind of just comprehend all this shit and just deal with it when you kind of look at it this way, where it's just like, guys, yes, the implications are very serious. And this is why I do say that people shouldn't just check out. You just need to figure out who your favorite wrestler is and kind of fucking work with that. Because, like, the thing about wrestling is also, maybe that's what trained me to kind of get, like, to accept that some people, you know, aren't perfect. And, like, sometimes you ain't gonna like them. Sometimes they'll turn heel. Sometimes they'll turn face. Macho Man doing a face turn in WCW? That sucked. I wasn't happy to see Macho be the fucking good guy. He always worked better as a bad guy. Actually, it's the same thing with CM Punk. CM Punk can work both, but god damn it. I'd much rather see him as a bad guy. You know, I love to see fucking effective bad guys. Rowdy Piper was one of my fucking favorite wrestlers when I was growing up. You know, his promos were stuff of legend, and on top of it, like, god damn, he said some shit that would not fly here in 2026. Just gonna say that much. Oh man. The people who say that WWE isn't scripted are the same ones that say sports gaming are fine. I don't know a single person that says WWE isn't scripted. They're pretty open about it. Like, this new era of wrestling, dude, they literally have a documentary, like, showing all the behind the scenes, how they work the matches, which is great for me, but I feel bad for the up and coming wrestling fans that have the illusion broken for them, because the illusion is part of the whole thing. Like, being able to tune out, deep down inside, know that it's scripted and know that it's, like, stunts and all that, you know, like, the deep down is what, like, because you were kind of like, oh, is this a work? Is this a shoot? Like, because I've seen some shoot matches happen where, you know, a receipt was coming, and it's mostly in the indies that you see this shit, like, where, like, I actually remember the exact match. It was Mance Warner in an AAW. It's like a local indie promotion here. Mance Warner, he got hit in the head during a cage match, and, like, the guy obviously fucking, like, he rocked him good to the point where Mance wasn't able to wrestle for a little bit. So they booked the revenge match, another cage match for the title. And dude, at one point you saw him give a receipt, and it turned into a fucking shoot fight real quick, and it got dicey. Like, they split him up. You saw that the referee, he pulled one of the guys to, like, the edge of the cage, and you just saw the referee, like, kind of lean in and, like, fucking just, like, sternly just like giving him the fucking like, laying it down. And then in the other corner with Mance, you had the owner of the company go over and talk to him, which that's how, like, everybody in the building was just like, oh shit, this is a real fight. Like, oh, U.S. intelligence chief quit. Just saw on the news. Bye-bye, Tulsi Gabbard. Actually, guys, her husband has bone cancer. He was just diagnosed, and I gotta be real, I'm not gonna make fun of that. I hope that he gets the help he needs. And yes, Tulsi sucks. We'll see if somebody worse gets put into the position. But realistically, I don't like Tulsi, but the shit that her family is going through right now, I know. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm no fan. Wait. Well, I'm sorry for him. Yeah, he should be. He's married to Tulsi Gabbard. Come on. I mean, if that wasn't enough, now he has bone cancer. See, this is why, I'll be real. This is why I didn't want to talk about it, because I know I was going to be insensitive. God damn it. And like right away, well, might as well just get that over with, I guess. Yeah, she's a clown. I feel bad for him, not for her. Well, that sucks for him. I hope he gets through it. That's no, I mean, bone cancer, what sucks is that's pretty much terminal. It's one of the hardest cancers to cure. You can go into long-term remission. Actually, one of my aunties has bone cancer, and it's been over 10 years, but she still has active treatment. It was actually crazy. Like, we randomly, while we took my wife to the ER, before her initial diagnosis, we saw her in the ER. I was like, what the fuck? Whoa, like, that was crazy. And then it was that moment where, like, I realized she was really sick and she definitely did not want to talk. So yeah, I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave you alone. And then when we finally did talk, she let me know. She was like, yeah, this is the treatment's affecting her thyroid now. It was like, oh, damn it. So yeah, that's yeah, it's like blood cancer, almost incurable, and insane treatments. Yeah. And that's, yeah, it's dude, fuck cancer. Just overall fuck cancer. I know, hot fucking take. Actually, you know what? Here. That leads me into this. Is this, you know what? We'll go with the little heavy bit here for a minute. There it is. I deleted it. Crap. There's a news report about... Oh, here it is. Okay, let me bring this up. Oh, that's not gonna fucking work. Give me a second. Come on. Alright, now let's play a game. Oh, there we go. Don't have to. Woohoo. Alright, so, how's my wife feeling? Good. She's having a rough day, guys. You know, thank you for the $2 donation to the cancer fund. I really appreciate that, Bob. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to deal with, man. Like, psychologically, there's a lot.
Fund.
Thank you again. It's a lot to think about, and you know, but she's doing well, and I know that she really appreciates you guys asking and all the positive vibes. So, thank you. Sorry. Right. Actually, just a fair warning. So, to my lovely wife, if you are currently watching, this is a 2-minute segment about the rise of rectal cancer. The thing is, you know all about this. I'm not sure if you want to hear about this. So if you don't, come back in 2 to 3 minutes, or just mute your phone for a minute, and then I'll just give you the thumbs up. So, but this is what's happening, and this was a report that was just released a few weeks ago.
Research shows an alarming increase in the number of younger adults dying from rectal cancer. It's the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S., and 1 in 5 cases happen in patients under 55. Doctors warn it could become the #1 cause of cancer deaths in younger adults over the next 10 years. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now.
They have no idea what's causing this, which I'm starting to think that they have every idea of what this is, and they know that they can't fight back because it's a giant corporation that's responsible.
More on this, Erica. Good morning. I think one of the startling things here.
Hey, Lisa Ann, welcome back. I appreciate you being here.
As I said before the break was, this is a real wake-up call for millennials, like younger people who probably are not often thinking about cancer or cancer screenings. Some doctors have called this increase in these deaths among younger adults a medical crisis. Tell us about what we are seeing in terms of these numbers and why we're seeing these higher rates among millennials.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. This is an alarming trend. Researchers look back at death certificate data dating back to 1999, finding that the rates of rectal cancer are rising up to 3 times faster than colon cancer among people in their late 30s and early 40s, especially among Hispanic adults. And if this keeps up, as
This is what my wife was diagnosed with, by the way.
you said, rectal cancer could be the #1 cause of cancer.
Or is she, you know what? My wife, I got, uni, this is one of my favorite parts, is she's very open about it, where she's just like, I have ass cancer. Just call it what it is. Ass cancer. So
Cancer death in adults under age 50 within the next decade. Now, experts don't know why.
I'd bet that it's the processed food that has all the chemicals in our bodies that can't break down and eventually settle in our colon.
We're seeing this increase right now.
All the PFAS.
These patients generally don't have a family history of the disease, and now there's a scramble to try to.
I understand that cannabinoids do help immensely, but the thing, so there was this thing that happened when my wife first got diagnosed where something happened where I brought up something about how, cannabinoids kill cancer cells, and she just looked at me and she's just like, well, if that was the fucking case,
Figure out whether
like,
there's
trust
an
me,
environmental
she'd be fine. She smokes more than I do, arguably, okay?
factor behind this trend, Savannah.
Erica,
She can
walk us through the
outsmoke me
symptoms
for sure. She's done it multiple times.
of rectal cancer. What should somebody be paying attention to? And maybe some
Which is
things
not
that are
easy.
sort of specific, if possible, to rectal cancer, because I know so many things can kind of get confusing about what it could be exactly, and when someone should get screened for it.
Rice is poison. That's a very odd thing to hyperfixate on there.
Yeah, some of the symptoms can be pretty vague, right? Fatigue, bloating, abdominal pain. But there are some other pretty specific symptoms that should not be ignored. And this is when we have to throw the ick factor out the window. Okay, Savannah, let's talk about it.
The ick factor. Get fucked. How about we all can be adults? You guys remember when there was a level of maturity that, we kind of expected adult human beings to have? That's out the fucking window.
Right.
You got 70-year-olds acting like 12-year-olds with their fucking bullshit online.
Red blood after a bowel movement or a feeling like you still need to go after a trip to the bathroom. Any unusual changes in bowel habits really should be addressed by a doctor immediately, Savannah.
Erica, rectal cancer is curable if it's found early, similar to colon cancer.
Yes, and thank God we found it early in my wife.
What are the treatment options for patients?
I'd bet money that politicians are going to blame this on anal sex.
Yeah, that's why it's so.
I don't think so, because the problem is this is mostly in working communities. They said that this has a much higher propensity in 30 to 50-year-old Hispanic men.
Important to really monitor.
I think that they were the top group to have this in the this
symptoms.
rise.
The treatment for rectal cancer can be pretty intense, however. Surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, immunotherapies in some cases. All of these might impact a person's
I'll be nice.
bladder, bowel.
I understand she's probably getting some BS from TikTok, but yes, take that stuff with a grain of salt,
Even
please.
sexual functioning. Savannah.
All right.
Or is the grain of salt as bad as the grain of rice? Wait a minute.
Erica, thank you very much. Important reporting.
We thank
Yes, it is. Here, actually, I was too busy making a joke at the back end of this. Back end.
Erica, thank you very much. Important reporting.
All of these might impact a person's bladder, bowel, even sexual functioning. Savannah.
All right. Erica, thank you very much.
It's sad that we had to go there, but my broader point is that yes, there is a a major increase. Also, if you guys are, in the millennial age and you have some of this stuff happening, go get checked. Colorectal awareness is definitely something that, it doesn't get as much as like breast cancer awareness and all that, but, it's almost like you should see a lot more light blue ribbons. By the way, that is the color of the colorectal cancer. I remember my wife was very pissed. She was just like, "Oh, how come we couldn't get like hot pink?" Then I was like, "Well, breast cancer." She's like, "No, that's light pink. We could have gotten like a, like a red pink or something. They could have made it prettier." Oh, it's dark blue. Dark blue. Yes, it's dark blue. So yeah, if you guys are ever looking to wear a ribbon and kind of bring some attention to this, number one, I deeply appreciate that. The way that like a lot of that can be seen as an empty gesture, especially if it's coming from like a corporation. Well, this is what I was hoping for. Brown. Oh, Anna, butt cheese. Wow. Okay, that's fucking hilarious. I was hoping for a brown ribbon. That's fucking hilarious. Dude, I kind of want to drop that fucking joke on her doctor. Just be like, "Hey, how come?" Oh, fuck. All right. They really missed the opportunity there. Oh man, didn't they? Oh my God. But yeah, Uni, I mean, if I don't get to do this, you know what? If you're in the office and you have that moment where you're just like, "Hey, how come they didn't make the ribbons brown?" See what your doctor says. Because I know your doctors, at least two of them, will appreciate that sense of humor. Maybe not your surgeon, or not the surgeon, but the radiation guy. He's a little dry. People between the ages of 50 and 74 get free bowel screenings in Australia. Just, good golly. Yay, America. We're so great. God. Somehow, some way, RFK is going to make this even worse for us. Like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Yeah, that's who I was thinking about, was your oncologist. Your oncologist has a pretty good sense of humor. Solid ass guy. Solid, very solid guy. She actually has like a really solid team of people and doctors, but they're also, they're good people. Her surgeon is a little hot to trot, but whatever. He makes that big money doing these big surgeries, so I guess cool. Recently, scientists have started testing new HIV drugs in test groups. The difference with this one, it's twice-a-year treatment that you only need every 6 months, and it has been shown insanely effective in test groups, with basically everyone having almost complete remission, with basically no showing on tests. My dad had, so they have a vaccine now, and they also have a cancer treatment that my dad was in the trial run for. My dad was given 4 months to live. He was diagnosed with stage 4 mouth cancer. He got a second opinion because his initial diagnosis literally told him, like, "Get your affairs in order. There's nothing we can do about this. The tumor's huge." He got a second opinion. He ended up going on an experimental trial because he was like, "What? Well, fuck. It's terminal. Like, they're saying it's terminal. What the fuck else am I going to do? I might as well, my dad is still with us, and that happened 15 years ago. So, Jesus, it's been 15 years. Like, god damn, that one feels like yesterday. He teaches people to do what he's doing to me with the robots. So whatever, he's good at what he does. He's not arrogant. He just really likes what he does. He'll draw you pictures. Yes, he does draw you pictures. Like, he's done this twice now. I know that her mom had this done for her, but the first time that we like met with this guy, she's out doing something with her test, and he like draws up the way that the colon looks and explaining exactly where the tumor is, how big it is. Like, that was, yeah. I mean, the weird part was that I had that moment where I'm just like, he's a shit artist. But man, I mean, the diagram worked. It got me to understand a little bit more. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the news block. So if you guys haven't noticed, I've been testing a new, like kind of a new way of doing things where I pull up a bunch of news stories that don't tie into each other. They don't tie into politics. It's all random local news stories that I found interesting that I kind of wanted to bring to you guys. So that one about rectal cancer was actually one of them. But because we were talking about, you know, my wife's cancer and what she's going through and just in general, we were kind of in that discussion. Yeah, I'm kind of glad we got to cover that the way we did, because now we could have fun with the rest of this stuff. Hey, Stan. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. He does need to get his other his treats that he is owed. All right. So, shocking video taken by delivery driver shows disturbing food prep inside Homestead restaurant. Can you guys guess what we're about to see? Because for anybody that's been following the show, I think that you guys might know what kind of restaurant this is. And now, I gotta be real. I'm starting to rethink some restaurants around me. Even though this is in Fort Lauderdale.
Disturbing video captured by a delivery driver inside a local restaurant, and it's not just any restaurant.
And this place was recently ordered shut due to significant health violations in local town.
I just today learned outside Chicago is another particle accelerator. Yeah.
And news investigator Jeff Weinseer has the video you need to see in tonight's Dirty Dining Report.
A restaurant employee mixing food in an oversized bowl. On the floor, his hand, his bare arm,
Fermilab,
submerged all the way up to the elbow. Other foods also being prepared on the floor here. There are no gloves being used. This video was posted on social media for all to see.
This could be a foodborne illness outbreak waiting to happen.
Danielle Egger has been a food safety specialist for 25 years, is a former foodborne illness investigator for the state of Florida, and owns her own company now in Tampa.
There are certain germs that just won't cook off with high heat even, so this is a big concern.
Clarissa explains food safety.
It was a delivery driver who asked not to be identified that was so concerned about what he saw in this kitchen, he pulled out his phone, began recording.
And that's what, like, that's the batter that they use to make, like, the wontons and every. Oh my God.
The video was taken inside China Yan in Homestead. The address.
Oh, they got killer egg rolls. Yeah, you know, it must be the little side of botulism you get.
846 Northeast, 8th Street.
You know, they have staph naturally on their skin. It can infect the food and it won't cook off because staph can form spores that are heat tolerant.
It's against Florida's food safety regulations to
That's insane.
Prepare food on the floor.
That's insane, dude. I've worked in multiple kitchens. Like, it's so easy just to wash your fucking hands because they have stations everywhere. Then on top of it, they have prep gloves. What the fuck is this?
And Yan was recently ordered.
What the fuck is this? And honestly, there's no excuse.
Shut after live
There's no fucking excuse for this.
Were seen crawling.
And how in the fuck are these restaurants all still operating
around this kitchen floor?
Floors are not considered a food contact surface, so therefore they're not required to be sanitized regularly.
I wanted to talk to you about your inspection last week.
Thank you. China Yan has a history. They were ordered shut back in December for a roach issue. State records show since
this is the same place.
2022, 7 of their inspections included citations for hand washing issues. Employees failed to wash their hands after.
Oh, yeah, so you're getting a nice side of poop there because you know they ain't wiping properly and fucking washing their hands.
Cracking raw eggs, touching their face, handling a phone before engaging in food prep.
What the fuck?
A hand washing sink was blocked. There was no soap at a hand washing station.
Hey, how are you? Mr. Lin, can I talk to you about the video?
No.
No, the video.
Yeah, we take pictures. We take pictures.
Why?
No. I actually just saw this where somebody was on Facebook and they're like, I found a worm in my food. And everybody's like, why didn't you call the health department? She's like, I'm not a narc. It's like, get
fucked. Why are they not wearing gloves? Why are they mixing with their elders?
This no narc mentality with like, and especially when it's like a larger fucking chain restaurant. But seriously, man, if you're going out and you're paying money for to have to have food prepped for you, then you guys should definitely take it seriously when you get sick from somewhere like this.
Sorry about that. Why are they? It's not sanitary.
Narc on businesses, not on comrades.
And we have
Well, this is, I mean, because some people would argue that this is like, it's a family-run business, blah, blah, blah.
seen it in the
It's like, no. Like, these people are fucking insane.
past where they have caused foodborne illness outbreaks from unwashed hands very frequently.
Egger says foodborne illness is underreported. That's because it requires a laboratory-confirmed case. Physicians must specifically test for a pathogen, and if it's confirmed, it's reported to the Department of Health for an investigation.
Yep, and the thing is, it's getting even harder to do that.
And let's face it, most of us don't do that when we get a stomach bug.
Yep.
So what red flags does this food safety expert look for when she walks into a restaurant?
When I first walk into a restaurant, I notice the smell. If the AC vents up in the ceiling are dirty or dusty, it makes me wonder how the kitchen is. Another thing to look at is the bathroom.
As far as
bathroom is so the AC vent, not as much, because realistically, who's cleaning those? Like on the reg, like that I'm a little more forgiving with. But if the bathroom is nasty, I get the fuck out of there.
China Yan, Egger says the owners and staff here need serious retraining. But will that happen?
Why are they not wearing gloves? Why are
We don't know, but you now know what was going on behind the kitchen door. In Homestead, Jeff Weinsteer, Local 10 News.
So yeah, guys, if you are out there in Fort Lauderdale, oh, that's fun. He already raised $63,000 out of 200,000K with only fucking 959 watching. Great. I'm so happy that Noah Samson can fucking. I'm gonna be honest. Nah, fuck him. Fuck Noah Samson, and fuck and fuck you guys. Like, fuck people for falling for this one. I'm gonna call it like it is. The motherfucker had he was threatened with this a year ago. He already did the fundraiser for this. I'm fucking done. No. Anna, if you're not aware, he's getting sued by Ethan Klein again. Which I'm not even sure if I fucking fully believe it anymore. The fact that he didn't have that money in a fucking account to go to the lawsuit fund last year when there was a statute of limitations on this lawsuit, and for him to just be like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just send all this to UNRWA or wherever the fuck he sent it. Don't care at this point. I gotta be real, man. That's annoying as shit. But whatever. That's my fucking opinion, and that's all I'll cover on it. I probably already gave it too much coverage on my end here. Sorry, mate, I would narc on that shit. Yeah, me too. I totally would. All right, here we go. Classic news music. Hell yeah. What the hell?
Recorder. Oh, call 911 right now.
Yeah, could you imagine that? That's only on 2 tonight, a road rage incident, and the moment that a gunshot rings out, caught on camera right on the Katy freeway. A Houston area woman says that she was driving with her teenage daughter in the car yesterday when two people inside a gray Cadillac just got violent.
All this to save a few bucks.
KPRC 2 News reporter Jaewon Jung spoke to the woman. She joins us live on the Katy freeway near Post Oak Road with how that woman is feeling tonight. Jaewon.
Well, Keith and Stephania, as you can imagine, that woman is shaken up tonight after that incident here on I-10 yesterday. And tonight, police are still looking for the people involved. Terrifying moments on I-10 in the Spring Branch area caught on cell phone video.
Get your camera.
The woman in the video, who we are calling Mary, did not want her face on camera, but agreed to speak with me about what happened.
A car suddenly moved in front of us, so I just went around, and they got back on the side of us, and they looked in the car, and I saw her a woman pull a Tiffany blue pistol, like handgun.
Mary tells me she was driving with her 16-year-old daughter Tuesday night just before 7.
That was when my daughter literally started recording again and got the shot.
What was your reaction when you heard the gunshot?
I was just in shock, honestly. Yeah, couldn't really believe it.
Take a look at the car. It appears to be a gray Cadillac Escalade.
Oh, damn. Yeah, this guy's fucked. Jesus, they got a clear shot on that fucking license plate in the news.
Mary says a man with dreads was driving it, and a woman wearing a bonnet pulled out a gun.
I'm still pretty shaken up, and I just want justice, honestly.
You can see in more cell phone video the Escalade swerves in and out of traffic. Despite fearing for her and her daughter's safety, Mary tells me she followed the car to get a license plate number.
I really want the
glad she did.
Mary tells me she called 911 4 times and waited more than 2 hours for police to arrive, but ultimately filed a report at Houston Police Department's Derry Ashford station. This is the latest in a number of reported road rage incidents in our area in recent months. Like this one, also caught on video, showing a man with a
Oh, they're gonna get owned?
machete approach a woman in Northwest Harris County. And last month, this incident on Greenhouse Road near
You only give to me and one other person? Oh, thank you.
Morton Road, where deputies say a road rage incident involving 3 cars escalated to gunfire. Authorities say one of the cars had a 9-year-old passenger.
That's unacceptable.
Mary tells me this was the first time she's encountered a road rage
Of course, the police don't give a fuck.
incident, and she hopes the people responsible are caught.
They're a menace to society. That was just crazy.
Anyone with information is asked.
Because the thing is, just remember that they would disingenuously use that if it benefited them politically in any way, shape, or form. But the fact is, they see it as like black on black crime.
Call Houston Police. We're live in Spring Branch tonight. Jaewon Jung, KPRC 2 News.
All right, this one's fucked up. I'm not sure. This one went viral, but if you didn't hear about this, yeah, another problem with getting your food delivered.
In other news, a Boca Raton man is sharing his story after he says his daughters were falsely accused of damaging a Lyft driver's car. Andy says it was all engineered through the use of AI. Our Jade Jarvis joining us now in the studio with what he wants the community to know. Jade?
Well, Felicia, Burt Gore just wants to make people aware that this happened to him and it could happen to anyone. So always be alert and check your bank statements.
Saturday afternoon, Burt Gore says he had just returned home in Boca Raton after taking his son to the ER when he got this fraud alert from his bank, a $75 damage fee from Lyft. Gore declined the charge.
So then I'm thinking to myself, what could possibly have gone on here? So I reach out to my girls. I have a 14 and 15-year-old that had been to the beach earlier, and so I'm like, hey, did you guys take Lyft today? And they're like, yeah.
But Gore's daughter said they didn't leave a mess in the Lyft, contrary to what a Lyft customer service rep told Gore via chat.
They didn't have food or drinks in the car. These girls were coming back from, the beach. They were in their towels coming back from the beach. And they said, well, we verify everything with the drivers, and the driver sent us pictures. And I said, well, I asked them, I said, to send me the pictures.
These are the pictures Lyft told Gore the driver provided them with, showing evidence of the damage, but he says his daughter pointed out a glaring issue.
She goes, Dad, that's AI. You could see the Gemini logo on the bottom right-hand side of one of the photos. And I'm like, oh my God, you're right. So I tell them, I said, hey, matter of fact, I said, these photos are AI generated.
Gemini AI is Google's artificial intelligence assistant and can generate images and videos. Gore says the Lyft rep agreed that the images were created using AI, apologized, and blocked the driver from their app.
Blocking the driver, I don't know how you can have a driver that's doing this to your customers, even driving for you. It just doesn't make any sense.
Gore said he posted his story on a Boca community Facebook page, getting several responses from other people who have had similar experiences. Now he just wants to raise awareness so it doesn't happen to someone else.
you know, if you're not paying attention to this and, you know, you're getting charged $75, I mean, you know, it can really add up. So you really got to pay attention.
And
this on top of the double charging scheme that has gone mega viral just within the last 2 days.
Released a statement on this saying, quote, Lyft takes damage disputes seriously and reviews each matter based on the available information. We have reviewed the rider's concerns, offered reimbursement, unpaired the rider and driver, and addressed the matter directly with the driver. In studio, Jay Jarvis, WPVF 25 News.
Unmatched the driver. Wait a minute. So that just mean, does that mean that they even actually fired the guy? Fired, I mean. What's the double charging scheme? Anytime that you use your card to tap, they're doing a double tap on it. So you need to go and check your bank statements to make sure that you didn't get double charged for anything. It's so common now that I got told by one of my credit agencies that I needed to go and check it out because they didn't even flag anything in my account, but they just told all of us like, hey, this is a huge deal and we've been seeing a lot of it. Go double check your accounts. So I'm going to give you the same advice they gave me. Go double check your accounts. All right. Foreign investigates. FBI warns parents of 764 group targeting children.
I would say this is the biggest threat facing kids anywhere in the world right now, online.
It's a warning that every single parent needs to hear right now. A growing online...
Nothing pisses me off more than seeing somebody with a home studio that's still, like, in all those wall panels, their audio still sucks.
An extremist network is targeting children...
She didn't need to buy all that wall shit. She just needed to buy, like, she just needs to reset her gate.
Across the country, including right here in New Mexico, the FBI says the group, known as 764, uses manipulation, fear, blackmail, and violence to groom children online. With summer vacation fast approaching and kids spending more time online, experts say parents need to understand the warning signs before it's too late.
Social media, gaming platforms,
Want to play some Minecraft?
Sure.
chat apps. It's access for kids to escape and connect. Those connections, federal investigators say, are soft targets for a growing, violent online network.
They're ideologically driven.
Scary. Did you see that? All the spikes, the red eyes, the mask. Whoa!
With the goal of hurting our kids.
The 764 online group is so dangerous.
What the fuck is this?
And well connected, even the FBI special agent leading the investigation into them wouldn't talk to us unless we consider
They were all over Roblox.
his identity.
Huh.
He says members of 764 try and gain kids' trust.
A lot of the contact starts on normal social media platforms.
Misplaced trust leads to grooming and then into real-life danger.
It can literally mean convincing a child to cut themselves, to hurt an animal. It can be pretty graphic.
According to federal prosecutors, victims of this group, mostly children and teens, have been extorted into sending nude images, hurting themselves on camera, and in some cases have even been driven to suicide.
It's not just crime, it's crime with a reason and a purpose and an ideology behind it that we determine to be terrorism.
The FBI estimates 450 people are currently under investigation nationwide, including New Mexicans. The U.S. Department of Justice accused Zachary Dosh of sexually exploiting children online from his Albuquerque home for years.
Zachary Dosh is probably one of the most prolific and high-profile members arrested to date.
Becca Spinks is an independent journalist who has been raising alarm bells over 764 for years.
We told you what you need to do.
Do you want to die tonight? Do you?
She's been following Dosh's case closely. He is still in federal custody, and his next court hearing is set for August.
These guys are creating new groups with different names, but the same basic formula, and they're calling themselves different things.
With known victims as young as 9, Spinks says every child is at risk.
A lot of times they're coming from normal, stable suburban homes. This isn't a matter of kids who are, suffering or have broken homes. This is a threat that applies to every kid, no matter their circumstance.
Spinks says 764 uses innocent-looking apps and games to deceive children.
Letting your kid go unsupervised onto a game like Roblox or a platform like Discord is really no different than telling them to go talk to strangers. It's just a place where strangers can talk to your kids.
What is your message to parents out there?
You need to have that trust and that communication, and you need to be teaching your kids about these dangers and helping them to understand what to look out for.
Knowing where your kids are has been conventional wisdom for decades. Today, investigators...
I mean, seriously, you guys remember that, like in the 80s and 90s, they used to, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Say it's just as important to know where they are online.
You aren't giving your kids access to the world. You're giving the world access to your kids.
And those parting words there from the special agent really stuck out to me. You know, we all grew up telling our kids or hearing it, you know, about stranger danger, do not talk to people you don't know. But with modern day technology, the threat is no longer outside. It is right in your own homes. And many parents don't even realize it. So here are some red flags that parents should be on the lookout for. Sudden changes in behavior or mood in your kids, obsession with a certain or new app or platform. Remember,
isn't that just like becoming a teenager though? Like
these people
that seems like really dumb advice.
People want to take your kids to another.
I hate this shit. What do you hate? So what do you hate about it? Suburban, if anything, but perfectly stable.
App once they get them there. Unexplained injuries or talk of self-harm. Secretive online.
You hate the people perpetrating it, or are you like saying that they might be like overblowing this?
And friends, experts say that you should always know who your kids are talking to, and law enforcement calls or swatting incidents. Now, here are some ways that you can protect your family. The number one here, keep talking about online safety, talk about the dangers and the real life dangers of being online. Use those parental controls. Don't be afraid to put them on your kids' devices. Teach kids about grooming tactics. Make sure they know what can happen when they send photos or videos of themselves or reveal personal information to people online. And be your kid's advocate. That might be the most important thing here. Make sure your kids can always come to you for help without worry about being judged or punished. And we have a lot more resources along with this story on our website.
Oh, good night, Rebecca. I will catch you later. Thank you for hanging. Headache is getting worse. Oh, hey. Yeah, if you got a compression, like if it's migraine, yeah, if you got like a little you got something for compression, that always helps me a little bit. And yeah, try and get some rest, please. Take care of yourself. It teaches a very individualistic and distrustful outlook. I mean, to be fair, like we grew up with that. Like we grew up with stranger danger. The thing is, we just knew not inherently not to talk to them. Like it's also like kind of the way that kids can, like that one story where the kids saw that it was AI way before the dad did. You'd think that, I don't know, just being aware of some of this stuff, then in a perfect world, actually, I'll just say, if my mom saw this report, she would have sat down with me and because we didn't have TiVo even back then. So she would have actually said, like, you have to come and watch this right now. Like, yeah, come on, watch this right now. Or there was one time where she legit just like she taped it for me. Not just one time. There's multiple times that she would just be like, "Oh, I taped this for you." I was just like, "Oh, thank you." Got a little regret because there are a few of those I never watched. Okay, but yes, it teaches an individualistic outlook. All right, so here's one that's going to cause a bit of a debate, and I'm interested to know what you guys think about this.
A homeowner who's grown fruits and vegetables in his front yard for years now is now being told by the city the garden may have to go.
As CBS LA's Leslie Marin says, the garden is a growing problem for some neighbors.
Yupon holly, passion fruit vine, epazote herb.
From a large radish in the ground to a bunch of bananas hanging from a tree. Most of what Michael Sherman grows in his front yard, he uses or eats.
The flowers are also edible.
Yeah.
And taste phenomenal in salad.
He started growing his food forest, as he calls it, 7 years ago.
For, like I said, our family, to save money a little bit. Save a little money on produce. It's getting more expensive. We don't know what's spraying on it.
And while he says he shares what he grows with the neighborhood, a recent complaint is now threatening his garden.
The motto of our city is where
Oh, now this is an example of mind your own fucking business.
everything grows. But why won't they let me?
Chino City
That shirt.
officials say since 2019, they have received multiple complaints about Sherman's yard. Most recently, the city issued Sherman $750 in fines. The city says he must do 3 things: remove all overgrown vegetation,
Okay, that's fair.
maintain a line
Yeah, just got to make sure that it's not like creeping onto the sidewalk.
of sight on his property, and keep crops from growing 15 feet from his
15 feet. Now that's a little fucked.
neighbor's yard.
No. It depends on what the crop is. If they have invasive roots, sure.
Pretty much everything.
I mean, honestly, if they're going to be this like kind of prickish about it, then they should at least have like an arborist come out. Like, so in Chicago, we actually have that. Like, I had an arborist come out to where I live because we have technically like a city tree that's like on the other side of our sidewalk. And they had to come out and do a whole bunch of tests on that bullshit. And then they kind of took a look at our yards. And I just pointed something out on my side where I was just like, that's not a problem, is it? She's like, yeah, technically, she's like, you're supposed to have it a little farther away from like a fence line, but she's like, nah, because she's like, those roots are already like grown in where they would be anyway. So yeah,
This way would have to be removed completely.
And that includes
Radishes, sunflowers, Swiss chard, calendulas, my aloe vera plant.
we spoke
I
to
can move all
Sherman's
that.
neighbors, some who support the garden.
He constantly asks us if there's something else we would want, or does it invade on our property, and we've never had issues.
Okay, if it's the neighbors that are directly next to him, then no.
Others call it a nuisance.
Worried about rodents, and they're not always trimmed. They're not always, how would you say, like, it's not always kept up.
Sherman says from the ground to the trees,
I mean,
everything has a purpose.
Everything that grows, like the leaves from the trees, I let it fall, I leave them there, they decompose, and the soil has improved significantly.
But it will be up to the city to decide if this labor of love or neighborhood eyesore will stay. It just depends on how you look at it.
Everyone's view of what looks nice is different, right? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Sherman did appeal the citations
I mean, listen, I'm not like gonna go full HOA on your ass, but like,
he received from the
there are points to this. Like, okay, so the one lady where she was like rodents, she was not wrong, but her attitude told me that it's like, yeah, she's also probably the one that's just like, this is overgrown by an inch.
city. He's expected to meet with city officials on Wednesday. Reporting in Chino, Leslie Marin, CBS LA.
Well, in Chicago, if you're a beekeeper, I know that you have to get a special permit and you have to make all of your neighbors aware of what you're doing because it does pose it could pose a public risk, especially for, kids that are allergic. Like, this is where this is devil's advocate shit, because I'm going to just tell you right now, I'm all for like having bee colonies and having beekeepers in, neighborhoods and just having bee habitats in neighborhoods. I actually think that they should offer a thing where the same, like, they pay people to essentially upkeep like small bee colonies. Like, I would gladly volunteer my yard for that. You know what I mean? At least like a corner of it. And like, yeah. I mean, you would have to be a little careful, but that is kind of, oh, Alex. Wait, Alex in chat? Who cares, lady? Watch some TV or something. Holy shit, there's... Right, you saw the cats. Well, yeah, the cats, yeah, okay, so yeah, that's taking care of the rodent problem pretty, naturally. Biggest pollinators are actually houseflies. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you said his name, Devil's At. I mean, it is a good name. Now, I like mine because mine plays into the fact that it's my name. All right, so here's where we're going to start. It's not quite political yet, but we'll be dipping our toes into the politics here in the second hour. Look at that. I actually got to structure this exactly how I planned it. Fuck yeah, I'm good at this. If you guys haven't hit that like button and shared the stream, please do also follow over on Twitch if you are just joining us and haven't already. I highly recommend following on Twitch just in case. Soon, you guys will be able to follow me on Patreon, but not at the moment. And let's see. Oh, I got to get that poll ready here. Okay, so we're going to talk about how Oklahoma had a vote on banning child marriage. Well, you got a whole bunch of pervs that decided that they wanted to go on the record and say, nah, we shouldn't do that.
Thanks. Now from the state capitol, a ban on child marriage becomes law without the governor's signature. This comes after several lawmakers fought against it, many using religion as their argument.
What is
News
their
Source Dylan
fucking
Brown shows
problem?
us the heated back and forth.
Should kids not be allowed to get married? No exceptions.
This is insane. Who in the hell, like, can we just check the hard drive of every single person that voted to maintain this? Religion, my ass.
Every senator said yes.
Having received 45 aye votes and 0 nay votes, I declare the same to have passed.
The House, a little different.
51 aye, 36 nay.
Well, you got 36 people that need to be investigated immediately.
Dozens of Republicans saying the minimum age for marriage should be younger than 18. Oklahoma happens to be one of 4 states in the U.S. with no age restriction for marriage. Some lawmakers wanting to keep it that way.
This bill has nothing to do with pedophilia.
How confident are you that it is always wrong, 100% of the time, for a 17-year-old to get married?
So what we're saying is, no, you got to live together?
Their reasoning ranging from religious.
Hebrews 13:4, let marriage be held in honor among all. Does among all mean now only those who are 18 and older?
You're so fucked up.
How old was Mary?
As I said, guys, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that these guys, especially like in their church parish and all, like, dude, for real, investigate these fucking guys.
When she married Joseph.
Every time that
Another
somebody like
reason
this makes this argument, immediately, I'm like, that's a predator. And now, are we just going to ignore this? Because I'll tell you who is. Their church, his family.
Preach.
You know what socialism looks like?
This is socialism.
It's when the government comes in and...
Oh, my God. He literally is exactly what we think. He makes Oklahoma exactly what we think it is. Bunch of backwoods hicks. Fucking...
tells you what you're going to do.
I think they're really stretching.
Those for the bill say it could save lives.
Marriage should wait until adulthood, and we don't want to exploit children, especially young girls, getting married and having parents have a say over that.
The debate on the floor was fiery, lasted over an hour.
Right here's where we say government can't come in and tell me what I can and cannot do with my family.
What about statutory
Yeah, they can, actually.
rape? Marriage could be used to cover illegal sexual activity.
The governor choosing not to sign it. It still went into law Wednesday. We asked why he didn't. No answer.
No answer. Literally no fucking answer. You know what? I want to know which one of these motherfuckers has a way younger wife, and I'd be willing to bet that they were doing stuff way before it was legal. I'm getting a little tired of these fucking pedos. Just like, dude, we already like did the thing with the Epstein files, and we're like, are we really gonna let this happen? At what point do we? I don't know. Do something about this. I think the law should do something about this.
I'm surprised that the governor didn't.
You're starting to make it legal, like very borderline legal, to do some pretty fucked up shit.
Just put his signature on it.
Dylan Brown, Oklahoma's News 4.
Holy
With this
crap.
law, Oklahoma is now the 17th.
But you know what? Good on you, Oklahoma. I'm so glad that, like I said, that guy proved that your state is just as bad as the rest of the United States thought it was. And that maybe you guys get hit with tornadoes for a fucking reason.
To ban child marriages.
If I still believed in God, I would actually just be like, what happened to God's judgment, Tornado Alley? What now? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right. Jake Lang crashed the bond hearing of Chud the Builder. This fits within the wacky news segment.
All right, for the record, Mr. Ethley's now in the courtroom with...
There's no fancy voiceover on this one, except for my own. Take him into custody. Ha ha.
Told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody.
Nice. Yeah, so he didn't just get walked. Like, people kept saying, they're like, he got walked out of the courthouse. I'm like, no, he didn't. He got walked into a fucking contempt cell. Yep. That's the cells, baby.
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed, and I'll talk all about that in a second.
Can you read what these posts say?
The initial part says, I will defend my life with lethal force. Do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm.
I think it's reasonable to have a gag
You'll be back, food coma. Ooh,
order
nice.
on the defendant should he make bond. And I guess even while he's in the jail and has his, I don't know, iPad or whatever, but he cannot live stream, post, or anything that
Makes him the money that it makes him and also gives him the clout that he has.
indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
But the First Amendment is very important to a free country. Without us being able to talk about ideas freely, we can't really be a free society. Now, I mean, repugnant ideas are still protected under rights of free speech. So people are free to go say whatever offensive things they want to say, as long as it's not calling.
What's this? This is the bail hearing for Chud the Builder.
Someone to hurt somebody else.
How you doing, Civic Justice? Welcome to the show.
That's a $1 million bond.
Oh, Civic Justice, are you into watching this type of content? Because if you are, we also do sovereign citizen stuff, and I got a few of those coming up later in the show. So, but we got the politics hour coming up next.
Conditions, no weapons.
Take
GPS
that for what it is.
There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media and live streaming about the facts or the parties involved in this case. That's going to help him as much as anything.
Well, they knocked off $500,000 from his bail, so, but still over $1 million. And it seems like they're not going to allow him to use the bond money that was earned through GoFundMe. All right. Actually, before we do this, let's structure this a little bit. What do we got? 1 minute? All right, so in 1 minute, we'll be doing the politics. But before we do that, just want to say hello to everybody in chat. How are you? Donald Duck made politics the #1 show on TV. Yep. Also, Peace in Peace Ireland. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome. If you have not already hit the sub button on the channel, please consider doing so. I mean, I say this a lot, and obviously we all do this on YouTube here, but if you guys have not already subscribed to the channel and do enjoy the content, it helps out all of us. Like, it helps out the largest channels, but it really helps out the smaller channels. So, yeah, consider helping out a little bit. I also do kind of send that plea to the people that don't necessarily like my politics, but, you know, like being here, so. Let's do politics now. All right, so we're gonna go after the DNC first, believe it or not. So for anybody that wants to come in here, they'll just be like, "You're a Democrat." It's like, well, you're about to learn that that's not exactly the case. So, they released the DNC autopsy. Now, I know that a lot of you guys were paying attention to this. And I actually, somebody, Sylvie, you had posted in the Discord asking whether or not I was actually going to cover this. So yeah, no, we are. I tried my best to get through their version of it. Dude, you want to talk about all over the place and not addressing the elephant in the room? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's the short version of this. So, I haven't pre-watched any of the coverage that we're about to go through, so we're going to learn this together, and we're going to break this down to see if any of these guys kind of start calling it out, because for mainstream media, whether it be PBS or anybody for that matter, if they actually say, hey, you know that Gaza thing? Well, bro, why are you wearing glasses? Because I can't see without them, dip. That's how spectacles work, you know? They found out that, yeah, like, improve your eyes to fuck. That's not how that works. Do you know what macular degeneration is? Or ocular degeneration? I think it's macular. I was going to wonder if you were going to crash out over it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, pep out. That's right. Yeah. Yes, if I was a pep out over it. No, I'm not going to pep out over it. The pep out is not coming today. Had I seen this on Wednesday, then yes, I would have.
The Democratic National Committee released a long-awaited yet still incomplete report into what went wrong during the 2024 presidential
I could get LASIK, but I don't want it.
election. The report had initially been shelved, but
What the fuck is what's this weird obsession with me wearing glasses? This is one of the oddest fucking trolls I've ever had.
After months of consternation and criticism, DNC Chair Ken Martin said he released it today in the name of transparency.
That's like asking me what you're reading for.
He also said it, quote, wasn't ready for prime time and rejected its findings, writing this.
Oh, Jesus, really?
I am not proud of this product. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards. I am releasing the report as I received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged.
The fact that Ken Martin wasn't just, like, booted from the DNC after this whole thing is...
With annotations for claims that couldn't be verified.
And then you got Debbie Wasserman Schultz announcing today that she's going to carpetbag the district next to her because she doesn't have a fucking surefire win in the district that she's currently in.
Those annotations are found throughout the 192 pages.
Getting a little tired of that.
The report blames
I hope she fucking loses.
Biden's political team for not positioning Kamala Harris for success. It also says Democrats didn't effectively make the case against Donald Trump. There are also omissions. The report does not mention Mr. Biden's age or the war in Gaza and how opposition to it may have depressed Democratic enthusiasm. Joining us to discuss what the party got right and wrong and how to move forward into the midterm elections is Democratic strategist, our friend Faz Shakir. Faz, it's good to see you. So this report is riddled with errors. There are notes saying, quote, no evidence provided, analysis not supported by the data. There's even a missing conclusion with a note saying this section was not provided by the author. What do you make of the way that this was handled?
It was handled poorly, and I think obviously
It's been handled poorly. That's definitely putting it lightly. During an election season, like, what are we fucking doing?
They acknowledge that, the chairman of the DNC.
Come on.
What are people looking for at this moment? They're looking for leadership, and they're looking some sense of integrity of, can you diagnose
Yeah, and they kind of, like, you have a bunch of libs that, like, think that, oh, yeah, the Democrats are the party of integrity, blah, blah, blah.
Restoring the Democratic brand. In my view, it is suffering with working class people. In this age of Trump, it should be booming. You know, the Democratic Party should be the place, the home of so many people, not only Democrats, but so many independents who are feeling disaffected. What is the brand problem? And I think the report is more a symptom rather than the cause of the problems. It's a symptom because there's a sense of unwillingness to talk about hard issues, confront difficult questions. Let's have a debate. Let's discuss reform. Let's not be status quo. And people look at this report.
This is absolutely pathetic. It is.
By which it is now released.
I mean, this is actually worse than it. Like, I thought it would. Like, it could have been. You know what I mean? Like, there was this moment where I'm just like, well, I mean, I guess the worst thing is that they just don't release anything. But I think this is actually worse than that.
That's saying that's the problem. We're walking on eggshells. We can't even have hard questions. Let's confront some real problems and have bold solutions to reform a broken system.
There's a striking line in this report suggesting that Democrats became too dependent on what is called in this report negative partisanship, essentially asking voters to fear Republicans rather than believe in Democrats. Is that a fair criticism?
It's still the case, Jeff. We're still in a moment, and if you hear most Democrats talk right now, you'll hear a thing like the Epstein class. And I'm here to tell you, yes, there's an Epstein class. They're corrupt. Yes, but what people are hunting for is give me a sense of a vision that isn't the Epstein class. And when too many people are thinking, oh, the Epstein class is a version of both sides having problems, right? Democrats and Republicans. So now the choice is, okay, if you're going to take on corruption, give me a vision. Give me a sense of a party that's saying, oh, I'm going to expand healthcare in America. Here's how. I'm going to tax the rich. Here's how. I'm going to build a grassroots movement in America, find working class people, bring them into the process, change the institutions. People are feeling like this is the time to break the way we have thought in the past and put forward an agenda. Right now, as you and I speak, there is not a Democratic agenda for 2027. Right? We are not going before the American public saying, here's 4 or 5 things, vote Democrat. Why?
No, they're not doing anything.
It's negative partisanship. It's the thing that you just...
That's why they have a fucking such abysmal approval rating, even though Trump has a worse approval rating, arguably.
This race, we're still stuck in status quo thinking.
Kamala Harris could not be accused.
Feels so right for the Socialist Party to lay out the future. Yeah, the thing is, they need to. Like, this is it's now's the time
of not having policy prescriptions. I mean, is part of the problem here that Democrats are facing a Republican Party that rewards power and grievance and not traditional policy arguments?
Well, there's a combination of the politics and the policy. They're at work here. Part of Donald Trump's politics that we can learn from is that he says no tax on tips. That's a policy, right? But then he goes and animates it, and he dons a McDonald's apron, and he gets your attention. Now, when we come up with great technocratic policy solutions, many of which I agree with, if you looked at Harris's platform, it isn't just merely writing them on a page and telling people this is something to vote for. You got to go animate it. How do you animate, Jeff?
Sell it.
Well, you got to pick some fights. The way you choose to decide...
This is the part of politics. You got to at least be semi-likable.
And what are your values, what you care about, is when you say to Jeff Bezos, we're going to tax the rich. And then Jeff Bezos gets very angry and upset about it. And you see what's going on with Zoran Mamdani in New York City. Why is his popularity increasing? Because he is comfortable in the friction. He is saying, here's a vision. Here's how we can increase taxation. Here's how we can provide child care. Yes, some people can take me on, but are you with me or are you with the corrupt class? And that is a kind of a leadership that I think we need more of across the country.
10,000%. I like this guy's assessment.
Some Democrats are now calling for Ken Martin to step aside, step down as the DNC
Fucking
chair
do
ahead
it.
of the midterms. You ran against him for that job. How did
Got all of 2 votes, Jeff.
Hey, it's 2
he
more.
won. He won fair and square by a healthy margin, to be
2
clear.
is more than 0. I guess we can say that. But how do Democrats move forward from here? And frankly, do they need a DNC, a strong DNC, to win the presidency? I mean, the DNC, Barack Obama didn't rely on the DNC much at all.
For sure, we do need a DNC. And this time, it's not,
do we, though?
not only the DNC.
Do we? I like the fact that he put that out there. He's like, Obama didn't need you guys.
By the way, we need strong media institutions. We need strong PBS. We need strong institutions.
Oh, shut up. And this is that same language. And we also need a strong Republican Party. Get fucked, motherfucker.
Learning, Harvard University, and everything else.
Yeah, you're just doing the same shit that wasn't working before. Status quo, blah, blah, blah. Let's just lay over and take it.
In between.
Whatever. You're going to lose the fucking election, and this is just it. Hey, you know what?
And I think there's a loss of confidence in institutions right now.
It's not the institutions. It's literally the institution of the Democratic Party. That's who is, like, focus on that, dumbass. Don't make this a referendum on all of politics. Also, don't look into MAGA and then, like, do this whole thing where they're so unpopular. They still support their fucking, like, the base supports him and the movement. Like, no, you guys can't build a coalition because you guys always go for the fucking donor class over the real people. And it's just so obvious with you because you guys try to do this thing where you like, oh, well, technically we're selling you policy.
What my pitch,
no, you're
my
not.
argument would be, because I hear from...
You're selling us the exact same of the fucking bullshit that we've been dealing with forever.
A lot of Democrats, the DNC can't do anything. Why are you worried about it? Like, in this time of great wealth and income inequality, solidarity is the thing. And the solidarity of people can only be built by good institutions of integrity. We need institutions to work. We need the DNC to work. So don't give up on it. And I think I would urge DNC leadership, everybody who's invested in it, you got to reform it. You got to acknowledge it's broken. Just as we know about the political and economic system in America, you have to start by acknowledging it is broken. And, you know, the Gaza thing you mentioned, why don't you mention Gaza? It's not about Gaza. It's about the influence of money. Money is purchasing silence. We're not even discussing the fact that 75% of Democrats say they want to oppose military aid to Netanyahu. Can we just have the conversation? We should be able to. that is leading to an erosion of trust in an institution. A good institution just says, hey, we're going to have some tough questions, we're going to reform this, we're going to acknowledge it's broken, and we're going to improve it.
Fast Shakir, always a pleasure.
Thank you, Jeff.
That was pretty good. Starr County, Texas, which is 97% Hispanic, voted for President Donald Trump in 2024, voting Republican for the first time since 1892. That's what they're getting out of this? Oh my God.
As we mentioned, the Democratic National Committee has finally released its long-awaited autopsy report of the 2024 election. It follows months of speculation about what the report would say about what went wrong for Democrats and how Vice President Harris
We are doomed because Democrat BS wasn't working either.
lost the race to Donald Trump. And it comes as Democrats are...
The thing is, honestly, there's the other side of this. Actually, Mike Figueroa said this on Leftist Mafia yesterday, where he was just like, yeah, I kind of long for the days where, you know, there was rainbow capitalism, because at least, like, they weren't just going the other way saying, you know, fuck them all, you know, and kind of also playing into, like, the whole burying the movement. Yeah. It's kind of, like, shitty, because, like, that made me think about it, where I was like, you know, as someone who didn't have a problem with, like, the Target selling the, like, you know, pride shirts or any of that, yeah, you know, I kind of felt like that was silly and a silly thing to fucking focus on. Like, we could have had that and just been like, okay, lame, fucking cringe or whatever the fuck. But to, like, do this, like, whole focus on it where it's just like, we don't need corporations speaking for us. It wasn't a fucking problem at all. And honestly, it was one of those things where, like, I think that you don't understand that it, like, when a kid goes to Target with their parents and they see LGBT pride stuff, it does normalize it. And that was kind of the thing that Republicans were getting freaked out about, where they're just like, don't normalize these people. And somehow, some way, they convinced a lot of the people that, you know, are LGBT or fucking would benefit from that to go, well, we don't need Target doing it.
trying to carve out their path for 2028. With a source telling NBC News Harris is, quote,
Hey, fitness game. Yo, Pep Talk CV, I got into a nuclear technician trade school. Oh,
thinking
what?
About another presidential bid.
Cool. That sounds like... It sounds like you're dealing with some pretty heavy shit there.
DNC Chair Ken Martin has been facing pressure
What
from...
if we didn't vote next term? Then Donald Trump will just continue to do what he's doing. He will likely fucking just cancel the... Like, the thing is, the complacence is the key. And I would argue that, like, questions like that kind of play into it. Where they... What Donald Trump truly wants is for all of us on the left to be completely disaffected, to where we don't protest, we don't engage, we don't do any of that. And realistically, there's no revolution. I'm sorry, there is no revolution that's going to happen. It's not going to work, because the way that they've already done the thing with the insurrection. You have enough people that are, like, not even willing to think it, because they're just like, we're better than Republicans. Like, come on.
After he first promised to release the report.
No, the thing that people, and I know that I get annoying with this shit, but you got to hear it. The thing that people don't want to do is the hard work.
And then reversed course.
And the hard work does require you to fucking eat some crow. And, like, in the situation in Maine, it's either you're voting for Collins or you can vote for Graham Plattner and take a chance to see if he's any better. But this idea that you've already, like, a lot of people have already sold themselves on, that he's already the next Fetterman, is just insane. And that's them falling for again, the psyop bullshit that always gets you to fucking somehow, some way disconnect from something that you genuinely care about. We talked about that with the downfall of BreadTube. Spread and divide. Yeah, it's a divided party. That's what they want.
Report that you wouldn't want.
Well, first off, there's no smoke.
Instead of fucking whining about this all the time, then we just put it, like, stop. Just stop. Like, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, let's get a fucking DSA candidate. If there isn't one, then we need to support the candidate that is better than her, that gets her out of office. Well, okay, well, none of these people said DSA, or none of these people said that, you know, they want socialized medicine, or blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Can we just start at getting rid of the people that already hold the fucking office? Because then they're just, it's just incumbency all over, and then it's nothing changing.
Gun in the report, and I know that's what.
Let's get Susan Collins out of office. And I'm going to do my part to contribute to that. So if you live in Maine, vote for fucking Plattner. Period. Show the fuck up. We'll worry about the rest of the shit later.
Everyone's so eager to learn it. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want.
I like how even the pod save bros were just like, you really made us look like shit on this one, dude. We defended you so hard, and now you're fucking us. Like, do you know how bad fucking Jon Favreau has to fucking feel right now, where he's just like, God damn it, I went to bat for you assholes.
I want to keep the focus on the lessons.
The DNC released the report.
It's like how I voted for Kat.
Report today after CNN obtained a copy, with Martin saying in a statement, "For full transparency, I am releasing the report as we received it. It does not meet my standards." He adds he's doing it because people need to be able to trust the Democratic Party and trust our world. NBC News has learned that Martin called DNC members today to apologize and said that the author of the report is no longer with the DNC. Joining me now is NBC News senior national politics reporter Natasha Korecki. Natasha, thanks so much for joining us. I know you have been working on this day in and day out, and you've been working your sources today. What more are you learning about what led to the decision to release the report today? Why did it take so long, Natasha?
He finally succumbed under pressure. When I say
This certainly does not foster trust.
it's DNC chair Ken Martin.
But he's not the DNC candidate. The thing is, we already got past that. Like, the DNC is actually like, they're swallowing this, where they're just like, I guess Plattner's the guy. Fuck.
One of the things that he said in a call, and we reported this earlier, one of the things he said in a call
You never voted in your life?
to some of his members today was that he could bear it. He
Yeah,
could
I'm not one of these people that would actually like get on you for that.
bear all the pressure. But what
kinda
he
get
started
it.
seeing was that potential 2028 contenders were getting asked.
But it matters. The thing is, it does matter. Like, with all of the bullshit that's out there, it is kind of like you have to break it down just from like watching years of politics or studying just the years prior and just looking at the boring stuff like the GDP, the fucking, how the economy did actually hold up, when Trump was challenged, and then how it collapsed, and then Biden took us into, the COVID thing. And like, objectively, Biden did take us back to, stability. It wasn't great, but it was stable. And,
about the autopsy, and
there's a lot in politics that's just boring, where it's just procedural. And now Trump has like done this thing where he's made it entertainment. So everybody wants that to be the thing. And that's all that. And now he kind of controls the narrative on what issues they even care about. Like, realistically, we all care about infrastructure. Infrastructure. Jesus Christ, I couldn't get that out. And we also I would like to think that we care about taxes, we care about gas prices, we care about the cost of living, housing. Like, these are things that we all seem to care about. But the second that a politician starts talking about them, people tune out. It's when he starts talking about, like, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, then everybody fucking pays attention.
became bigger than him, and it became such a distraction, and it was doing exactly what
Broader point is, we made politics entertainment, and you know what? We also simultaneously, as a movement, didn't learn that, okay, if they're going to make politics entertainment, then maybe we need entertaining people. That's why Zohran Mamdani works.
he was trying to prevent from doing. So he did release it. We also reported exclusively that Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania governor, spoke with Ken Martin last week and also pressured him. We also reported previously that Kamala Harris asked him to do it. And as you have reported, Cory Booker also called on him to release this report. So he's been under enormous amount of pressure to release this report.
Yeah, that is a mountain of pressure that you lay out there, Natasha. So you've been looking into this report throughout the day. What are the biggest takeaways here from your perspective?
Well, there are many takeaways. One of them is they started too late with the negative advertising on Trump. They didn't land the negative ads. Were not landing the way they did, but they took too long.
When he had over 2.5 years to campaign during Biden.
That was one of them.
And he hammered that shit.
There was not
Middle America was already checked out.
enough messaging coordination between the outside PAC, Future Forward, and the actual campaign. One of the biggest things that this underscored was Kamala Harris and how the White House, they faulted the White House with Biden White House with how they had prepared Kamala Harris, which was to
Yeah, because it was not part of the plan. Jesus Christ. They're still scared to be like, it's because Biden should have quit and we should have never put him there.
say they did not prepare her. And I'm going to read this part from the report.
What up, Ravy? Good to see you.
White House did not position or prepare the vice
You're
president.
well.
Had the White House explored and evaluated ways to leverage Kamala Harris earlier in the administration, perhaps it would have improved the president's standing, and it could certainly have helped prepare
Leverage her. What were you going to make her do?
her to lead.
That's such a vague answer, and they're like patting themselves on the back like, hey, we figured it out. Good for us.
The ticket.
Move on.
So all of those things played into this.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, because what's also notable, Natasha,
It's
there
what's
are some
not on
critical
it.
questions it doesn't answer, some areas that it didn't look into, like, for example,
Yeah, this is so blatant. Like, honestly, guys, like I said, this did so much more damage.
how the debate over the war in
The
the
fact that they didn't even talk about the fucking Gaza situation is insane.
Middle East
Thank
was
you.
playing out. What do you know about that, about what's missing?
And that is why this is not going to die down. This is why this is not going to be put to rest by him releasing this today. Even though people have publicly said that they were interviewed by DNC officials and the person Ken Martin put in charge of it, Paul Rivera, about Gaza, and they said that it was a material aspect to why she lost,
Yeah,
or it
was.
contributed to it. There was zero
Yeah.
mention of it in this report.
Yeah.
No mention at all. And so
As somebody who firmly believes that it wasn't the reason, it was a reason.
that a lot of people are already, up in arms about that. Where is it? Why wasn't it mentioned? So that question is going to continue to dog them as this moves forward.
I think you're absolutely right, Natasha.
Way to
Cracky,
handle
thanks
that.
for bringing us your exclusive reporting. We really appreciate it. Joining me now is our panel, Dan Merrick, a co-author of...
I'm not doing a panel. I don't give a shit. I will get TYT's take on this, though, because they're going to fucking be fiery about it.
Following the unrelenting pressure, DNC chair Ken Martin finally released an incomplete version of the so-called 2024 election autopsy, and it's missing one enormous topic, Cenk.
Yeah, it's
Oh my God, it's like they purposely want to spin out and get nothing done. I've been saying that, haven't I? It's easier for that, this is just facts. It's so much easier to be the party that's not in power. Look at the way that the Republicans did nothing, but they just complained and complained and complained, but they never made anything materially better for anybody. They never tried to reach across the aisle the way that the Democrats all pretend they try to.
missing Gaza. That's so weird. But don't worry, we'll explain. Anna.
In fact,
Lil Terabyte. Hey, how you doing?
if
Welcome
you
to the
just do
show.
a quick word search of what they did release, here are the words that will not appear in the autopsy: AIPAC, ceasefire, foreign policy, Gaza, genocide, Israel,
Jesus Christ.
Palestine. Even though the autopsy is almost 200 pages long.
Yeah,
what?
They just couldn't fit it in,
What? Oh my God, I didn't know that bit.
Well, it has nothing to do with their largest donors being pro-Israel.
At
That they didn't even look into it. Like there wasn't even a factor. But I'll tell you what I think is the real autopsy for the DNC after we tell you the receipts on this one.
Yes. So, by the way, there's a few other things that I want to mention. Issues that do not appear in the 2024 election DNC autopsy. Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election. I mean, guys, I mean, even if you're a loyalist to Israel and you don't care that the autopsy didn't touch on something that obviously hurt the Democratic Party
They're all
in the
wearing hyper-realistic masks? What are you saying, that they're aliens?
24
shut up.
election. Fine, put that aside. You can't take this autopsy seriously when it makes no mention
Fucking they live.
of Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election.
Can't just accept that this is just how power works and has always worked, but aliens, whatever, dude. No, this is just another case of you feeling like it's just none of it really, like, it all makes sense, but you don't want to accept why it all makes sense. So you'd rather just go like, nah, aliens, conspiracy theories, whatever it is, tinfoil hat bullshit. I'll buy it all because you know what? Nothing can just be as simple as these people are corrupt as shit because they have a lot of money and power.
When his brain
and they don't want to lose it.
Had melted already.
Yeah, I saw the guy on Fox.
Okay.
Yeah. It looked like he was wearing a Mission Impossible mask.
Also, the anointing of Kamala Harris without a competitive
I'm just not focusing on anything like that because I don't care.
primary, which really
Even if it is aliens, what's that going to change?
bothered me.
What are you going to do about it, fucking X-Files?
I don't know if it bothered most Democratic voters, but for me, it was a big deal because the saving grace for the Democratic Party, despite all the mistakes that were being made, was the fact that they valued the will of the people.
Oh, I know the answer. Just totally look at everything as being fantastical, not pay attention to like the things that they can change, the things that, you know, they can do in their communities to change things, whatever.
And weren't trying to throw
Wait, they're Satanist aliens? Which one is it?
elections, rig
Or is Satan an alien?
elections,
Please explain.
steal elections. They wanted to save
I'm guessing that Satan was an alien. Beelzebub seems like a very alien name.
democracy. And then they lied to the American people about Biden's mental health and then anoint Kamala Harris without giving us an opportunity to weigh in on it at all.
Yeah, they've got 4 out of the top 10 and arguably the top 3 on my list. They didn't even
bunch of dragon and fucking hobbit believing motherfuckers over here.
Touch. Then how are you going to find out what you did wrong if you go, okay, now we're not allowed to talk about the things we did wrong, so let's do an autopsy on what we did wrong. That's hilarious.
So let's get into what is included in the autopsy. And look, it was released today. I read as much of it as I could. And what I noticed is they were very hands-off when it came to Kamala Harris's mistakes, in my opinion, from what I've read. But let's get to some specific details. So the report blames the Biden team for not glazing.
That would be crazy. Oh, damn, I got the conspiracy guy to be like, oh, that's nuts.
Kamala Harris enough. They don't use the word glazing.
All
They're
right.
just trying to, you know, communicate in a way that people speak these days.
All right, let's hear about
the
it. Kinda
national
like it.
campaign. You're welcome. The national campaign
You went from bordering annoying to just like, all right, you can stay. That's funny.
did not
Satanist aliens.
effectively drive Trump's negatives.
The pentagram has been misunderstood. Technically, it was the first crop circle.
Really? And the White House did not effectively support Vice President Harris over 3.5 years to improve her standing before the candidate switch.
That's
Well,
funny.
that's because Biden had no intention to step aside and allow her to run
aliens
for president. He was planning to run for re-election all along, so why would he set her up to do well?
Yeah. To be fair, it goes further than that. So he threw her under the bus throughout.
Totally.
Like the idea that they weren't negative enough against Trump is comical, right? I mean, they've learned nothing, and this autopsy is a perfect symbol of the Democratic Party and how clueless they are today. But on the other hand, Kamala Harris did not get much support for 3.5 years from Biden.
True.
And then he made her not the border czar, but something that sounded like the border czar.
Hold on. So look, he did name her his border czar, and there's evidence of that. There are literally compilation videos of various Democratic operatives and media people referring to Kamala Harris as the border czar. Look, he set her up for failure. Obviously,
Those goth kids were under the bridge were just salients. No, technically, they were part of that vampire club from Lost Boys.
the issue of immigration is a very difficult task, and the vice president really has no power. We have to confess that's the reality of the situation, right? I mean, the real purpose of the vice president is to serve as president if something actually happens to Joe Biden or whoever is president at the time, and also to be the tie-breaking vote if it's necessary in the Senate. And so just naming someone border czar without really, with knowing that that person doesn't even have the power to do anything about it, again, sets her up for failure. But I don't want anyone to mistake what I'm saying as.
Well, come on. The Trump administration does this to a lot of unqualified people, but somehow they have the perception of success. It's almost like the one thing that they don't have is just a whole bunch of people just like going, all right, whatever.
Giving Kamala Harris a pass. I know that she only.
That's not that's a good thing. I'm saying that's a good thing.
Had 3 months
like we shouldn't just be blindly accepting this, but that's the major
run a
difference.
campaign, but she was not a great candidate.
Vampire Saliens. Yep.
For other reasons that we'll get into.
Oh my God, that's my next D&D campaign. I think we just wrote it right here. Vampire Satanist aliens.
Yeah.
Ooh. Actually, I'm not even.
The report accuses Harris of taking
Because I
too
got
much
that
for
expansion that takes us to space.
granted. So Harris wrote off rural America, assuming urban/suburban margins would compensate. Look, that is a fair critique. I just don't know if Kamala Harris campaigning in rural parts of this country would
You just have to be a changeling, but technically,
really make much of a difference. I don't know if her message would really be appealing to them. And look, the reason why I say that is because she moved away from economic.
Are you kidding me? Anna fell for the border czar thing?
Populism entirely.
Come on.
After the first month of campaigning. And that was because you had all of these, billionaires, whether it's Mark Cuban
Barbo Biatola, how you doing?
or that Reid Hoffman guy, she would say something that sounds vaguely maybe populist, and then they would jump in and be like, no. She's going to go in a completely different direction. She hates Lena Khan. She's definitely not going to hire Lena Khan to serve in her administration for sure.
Yeah. So, and they kept bragging about how 90 corporate CEOs backed her. It was a disastrous idea. Look, I have number one.
Enjoying your safety and peace.
On my list
Kudos
is Biden's
to you,
ego.
friend.
That's why we lost. So there's 9 to 10 other ones that are super important, but Biden's ego affected it in that he had dementia, was in the mid-30s in polling, had no chance of winning, but he wouldn't get out of the race. But also because of what he did to Kamala Harris, they put her in charge of the border, full well knowing that that was the least popular position that they had. This was all left over. It's not even Joe Biden. It was Jill Biden who hated Kamala Harris.
You likely saw like a fucking drone or some shit, dude. Listen, I don't believe in any of this bullshit. And the fact that the Trump administration is now using this as another distraction to try and get us to not look at a war and the Epstein files and the just the very important things that the American people should see as like the biggest scandals ever. But aliens.
For that one time that she challenged Biden during a debate, and she's like, haha, let's screw over the vice president. But the vice president might have to run for office. So what are you torpedoing your own vice president for, you egomaniacs? You totally out of control. And then.
Well, considering that both are the U stands for unidentified.
He demanded loyalty from Kamala Harris.
You've seen Satan saucers.
After she was named and became the candidate, but that's an albatross around her neck.
It absolutely was. Yeah.
So Biden's ego sunk this campaign more than anything else.
Right.
And the fact that they didn't even look into it shows you what ass kissers the leadership of the Democratic Party are, that they just cannot be honest, and they won't ever represent the voters until we get a candidate that totally cleans house in there. And so, but there's even more. So, Biden named Kamala Harris after his initial post saying that he's stepping down. He wasn't supposed to. Pelosi, him, and Obama had a deal where Pelosi and Obama were shockingly correct. They're let's have some sort of truncated primary because they knew that Kamala Harris couldn't do the job. Yep. And Biden decided to screw them over and go, you want to push me out? I'll give you the worst possible candidate.
That's right.
Yeah. Because both him and Dr. Jill Biden are the top 3 egomaniacs in the country along with Donald Trump. And they purposely sank the Democratic Party after decades of talking about unity and how you have to listen and vote blue no matter who. And they're like, oh yeah.
I might have disagreed with this before the autopsy, but oh boy.
Yeah, let's give him Trump again.
I'm sick of all politicians. I'm pretty sure we all are, man.
They're telling us that Trump would destroy the country.
But politicians are important. Having a representative democracy is for the 250 years that we've been doing this, it's not perfect, but it's also not the worst thing. It's not the worst system that humanity has concocted, okay?
They helped Trump to win the election. I got more on Kamala and others later, but.
On top of the fact that in the 250 years, it's not like it just stagnated from its foundation.
That was number 1.
So this one, all right, let me read this and then you tell me what you think, because I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I've been thinking about it.
The thing that really changed all of this was Citizens United. It literally single-handedly changed this overnight.
A lot today. The Harris campaign appears to have relied on Trump being unacceptable rather than building an affirmative case for Harris. No, actually, I do agree with this entirely. Base voters needed reasons to vote for Harris as well as against Trump. I think that that's completely right. I think the Democratic Party has always seen Donald Trump as a
Little Terabyte, where are you from? You from the States? If you can vote, what's your voting interest?
Unacceptable.
What would get you to just get out and do it?
Politician or candidate. And they have leaned too heavily into
attacking
him without really giving Americans something to vote for. I mean, we've been saying this, guys, since 2016, starting with Hillary Clinton's campaign. We get that Trump bad. We get it. Okay, Democratic voters are already there. But remember, you're trying to appeal to independent voters, and we just had 4 years of Biden's administration where inflation was an issue, the border was an issue. There was all sorts of issues. So Kamala Harris.
Border was barely an issue. Can we stop with this bullshit?
Give us something to vote for. How are you going to be different?
If anybody can actually put together like a well thought out explanation on how immigration was impacting me personally, then please, by all means, not just a whole bunch of buzzwords or buzz lines and fucking like platitudes. I want actual data.
What is the experience going to be under your administration versus the Biden administration? And yeah, you want to do attack ads against Trump, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you got to give people in the middle or the.
Last time I checked the data, because I live in a state that like I do in Chicago, having them here paying the taxes, because this is where a lot of people just miss it. Like if you have a sales tax, they're paying the sales tax. Anything they buy pays the sales tax. It's a contribution to the economy.
The independent voters a reason to support you. Otherwise, they're not going to show up to the polls.
Yeah.
And in this case, they actually thought Trump's, campaigning was more effective, and they showed up to vote for him overwhelmingly.
Yeah. So look. At this point, if you haven't figured out that Trump bad is
U.S. politics seems similar to African pure comedy.
Not enough to get a vote. I mean, you're just hopeless, right? And will they run a similar campaign next time if an establishment Democrat is the?
It's all ridiculous, man. This is why I try not to take it fucking seriously, like too seriously. I take it seriously, just like I can laugh at this shit. And
candidate, of course, absolutely.
For the most part,
whoever it is that they're running against, they'll say that person bad.
Sales taxes suck. No, they don't. Sales taxes, listen. They only suck if you don't know where your taxes are going. Like, I happen to live in a city where all I have to do is go to our websites and I can see where the majority of my county and my state taxes are allocated. Now, I'm one of those fucking nerds that does that because, yes, my property taxes, they did raise.
Now, wait, we have deeply popular policies. You look at populistplank.com, those are all left-wing Democratic policies.
But the thing is, I like living in a city. I like being around people. And honestly, I like having the things that I have.
All of them poll over 2/3. So where's the question? Why don't you run an affirmative campaign saying, I'm for paid family leave? I'm with 84% of Americans who want moms to take 12 weeks off after they have a baby, right? Well, you don't run that campaign because 90 corporate CEOs are.
Sales taxes are regressive and they suck.
On your side, and they told you to never do any of the.
I've seen how other states without them make it. It all gets made up somewhere, though. Like you live in Florida, right? You guys. You get charged way more on like your prescriptions and a whole bunch of shit than we do.
Policies that you state. And in fact, they will bribe you to make sure that you don't do any of your popular policies. And then afterwards, you're like, oh, I don't know why we lost. We didn't emphasize.
This is why libertarian, like when I was even like part of like the Ron Paul shit when I always was unpopular with like that contingent of people because I would always be like, nah, I can see how taxes work.
Is any of our popular
Are they too high? Yes. Do we overtax? Yes, absolutely.
Policies. I mean, if you're going to be literally that.
There needs to, like, I would say that there needs to be reform overall, like state and federal, where we can all kind of. Oh, okay. This would have to be done cities first, though. Like, depending on population density. God damn it, it's kind of how it is.
Stupid. It's not. Fuck. That's how you. And guys, they didn't just lose to like an amazing politician. They lost to a guy that is barely double digits in IQ.
Yeah.
And a guy who was deeply, deeply corrupt, one of the most corrupt men in American history. They lost to him anyway. That's what happens when you purposely run the most miserable campaigns you could possibly imagine.
We have the highest sales taxes. No, you don't.
Right. So, okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. We're not going to get
not by a long shot
into every nook and cranny of the report. But the part that I thought was well done for the most part was, hey, you need to move away from identity politics and focus on economic messaging. And that's exactly right. I'm sorry. The identitarian stuff.
Yeah, I will actually say that.
Divides people.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous.
Fractures the Democratic base. It makes them obsessed with how different they are.
I hate that I'm agreeing this much with them.
Or how they should be treated differently than other groups of people. It's not helpful. When you focus on economic issues, you're focusing on improving the lives of everyone. That is an appealing message.
And that's why you need to sell like the wealth tax a little bit better too. Where like I keep saying, they always do this thing where they're afraid to tax like the very, very highest echelon first. Where this is why a lot of people do kind of see it where they're like, oh, well, if we do vote for this, then it is going to fall back on us.
Essentially what they're trying to say here. So And they also say male
It's like Clinton bullshit all over again.
voters require direct engagement.
No, this report is bullshit. It was made by AI. What was?
The gender gap can be narrowed.
What, the DNC autopsy was made by AI? I could see that.
Deploy male messengers, address economic concerns, and don't assume identity politics will hold male voters of color. And that was demonstrably true in the last presidential election, right? Where you had a larger share of black male voters, unfortunately, voting for Donald Trump. And so the identity politics that Barack Obama engaged in trying to essentially, I don't know, like bully black young men into voting for Kamala Harris, that didn't work. In fact, that came across as incredibly insulting.
Yeah, look, so I'm going to get into my autopsy in a second, but it could also be summarized in the establishment hates real voters, so they run campaigns based on what they like rather than what the voters want. And it's not complicated. In fact, I'll prove that to you right now. So first off, to Anna's point, there's a poll that just came out. Do you think that the Democratic Party should move further left or towards the center? Now, people always ask that question in a nonsensical way. Wait, what do you mean left, right? So this poll, on the other hand, did a good job, to be fair to them, and it's New York Times Siena poll. And they broke it down. Move to the left in general, only 25% said move to the left.
Really?
18% said don't move in either direction, and 52% said move to the center. But wait.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Really? They said move to the center?
Which issues?
That's important.
Right. So on crime, they said don't move to the left, move to the center. On immigration, don't move to the left, move to the center. On economic issues, wait a minute, now totally split, right? And it depends on what you mean by left. That's a little bit more complicated, but economic populism does poll well. So now that's very different than the other issues. Transgender issues, don't move left, move to the center. And by the way, a lot of them say keep where you are, okay? Finally, this is the most important one. On healthcare, it says move to the left, go to the left, okay? Now why?
The thing is, if we can prove that like the healthcare thing works, like this is the whole selling ideas thing. And like this is, if we're going to play this game of decorum and, you know, not doing the Trump shit of getting everybody riled up and fucking, you know, in fear mongering mode and like doing the mental manipulation tactics that they obviously employ, then they have to win with fucking actual good policy that delivers, period. And we start with healthcare. If we try to like, even if we try to like do the three, like, because in politics they have like the whole big three method, I don't think that'll work. Like, especially now when people are really feeling this, unless they have like something tentative that will definitely lower prices like immediately.
Because all the different categories we read to you where Democratic voters say don't move to the left are culture war issues. They're like, we don't want, I got it on the culture wars. I'm done with it.
The thing is, the culture war issues don't really like, so think of it this way. The culture war issues only gain steam when you have assholes out there like being like, they're shoving it down our throats, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But we're not out there fucking saying that they're shoving religion down our throats and we're fucking fighting against that as arduously as they were. Like, this is kind of my point about how, like, if there's one thing they're good at, it's getting their fucking base riled up.
I don't want you to move further left, okay? Economic issues, yes, for God's sake, move further left, because we're getting nothing. So now two more things to back it up. New York Times, more than 80% of the party's backers
can't clean up the GOP's mess, leave it and run their agenda.
The political and economic system.
Well, again, they could technically, like, with the healthcare, with like providing actual substantive like fucking bills and or ideas that would bring about economic change for people that would benefit them.
Should be torn down entirely or needed major changes. And nearly 90% called the economic system unfair.
I jump in it.
Now, see, if you said to a cable news anchor, hey, should we tear down the system entirely?
There's that little bit of communism still in Anna, just that teeny weeny bit.
Entirely. Who thinks that? They would say, oh, the radical left, maybe 2%.
If she ever had it to begin with.
The population, very unpopular, right? And the real number is 80%.
God, I remember when she was like pretty far like on the left and like she was about this kind of, you know, base politics. But
people in Washington and on television are not connected to real human beings at all.
Make it any less annoying.
They have no idea what's going on. Okay, now this is the one that's going to really get under their skin. Nearly 3/4 of Democratic supporters now oppose military aid to Israel, up from 45% 3 years ago.
Plato, that's pretty stupid.
So I was literally talking to a TV producer before I came on the show. And they were like, well, don't you think that this is going to, you know, cause the Democratic Party to become more unpopular? I'm like, why? 75% is popular. And 61% of the country says we shouldn't give any military aid to Israel anymore, and that they have a negative view of Israel. So how would it be unpopular to be popular? But in their minds, they're like, must serve Israel, must serve Israel, must serve corporate donors, right? Well, that's why you're losing.
So,
Okay, we fucking solved this by campaigning on getting money out of politics. Period.
Can I just jump in?
Saying that a lot tonight, but seriously, money out of politics, then healthcare. Okay, maybe we can do the big three.
Because Khanna just posted this on X, and
what would
I'm
the
going to be
big
honest with you
third one
guys.
be?
After 2024, my distaste for the Democratic Party overall grew so significantly that I didn't want to listen to Democrats. I don't want to hear Democrats. By the way, I've never been a fan of the Republican Party either. So I was just kind of floating in no man's land and just very cynical about all politicians. But Khanna has really grown on me, mostly because of the fact that he is willing to get the job done. And if that means working with someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene to get the Epstein files released, or Thomas Massie to get the Epstein files released, he will do it, because getting those files released is more important
Oh, here we go with the AOC bit.
than signaling his purity in denying, Marjorie Taylor Greene or Massie in doing this type of work. Now, with that said, here's what he said about the DNC
Number 3, free ice cream.
autopsy, and this is why he's growing on me. There is not a single mention of Gaza in the 192-page DNC autopsy report. As someone who campaigned in Michigan and Wisconsin, let me tell you, one of the main reasons we lost was our blank check to Israel while they committed genocide. Our party must put human rights first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the right statement. That's the right statement.
Yeah, and by the way, both Khanna and Tom Massie have talked about this. Why weren't there more Democrats involved in trying to get the Epstein files released in the beginning, especially when they all voted for it eventually? So why weren't they all there in the beginning? Because in the beginning, they all insisted that it be partisan and that
Let's be real, because a lot of the people they were going after, Trump's friends, were also donors.
only talk about Trump. And
Like, I'm getting a little tired of the fact that everybody's also trying to make this partisan when it comes to who's in the Epstein files, when realistically, like, when they say donors, right? I always think back to Sam Bankman-Fried and how we found out through those public records that he was donating to both Republican and Democrat, both DNC and RNC. So they're all playing us, folks.
The Republicans.
I didn't know that.
And Khanna said, no, we're going to release all of the files. We're not going to make it partisan. And we have to reach out to the other side and have a real coalition. He dragged the
Yeah, it's the elite, not left versus right. Yeah.
entire party.
I keep saying that. It's top versus bottom.
Over to there, which wound up helping Democrats a lot, right? It hurt Trump.
Which phrasing?
A lot. But they had to be dragged there kicking and screaming.
That's crazy. Wow.
Okay. So now, look, let me do my real autopsy for you guys, because it'll give you a sense of what they could have done instead. So number 1 on my list, you'll be surprised where Gaza is, by the way, on my list. So number 1 is Biden's ego. I explained it already. Number 2 is Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate. They didn't even talk about that. She couldn't speak in clear sentences. If you can't speak in clear sentences, you're going to lose the election, right? I mean, we were just ignoring this giant elephant in the room. Number 3, they didn't have any real primary. They would push out any candidate that had any chance of winning and anoint the worst possible candidate. If you don't have competition to see who your best candidate is, you're going to pick a bad candidate. Number 4 is they wouldn't do the huge podcast interviews. Well, you're literally giving up hundreds of millions of dollars in free media because you're saying, I'm so unpopular that if I spoke to people for an hour or 3 hours, they would like me less. So I'm just not even going to talk to them. Well, then you shouldn't be the candidate, period, period, period, period. If you're going to give away hundreds or millions, maybe billions of dollars in free media because you're worried you're too incompetent to run and too unlikable, then don't run. And we definitely shouldn't pick you. Number 5, Harris kept bragging about the corporate CEOs that were on her side. You couldn't, and she ditched all of her economically populist policies that were really popular in the beginning. And that actually, she took the lead with those policies and with Tim Walz, and then she dropped them because of the moronic consultants who told her, no, Americans love corporate CEOs. Number 5, she kept.
Yeah, but that's again, why is it that these politicians, they can't just, I don't know, not have those consultants even in the fucking room anymore? This is where, and if they're going to, then they need to have a mixed bag.
Sorry, that was
this is insane how we've let consultant class also fucking rule where we go.
5. 6 is she should have pointed out that Trump's a warmonger, and
which
all of his
consultant
backers
class, i.e. fucking lobbyists,
wanted him to support Israel's wars. Instead, she's like, I love Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. I'm the real warmonger. Oh,
I'm tired of these people pretending Kamala was a bad communicator and couldn't speak clearly. She was all right, but the problem was she kept saying the same damn bullshit.
That was deeply problematic. Number 7 was the border. Number 8 is the cultural war issues. I have embracing Israel all the way down at number 9 because not because it's not important, but because the other 8 were so monumentally important.
Yeah, they are.
Right?
They were, absolutely.
So, but yes, she purposely chose the unpopular position on Israel because her donors demanded that she hurt her campaign to support Israel over Democratic voters' actual positions. Finally, listening to any Democratic consultant will get you a loss.
Get them out.
Yeah, those Democratic consultants are utter losers. They've lost almost every major election, and they just keep getting rehired and rehired. Oh, what moronic opinion do you have for me? So And I threw in a bonus one in social media. Number 11 is, go to a cocktail party in Washington, listen to what everyone's saying, and do the exact opposite. Because if you listen to what they're saying, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
They have no idea how elitist they are and how unbearable they are and how their opinions are diametrically opposed to the opinions of the American people. Every time.
And also, like, I always think about it, like, I know this is kind of reducing this to a silly Marvel show, but they have this pretty good story arc where the Lieutenant Mayor, James Gandolfini's kid, he was working for the Kingpin, and he was kind of feeding information to this reporter. And they also like kind of showed another aspect of things where it was like bumping elbows with all like the political elites, like the governor and everything. Like, as far as a political drama, this last season of Daredevil was fucking fire. It was great all around, in my opinion, but you know, a little biased. But my overall point is that they did a really good job of showing how these backroom deals come about and how a public facing, you know, or having a public facing like feud is almost part of it, where then they're all like, oh, well, I object to you, and MTG, oh, you're just one of these stupid Republicans, and AOC, you're just a stupid leftist, where the second those doors close, they give each other a big old hug and just, you know, how's the family? You know, like it trust me, like I said, pro wrestling, it's all fucking pro wrestling. Again, that's not fair. Like, I know that you're trying to be funny and all that, but realistically, my problem with Kamala, as far as a communicator, was the fact that she tried to use the same bullshit over and over and over and never changed it. And I heard a lot of excuses for that, where it was just like, well, yeah, because she needs to sell her her agenda, and she needs to sell what she's about, and blah, blah, blah. So it needs to be clear, concise, and she's got to be repetitive. It's like, she could have been repetitive without reading the same goddamn script. Like, I was covering her ascension, essentially, like where I was covering all of her rallies. By the third or fourth one, I got sick of hearing the same speech, like to the point where I was like, okay, well, here comes the fucking buzz line. Oh, there it is. You know, it was super disingenuous. And then by like the fourth one, I noticed that I'm like, oh, she hasn't been talking about healthcare for all at all. Like, she used it for like, I think maybe 2 or 3 events, and then just poof, completely gone. All right. Ex-Epstein assistant names new names. This is huge news that is not getting enough attention. So let's go into it.
We have new details this morning about the House Oversight Committee's interview of longtime Jeffrey Epstein assistant Sarah Kellen.
I would have gotten another guy on this story.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says Kellen.
And if this is his normal voice, I'm sorry, he has absolutely no business breaking news to you.
Kellen provided 3 new names of alleged abusers in Epstein's.
Like, I want to turn my volume down. He's like itching my ears, man.
Network. In 2007, federal prosecutors labeled her a potential Epstein co-conspirator, but Kellen told congressional investigators that she is an abuse survivor herself. CNN's Annie Grayer is in Washington. Now, Annie, you spoke to Comer after that closed-door interview. Tell us, what did he say?
I still get the obsession with like the idea of putting tampons in men's bathrooms. Number one, what's so weird about it? Ooh, ladies' products.
Yeah, Danny, this is some of the most candid
you guys
that
are
I've
fucking weird, and also you're horrible partners. Like, dude, you're one of those guys that probably wouldn't pick up tampons for your wife because, you know, you're a fucking scaredy boy.
heard from Chairman Comer, and that he said Kellen provided them with really substantive information that's providing them with potential new leads to go down and new names of potential alleged abusers for them to look into. Now, this interview happened behind closed doors, and Comer is not revealing the names of the 3 individuals, but he says that his committee is going to be working to release this transcript of the closed-door interview as quickly as possible. Take a listen to how he framed it all to us yesterday.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She gave us 3 names of people that were involved in abuse. These were new names for us. So we'll be releasing the transcript as quickly as possible.
Can you share the names of those abusers now?
We'll get them as quickly as possible, and it's still going on, so I don't want to do that. But You'll find out very soon.
Why do I have a feeling that this is like one of those, like, we have to make sure that this isn't going to fire back on us?
Now, Kellen is considered a controversial figure in Epstein's orbit because, as you mentioned,
Yeah, technically she's just as guilty.
she was listed as a potential co-conspirator
co-conspirator.
back in 2007. But in her closed-door interview yesterday, she laid out in great detail how she was actually a victim of Epstein's abuse. And we received her opening statement to see those specifics there. And she was asked a lot of questions about her experience as a victim of Epstein's abuse. She was also asked about her views on Ghislaine Maxwell, who is Epstein's co-conspirator, currently serving prison time. And she was asked what her views were on Maxwell and if Maxwell should be moved to a lower security prison. Kellen said no, according to a Democrat in the room. She was also asked if she believed that Maxwell should receive a presidential pardon. And Kellen also said that she didn't believe that either. Now,
Why are we asking her that?
All of this gives the committee a lot.
What the fuck, dude? This is the media trying to get us to be okay with them pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. I swear to God.
Lot of new
it's going to happen, and then nothing's going to happen because nobody does anything about anything anymore.
Information to look at, but at least one Democrat
Because
in
we're
the
all
room,
suffering
Raja
and we're too hungry to fucking care.
Krishnamurthy, told reporters after that while Kellen was forthcoming in some areas, because she was in the room voluntarily, she didn't have to answer all of the committee's questions. And because she has so much potential information for the committee, they may consider wanting to
these people
call her back
trust me.
under subpoena. But a lot of information for the committee to go through before their next big interview with former Attorney General Pam Bondi next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot indeed. Fascinating developments. Sandy Greer, thank you for that great reporting. Really do.
God, this is so weird.
Appreciate it.
Let me ask.
And also, come on, CNN. You didn't have somebody that you could pull in and be like, hey, maybe not today there, guy.
You about something else that happened today that I know is very important to you, and that is
Who's suffering? The American people.
the testimony we heard.
Oh, are you one of those that, like, you're an American, but you're doing okay? So that means by you doing okay, that means everybody else must be?
To Sarah Kellen, Jeffrey.
Yeah, you know what we call you? Part of the problem.
Epstein's assistant for 15 years. She says.
And then on top of it, I kind of break my moral code where I say, I kind of hope that you do.
She's one of Epstein's victims as well. Now, you were in a closed-door deposition with her today.
Americans aren't suffering. Bro, go to your local gas station right now, and you actually might accidentally make some good content if you do this. Go ask them what they think.
Okay, so you
or do you not have the balls to do that because you know that everybody is pissed?
Heard the questions, you heard the answers. I know that among other things, she shared with your committee 3 names that are new names, Congressman Khanna, that she says are tied to the abuse of young girls. What more can you tell us?
I think that's the transient fool theory, Pep.
Tonight.
Well, I believe her. These 3 men assaulted her. I don't want to say the specific names, but I will leave it as one is a business person, politician, and other 2 were celebrities. And it shows how broad this Epstein class is of men who either assaulted, abused, trafficked with young girls and with women. And that's why we need justice. This was not just Epstein. This was not Maxwell acting alone. This was powerful men who abused women who are still out free and haven't faced justice.
Yep.
Can I just ask you a question about these names? Were they, you're saying they were new, right? So presumably they're not names that we've seen mentioned in the files. Were you surprised or shocked when you heard their names?
They were not people familiar to me. They are a prominent politician and 2 celebrities. I'm sure eventually the names will come out. But the point is that these are prominent people who assaulted her. And she didn't want to say who assaulted some of the other girls. She felt that could implicate her, but we need to follow up with her under oath to see what she knew about the other men who were abusing the other girls.
All right, so on that point, let me ask you something, because obviously you're talking about the abuse she endured herself, which is horrific. She said she spent years being sexually and psychologically abused by Epstein, and she said in the statement we understand today, and I'll read from it, Congressman, I want this committee to know that the abuse happened on average on a weekly basis and was at times violent. It included an occasion in Palm Beach when he trapped me in the gym by lowering the metal hurricane shutter, blasted the music so loud no one could hear, choked me, and violently raped me. Now, Congressman,
Jesus Christ.
I've been watching some of the back and forth on your committee, and that there were questions on whether she was a victim or also an accomplice in her role as an assistant and what she was doing for Epstein vis-a-vis other girls. You were in the room, right? You saw her. You heard her testimony. You watched her body language. You heard her voice. How do you navigate that fine line?
I believe she's a victim. Look, this happened with a number of survivors where they were raped, they were abused, they were trapped.
Pep talks. Do you play pool better while a few beers in or completely sober? A few beers in.
And then at a young age, to save themselves,
I'm one of those guys. I'm kind of shit when I'm sober.
They may
Same with bowling.
Have assisted Epstein in recruiting other girls.
Man, you get one or two brews, yeah, I'm good. I can't take it too far, obviously, so you got to pace yourself.
Or may have assisted Epstein just to prevent the abuse on them. I view all of those as victims of Epstein, and I view her as a victim who faced horrific rape and assault.
Police investigating the former Prince Andrew are renewing their call for anyone with information to come forward. They also say they are reaching out to a woman who claims that she was taken to an address in Windsor for, quote, sexual purposes. Now, the brother of King Charles was arrested in February on suspicion of misconduct in public office. That followed the release of the Epstein files, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The former prince denies any allegations of wrongdoing. Let's get you to London and to CNN's royal correspondent, Max Foster. Good to have you, Max. British police do appear to be
Gee, a little too fun with saying that.
broadening their misconduct investigation. They are calling it, as I understand, complex. What's the latest as we understand it?
Well, it's complex because it's a complex charge. So this misuse of the position effectively is actually quite broad. So they're saying it's not a broadening of the investigation. It's always looked at abuse of position. So that would have stretched from sharing documents, but also to potentially allegations or suggestions of sexual abuse as well. But they've put out this statement because they want to make everyone aware of the breadth of this investigation and effectively to call for more witnesses as well. They do talk about a case they are looking at in 2010, but they haven't, and they've reached out to the woman involved, but they haven't spoken to her. They're really putting out the message that if you have any complaints, do bring them into this investigation. In terms of the complexity, Becky, it's because they've clearly found a lot of files and documentation that they're going through. So it's become large. We know that they've been going through, they took Andrew's computers, for example. So presumably more information is coming to light, but they are saying
And just like that. That's one of your dumber takes there.
Investigation hasn't changed. It was all
Mega Right Jim. Hello from Britain. Hello, Mega Right Jim.
He's broad.
Are you on the Mega Right?
And they're just reminding the public of how broad it is.
He's like, I am Mega Right Wing.
Is and for any witnesses
Ultra Mega
to come forward. Andrew denying any wrongdoing, of course.
CNN is so boring. Yeah.
Documents relating to Mountbatten Windsor's appointment as British trade envoy back in 2001, I think both of us will remember that, have been released now. He was never formally vetted. That's...
Nah, moderate. It's a channel, bro.
You know, one of the sort of key takeouts.
Well, welcome to the show. I appreciate having you here.
From this. How
Thank you
significant
for,
is that?
popping by.
And what else do these documents
double tap,
reveal?
guys. Come on.
Well, he wasn't vetted.
Sub to the channel if you're enjoying the content too.
That no one else was considered, but also that there were officials asking the question, does he have the right experience for this when he's just come out of the Navy? Of course, at the time, there was no knowledge of any relationship that he had with Epstein. I think one of the headlines that's really grabbed attention here in the UK is that through these documents, we learned that the Queen pushed for Andrew to get this position, and perhaps the government capitulated to that.
God, this is so many words and so many talking heads just to be like, yeah, the royals were involved in some pretty shady shit. Surprise!
Queen was allowed to do that. She wouldn't have expected any of these documents to become public. They have become public now. It was a government decision, so now pressure back on the government as to why they effectively gave Andrew this shoe-in position and didn't consider anyone else. He did have a relative who was previously in the position.
Andrew needs to pay for his crimes. Yeah, all these guys do.
And those defending the decision are also pointing out that royals
Andrew
are already cleared to work on trade work already because of their broader role. But it does shed more light on how he got this position, which is really at the center of many of the Epstein allegations.
Hey, that's the government. You're not, nobody is.
Hovering around him.
We're joined now by Eric.
But I can see that you're trying to do like a little Fed posting there. So, yeah, you're the only one saying that in chat.
Eric Fudali.
You're the only one saying that. And you're my transcripts will also say that you're the only one saying that.
An attorney who represents 11 Epstein accusers. Eric, thanks for coming back on the program. I wonder how, as you're looking at this reporting, how the decision is aging, that desire.
Who still cares about any of this? Oh, my
of the
God.
Queens to have Andrew in this role.
Is this your like way of being an edgelord where you're just like, who the fuck cares about a systematic cabal of pedos, even though, yeah, that should be something you care about.
And his
Jesus Christ, black-pilled people are fucked up.
Apparent placement in it without vetting.
They got nothing but just being a pain in the ass to everybody else that, you know, is kind of a like quasi-normal human being.
Well, it's certainly not aging well, given what we know about Prince Andrew, or former Prince Andrew, and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship, you know, to sort of frame it some way, right? We absolutely know that Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein were very closely aligned, spent a lot of time together. And of course, there's been very salacious allegations against Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, for which he actually, the reporting is that he actually settled the case for a substantial amount of money. So it has certainly not aged well. And really the relationship between former Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein is something that I think continues to need to be investigated. I appreciate that there's been some level of perhaps accountability in Great Britain with his brief arrest, but I still think that there needs to be a lot more investigation, tough questions, and looking into what former Prince Andrew did alongside with Jeffrey Epstein and what actually their relationship entailed.
Today, the House Oversight Committee is interviewing Sarah Kellen, a longtime Epstein assistant, a potential co-conspirator. That's how Florida federal prosecutors considered her as they investigated Epstein almost 20 years ago. But Chairman Comer said they're split, the committee is, on whether to treat her as a victim or a perpetrator. How are you looking at this?
Split as well. I think that's a fair assessment of it. This is a very, very complicated case. Now, I obviously cannot speak to the specific details of Ms. Kellen's relationship or what she actually did alongside Jeffrey Epstein. What I can say generally, however, is that Jeffrey Epstein was a master manipulator. And he was very adept and very good at manipulating those very people who he had power over, and also other powerful people to doing whatever he wanted. Now, again, Ms. Kellen, of course, was an adult and she can make her own, she has to be accountable for her own decisions. But I can say generally that Jeffrey Epstein did victimize a lot of women and did also manipulate a lot of those victims into helping him facilitate finding other victims. So yeah, I agree that this is sort of very split. It is a very complicated case as to how this interview is approached. What I will say is not complicated is that she may be a source of information. She is someone who was very close to Jeffrey Epstein for a long period of time, especially after 2008, the sweetheart deal. She continued to be associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And I think it's very important to learn what she saw and perhaps even who she saw closely aligned with Jeffrey Epstein after 2008. Because remember, after 2008, despite the fact that he got a very sweetheart deal, Jeffrey Epstein was a registered sex offender, and that was public knowledge. So I hope the committee uses her interview as a means of getting actual information about who continued to closely align themselves, closely associate with, and hopefully perhaps even closely facilitate a registered public sex offender.
Comer also reinforced that former Attorney General Pam Bondi will be in for an interview next week. There is not going to be, there will be, I should say, a transcript. There's not going to be video of this. Does this interview have utility for victims?
I'd love to say yes. Unfortunately, given the way basically every single thing, every single aspect of this has been handled by the DOJ, by this administration, I don't have high hopes. Remember last time Pam Bondi was in front of Congress as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein, she basically put on like an hour-long temper tantrum with zero information, where she just had these rehearsed, insults to hurl back at the congresspersons who were asking her questions. She couldn't even look at the survivors in the eye, couldn't even pretend to have even a shred of empathy for what the survivors and the victims of Jeffrey Epstein have been through. Nope. So I actually intend to probably be in DC for this hearing or for this interview. I think it should be open. I think it should be under oath. I think it should be videotaped. I think the public should be able to see Pam Bondi answer these questions. Unfortunately, that's not where we're going to get. I will take what we can get, and I at least think an interview with her, a transcribed interview with her, is better than nothing. But it's not nearly enough.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we get the transcript, All right, so this one's at 1.2 or 1.5 because I can't play the segment otherwise, but yeah, here's the end of Late Night.
If you're just tuning into the Late Show,
or the
you
Late
missed
Show.
a lot.
Stop.
Tonight is our final broadcast from the Ed Sullivan Theater, where we were lucky enough to be here for the last 11 years. Yes. All right, that was.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll miss doing first drafts where I show the final
You did
draft.
better than Conan.
And then show the playfully wrong first draft. So we made one for tonight. This one's pretty nice. This isn't goodbye, it's see you later. Yes. But the first draft said, this isn't goodbye. How do you start an OnlyFans?
So you may have heard there was some speculation that the Pope might be Colbert's final.
Yeah, there's no fucking
guest. Stephen, a devout Catholic, of course.
There's no love lost on this guy. Fuck him.
Well, they got as close.
I think that everybody can agree that that dipshit who just said that Epstein was innocent is, that's an easy ban.
They could to the Pope last night.
Try not to go right to banning people, but
interview, my guest tonight is not just perfect. He is in fact infallible. Please welcome all the way from Vatican.
Stephen.
What? What are you doing? I'm trying to introduce the Pope.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Pope won't come out of his dressing room.
What? Why not?
Well, we didn't read his whole rider, and evidently we got him the wrong snacks. He's pretty mad.
But he asked for hot dogs. We got him hot dogs. Let me talk to him. Put him up. Your Holiness, please come out. Leo, please. We got a show.
No way, Colbert. You call that a Chicago dog? Pope don't play like that. Leo, out.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The Pope, who was definitely my guest tonight, has canceled. And did we already send the other stars away? Yeah, I think we already sent the other stars away. This is terrible. Well, who's going to be my last guest now? Hey, Steve, what about me? Paul, you be my perfect last.
Okay, so he had, Paul McCartney on, Bruce Springsteen, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I didn't realize that this was just breaking it all down. All right, fuck this. Well, it's the end of Late Night. He didn't really cover much of anything as far as his future. He'll probably, have a nice cushy gig as a podcast host or doing something, whatever. The jokes are so milquetoast. The thing is, now that he's out of this, he doesn't have to follow that format. They almost did him a favor. And yeah, Byron Allen ain't gonna fucking move the needle. I don't know what the fuck they are thinking. I don't know. This was a bad business move. Apparently they're not trying to make money anymore. Now they're just trying to remain loyal to the regime. That's it. And Ellison was just like, I'll pump billions into this. It doesn't matter if it fails. I don't know, man. This isn't great for anybody. I don't care what your politics are. This is just fucking blatantly bad, but whatever. On to the next.
Let's start with a very simple, straightforward question for Donald Trump, shall we? Are you losing control of the Senate, Mr. President?
God, this guy sucks.
Are you losing control of the Senate, sir? Are you losing control of the Senate, Senate Republican? I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I know. And the answer is yes. Losing, gone. Donald Trump is absolutely losing control, folks, and the Senate knows it. Literally at the same moment Trump was answering the question in the Oval Office, his acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was on Capitol Hill trying to convince Republican senators that Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund is actually a great idea. He even sent along a little one-page fact sheet before he got there. And get this.
All right, Porgy. That was a good way of putting that. All right.
The document included a note saying that Republican senators themselves could apply to receive a little cash. Y'all get a little piece of this too. In other words, Trump and his attorney general seem to be dangling the idea of a financial payoff for a few senators ahead of that meeting. But despite that little carve out, this slush fund is so politically toxic that even Republicans want nothing to do with it. Multiple news outlets are now reporting that the 90-minute meeting between Blanche and Senate Republicans was a complete disaster. Punchbowl News called it incredibly tense and hostile. CNN called it a Republican revolt. And Semaphore reports
I like the guest that came out and said, fuck Trump. Was that Jon Stewart?
That the meeting was described as an absolute shit show by two people.
Who also, again, so much but teased that he's thinking about doing this. He's actually thinking about it. Like, can he just do it? Because do you understand how quickly the DNC would fold like that?
Well, briefed on it, and that's saying.
You know how they said that Obama didn't need the DNC? He doesn't either.
According to Punchbowl, more than 20 Republican senators spoke out against the president's.
And also, goddamn, that'd be so funny to watch Trump shit his pants, because that is a legit fucking like opponent. Like, ooh.
Slush fund. So, folks, when
a comedian that's well-spoken, that actually knows about these issues and also actually fights for the people? Whoa.
Time you heard 20
God
Republicans say anything to oppose Donald Trump or what he's done. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski told Politico that the White House had dropped a bomb on Senate Republicans. Republican Senator Susan Collins told CNN she could not support it. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy said he could not see, quote, any legal precedent for the fund.
Notice how they're all essentially on the outs.
Republican Senator John Curtis told the Wall Street Journal, I don't like the fund at all. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, said in a statement, quote, so the nation's top law enforcement official is asking for a slush fund to pay people who assault cops? Utterly stupid, morally wrong. Take your pick.
Mitch McConnell, good old crypt keeper.
Senator Ron Johnson had
crypt
words.
Keeper. Oh my God.
The president is
Rebecca Green. Look at you popping up over on Twitter or Twitch. God damn it, I'm getting better about it. Thank you for following over there, and I'm sorry that your YouTube's not working well. That sucks.
Well, telling CNN, somebody described it as a galactic blunder, and I think that's probably true. And even Trump's number one bootlicker, Senator Lindsey Graham,
check this out. You get access to these
bring
now.
himself to get fully on board. He told Politico, quote, conceptually, I understand.
And then if you become a member or if you sub,
I think we need
then
to
you
ask
can
more
do
questions.
this.
End quote. When Lindsey Graham has questions, you've got problems. And then there was this from Republican Senator Tom Tillis.
This guy.
I think it's stupid on stilts. Why? Because it will invariably put us in a position where your taxpayer dollars and my taxpayer dollars could potentially compensate someone who assaulted.
Yes, and I'm sorry that you guys don't want to hear this, especially if you're Republicans, but the way that they're spending money right now with the fucking raising the deficit and just all of these fucking passion projects from Trump, it's gonna raise your fucking taxes.
A police officer.
There's no other choice. Where else do you think this revenue's coming from?
Admitted their guilt, got convicted, got pardoned, and now we're going to pay them for that? That's absurd. The American people are going to reject this out of hand. When you take money from me to give to a purpose that I vehemently disagree with, that's tyranny.
Well, I guess we finally reached the point where a sitting Senate Republican is ready to call this tyranny. Better late than never, I guess. And look, we don't know exactly what Todd Blanche said to those senators to make them so upset about all of this. But what we do know is that when he talks about the whole thing publicly, it's not that very convincing.
Would you be okay with people who were convicted of hurting police getting taxpayer money?
Just to be clear, people that hurt police get money all the time.
Yeah, but somehow the right is better at convincing these idiots that they're somehow on their side with it while they're simultaneously taking money from them.
Wouldn't the average taxpayer respond and say, okay, but why is that now my problem? Why do my tax?
The thing is, and I'm going to just say it, and it's probably going to be a little unpopular, the right recognizes how dumb Americans are, and they exploit it.
Dollars now need to go to people who are upset about their involvement in investigations.
I do not think the American people have issues with that. To the contrary, I think they do want their tax dollars spent on things like that.
People who've hurt police get money all the time? Taxpayers want their money to be spent on this?
What?
No wonder Senate Republicans left the meeting so pissed off. This whole thing was so bad that Republicans actually canceled the vote for their big funding bill and skipped town, which means no funding, at least for now, for Trump's ICE agents or for his big, beautiful ballroom. And Donald Trump has no one to blame but Donald Trump.
Yep. All right. IRS wanted to fight Trump suit before a deal was reached. Like, dude, this is really unpopular. And I know, like, MS Now is whatever, MSDNC or who gives a shit. Yes, they lean left, but this doesn't mean that the information coming from them isn't, at least like the base reports. Like, take the opinions aside. The base reports should tell you that this is so blatantly unpopular. Most Americans, like even the ones that like support Trump, they do not want to pay a bunch of people who went to the Capitol and eat, like, they don't want to pay that because this is waste, fraud, and abuse. You know how they cared about all those little, waste, frauds, and abuses? They wanted to send Nick Shirley. Well, Nick Shirley might want to look into this one. Kind of odd how, oh, you know what? Huh. That'd be a good challenge on him. It's like, hey, why don't you do this? If you want to prove that you actually are serious about this shit, why don't you look into everybody that's trying to fucking apply for these grants?
Tax records, but the administration settled the case anyway. And according to the New York Times, IRS lawyers drafted a 25-page memo arguing Trump's lawsuit had major flaws and should be dismissed. But Justice Department lawyers never challenged the case in court. Instead,
Again, everybody's too distracted on their phone. Everybody's distracted with whatever the fuck else. Like, if this, I hate saying this because it's almost like passé at this point, but if this was even the 90s, dude, this would be the biggest fucking scandal in the history of America.
Administration struck a deal.
But he has those like it's, well, oh, wait, what day is it? It's Friday?
Creating that nearly $1.8 billion
every Friday
weaponization fund.
Although, wait, I forgot, it's Friday. One thing I will say, the markets have caught on to Trump's bullshit, and boy, do I love that.
The Justice Department has not explained.
He came out today and was just like, we're getting close to a deal, and the markets didn't move an inch.
Why it chose to settle.
They just kept going, and then it was like
up. Number one, the importance of American exceptionalism. Thinking of Ronald Reagan's 1989 farewell speech, shining city on the hill.
It's with the
tall,
bunny.
proud city with free ports that hummed with commerce and creativity and doors open to anyone who will get there. We're going to get to some ICE and immigration stories a little later in the show. But to this, as some would say, corruption, what do we look like as opposed to...
I hate to say it, but these are the shows that I really, like, I actually kind of enjoy from, like, the Morning Joe crew when Mika's just by herself.
The way Ronald Reagan saw this country.
She doesn't have to fucking tiptoe around her dumbass husband.
The way other presidents tried to create for an example to the world?
Well, the one-word answer, Mika, would be unrecognizable. What we're seeing is the personalization of American government. There used to be clear lines, and the lines don't exist anymore. So whether it's using the Justice Department to weaponize or using the Justice Department to incentivize and reward, and the idea that it's discretionary, whatever happened to oversight? Whatever happened to checks?
Oh, Rebecca, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Twitch, but now you can do Macho Man call-outs and also do Tim Pepper appearances.
We're also seeing the president's total domination of his party. So we've never had this degree of concentrated power. You could say FDR had a lot of power, but there were two things going on then, a depression and World War II.
Right.
The idea that you have this concentration of power in quote-unquote relatively normal times is truly, truly unprecidented.
Yeah.
So here's the great irony.
Yeah.
So you have Hungary, after 16 years of Orban's rule, you see democracy reclaiming itself.
Yeah.
And here we're becoming an illiberal democracy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what sucks is like we've already seen like how this affected other fucking, nation states and how they're already like they speed ran that shit and here we are just starting.
It'd be really interesting to see if these Republicans, I'm skeptical, let's be blunt, if they decide, is there any time that's too much? And the idea that you'd have this fund without congressional oversight essentially would give the entire appropriation and authorization process to the president. He would become Article 1 and Article 2 altogether. Is this something that will finally get them to say enough's enough? I don't know.
And there's a fear that this fund could be used not just to, reimburse those who are, victims of weaponization, but it could be a green light to say, hey, do something in the future, we'll take care of you. Right. That this could lead to further violence, further crimes, further terrible acts committed. And I do think, you mentioned Orban, a couple of Democrats in the last few days have pointed out that a winning issue there in Hungary to defeat Orban was the corruption. That the issue of corruption really sort of resonated with voters.
I mean, that's where Democrats have to get off their ass, otherwise they are going to fucking lose hard.
And Democrats are starting to think that, yes, economy is always going to be first and foremost, but the idea of corruption could be a winning issue here as well, Willie, this November, that this could be something that they're able to run on and say, look, not only is he not helping you, the American people, he's doing so at your expense as he enriches himself, his family, and his friends.
Yeah, and these stories really are breaking through. We talk, Mika, all the time about this fire hose, which is done on purpose. It's strategic, just puts so much out there that there's no way for the public to possibly digest it all, be outraged about it, understand it in some cases. But this story really has broken through when you're talking about a deal that looks corrupt to most people, where the
and it's not going to just disappear from the news cycle like Trump wants it to.
Former personal attorney to the President of the United States is now the acting.
These are the things that I love. Is when Trump doesn't get his way more and more, the more petulant he gets.
Attorney General cuts this.
And also, he's totally sundowning hard, man. Seeing him posting those, like, on his Truth about how, like, he did a great State of the Union. I'm not sure if you guys have ever had a family member that has dementia. I have. And I can tell you right now, the first sign that we started recognizing was how all of a sudden my step-grandmother, she started doing this weird thing where she started like talking about things from like long time ago, like just, her school days. And like she still recognized people, but then it started progressing.
This deal where they drop a lot.
Then all of a sudden, all she would talk about, like she got into fights with her kids where her son, she started arguing with him like it was her ex-husband.
Lawsuit, hand him effectively a slush fund of nearly $2 billion to pay out people.
And she recently passed from that.
People that the American public watched on January 6, 2021, attack the Capitol, beat up cops, deface the Capitol, go into people's offices.
Oh, just because Biden had it doesn't mean that Trump doesn't have it. Are you really that fucking stupid?
Offices and ransack them.
Oh, wait a minute. So now you're mad where you're just like, well, don't get me started on the dementia. We had to deal with Biden's dementia.
Everyone.
And that makes his better. How? How is that a defense? Man, you're bad at this.
Watch that. So if you're asking those people to give their taxpayer dollars potentially to those people to somehow compensate them for what, even though they've already been let out
showing your ass each time you fucking type.
Prison, oftentimes when they shouldn't have been. This has broken through with the American people in a very real way.
Yep. And I do think it's hilarious how they're speed running their corruption too, where it's just like they think they're untouchable. This is why I do think that it is going to it's going to happen, where he's just going to try and cancel the elections. Resign immediately. Republicans react after Weld County GOP chair arrested on child predator sting. Usual suspects.
Here at 9, 2 men, including one with a high profile, are under arrest tonight after a child predator operation in Larimer County.
Deputies say investigators posed online as minors offering sex act and tracked down 2 people who responded. Now, dozens made contact, but ultimately, 2 men ultimately showed up.
What's up with this, man?
To meet who they thought were.
You guys always like have these like accusations, but when it comes to like, saying like, oh, well, this party's full of pedos. What the fuck? How do you ignore this then? How do you ignore what happened in Oklahoma? You guys really fucking ostriches over here.
Kids. One of them is Hunter Rivera of Windsor, the chairman of the Weld County Republican Party, and a
no, he's the chairman of the Republican Party. No,
national committee member for the Colorado Federation of Young Republicans.
No, I bet he's met Lauren Boebert.
Is now facing charges including attempted sexual assault on a child and internet luring. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert posting on her social media, calling the allegations vile and indefensible, saying,
oh, hey, look at her actually having a principled stance.
Rivera should be removed from his party leadership role.
Surprise.
Adding there is zero tolerance for anyone involved in crimes against children. Tonight, Colorado House and Senate Republicans releasing a statement regarding the arrest of Hunter Rivera. They are calling on Rivera to resign immediately, saying that there is no room in our party.
Let me guess. He's going to be like, I'm going to fight these charges.
For these types of charges.
That's his best Trump impression, which mine's better. How many has he got watching now? 900? Good for him.
It's another game that the Republicans are playing. They knew this vote would pass. Had the votes to pass.
Yeah, so the War Powers resolution, like they were just saying, it had enough people to fucking to pass it. Like, they didn't see that coming. Mike Johnson, dude, watching his face, I was watching the Midas Touch coverage of it earlier. Holy fuck, man. He just went, we got adjourned.
But instead of allowing the voice of the people to be heard, everyone, you look at go across America, everyone knows it's a war of choice and it should stop. As soon as we get back here, that vote has to happen.
Well, the vote's going to happen, but this gives them the off time to go and, get daddy's orders.
Usually they had,
and make some deals. I bet you they don't have the votes when they come back.
So procedurally it has to be done when we come back. And I think that we may end up with more votes than we had today. We had the votes to pass it today. Every Democrat was on board. We had the sufficient number of Republicans on board to make sure that this War Powers Act resolution would have passed based upon what the law dictates Congress does, as it is our constitutional responsibility.
Interesting.
House Republicans yesterday abruptly pulled a planned vote on limiting President Trump's war powers in Iran as it became clear that the party lacked the votes they would need to defeat it.
Yep. So literally, the GOP's just like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, we got to shut it all down.
Majority Leader Steve Scalise told reporters the vote.
As I said, man, this is just a microcosm of what Trump is going to do. He's going to see that it's too big to rig, and he's just going to be like, you know what? We're just going to cancel the midterms. We're just going to throw away all the results of the midterms. There's no reason that we need to change anything. We're in a wartime, people. Wartime.
It was delayed to give members who were absent a chance to vote, punting consideration of the measure until after the Memorial Day recess. So we'll see him in over a week. But Democrats are calling
out. The problem is he knows that would cause a major, this is where Trump overbet. He didn't think that the price, the price of gas and the price of goods and everything was going to cascade as quickly as it did, obviously, because he's dumb. This is where I hate the perception that he's some genius businessman. He's not. He doesn't understand numbers. Actually, that's the weird part. For being a businessman, he does not understand numbers. That's why he always has to make them up and have these fantastical fucking figures in his head and not recognize what's right in front of him as far as reality. So now that every American is kind of seeing it, and even the people that don't vote are now like, oh, I think I'm going to vote in the midterms. We got to do something about this guy. Now he's going to say, yeah, Iran is going to rig the fucking election, whatever the fuck. He's going to, he wants to try, but then there's the other side of that where that would legitimately push people to be like, oh, so gas prices, everything is high, and now you have to cancel the election? No.
Out the move. Democratic Congressman Greg.
I think that would actually cause a pretty there would be a lot of civil unrest there.
Meeks, who sponsored the resolution, said Democrats, quote, had the votes without question and Republicans knew, and as a result, played a political
It's not just a bunch of lefties that would be mad.
Game. Said they're cheating. Top House Democratic leaders called the cancellation cowardly, writing in a statement, quote, even as we prepare to recognize our nation's fallen heroes on Memorial Day, House Republicans refuse to show up and be accountable to the brave service members they've been recklessly put in harm's way. This comes after a similar war powers resolution advanced this week in the Senate after a handful of Republicans broke with the party there. Speaking of the Senate, Republicans are rejecting the DOJ's $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund. GOP lawmakers met with Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche yesterday in what was a contentious 2-hour meeting to discuss the money. Sources described the talk to semaphore.
What prices have gone up? Dude, all you need to do is fucking use Google for yourself, but everything has gone up. Nothing has gone down. I don't know what fucking world you're living in. Just because your car insurance went down doesn't mean everything else did, numbnuts.
Quote, shit show. And sometimes the word is just
fucking Christ. You have a college degree and you can't figure any of this out?
So apt.
You're so partisan that you're just going to ignore everything going up? Okay.
Following the meetings.
Your life hasn't changed? Cool.
Several Senate Republicans spoke publicly against the fund. Senator
It's about to.
Lisa Murkowski of Alaska told Notice the White House.
If the average price of gas goes up to $8, dude, you're going to feel that too.
Dropped a.
You can't eat You know, you're not going to be able to eat also when there's a fucking food shortage.
Bomb with that plan. Former Majority Leader
You'll be right there with us. I mean, have fun.
Mitch McConnell called it utterly stupid, morally wrong.
Nah, trust me, guys. This is one of those shitheads that, like, he maybe might make like $1 million a year. Maybe. I don't even know. If he does, he's a shithead. I actually think that he's very poor. I genuinely think that he couldn't even donate a fucking dollar to this fucking stream, but yeah.
Pick one.
Realistically, he's a poor little bitch.
He said in a statement to Punchbowl.
He's trying to fucking play this game where he's trying to like get everybody to think like everything's fine because he needs to believe that.
And Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin called the fund a, quote, galactic blunder.
Oh, I know I'm right.
The discontent with the fund was so strong among Republicans, some signaled
$420 donation or you do not make any money.
they'd be willing to cross the aisle to support
Nice
Democratic
try.
amendments.
Well, okay, cool. Yeah, guys, this is a perfect example of all bluster.
Aimed at blocking it,
No substance.
which is why it derailed the entire day's schedule, forcing Republican leadership to scrap all planned votes on their reconciliation package and send lawmakers home early ahead of Memorial.
See, I know people with real money that actually like I've had this happen where somebody that actually hated me that much, they donated close to $500
Day week.
just to tell me to shut the fuck up. Because that's a person with real money.
The Senate will now have a week-long recess
You do not have real money.
before coming back to Washington.
Thus proving to me that you are literally one of us, where you could lose your job tomorrow and you would be right there. You don't have you don't have savings. You don't got none of that.
To deal with this whole mess. Joining me here at the table, my colleague, MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell. Weird day on the Hill. I think
Who? Oh, why would you talk to yourself about that? Like, why would you talk to yourself that way? Like, come on, dude. Don't call yourself that. Like, we think you're a loser because you can't fucking, put your money where your mouth is.
to say the least. And a lot of them are weird, but this one, I wonder
One
if
of
we
those
will
like
look back
literal
on
times where you could just be like, or actually,
as an inflection
I mean-
point because it's an example of
I'm gonna pay you to shut the fuck
in
up.
both chambers, the president's will being
Yeah, literal fuck you money. Yep.
lost to what lawmakers are now saying they want. So let's start first in the House. On this
Like I said, I've dealt with people with real money.
War Powers resolution, where it looked like they would have had the votes to hem in what the president can unilaterally do on Iran, all of a sudden, no, we're going to wait.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is famous for saying, don't go to the floor unless you know what the outcome is going to be.
I'm not the one sitting here saying I have so much money.
And
You're the one sitting here pretending that you make enough money that this isn't impacting you. That's why I'm calling you out. And that's why I think that you're a little bitch boy that's all sad now.
you want your
Look at you defending yourself.
parties.
You can't even defend yourself properly either.
Your party wants that out.
This is fun. I love these guys, man. I love these dudes that pretend they're rich. It's so funny.
This was not the case for Mike Johnson. We knew that this war
You don't
powers
make
resolution
shit.
vote was scheduled to happen yesterday, and each time we've seen these votes, we've gotten
Oh
closer
my
to
God, this guy's probably paying like insane gas prices and just is like, everything's fine.
potential success. The last time we saw Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, the moderate Republican from Pennsylvania, he voted in favor of curtailing the president's authority in Iran. And there was this question of, well, now that we're well past that 60-day mark, could we potentially see some more GOP defections? We knew that we were going to see another Democratic support.
Well, also because now this is past the primaries and some of these people are literal lame ducks, they're just going to fucking kneecap his presidency because the thing is, he went out of his way to go against them, so they have absolutely no reason to, kowtow to him.
From Jared Golden. He is the moderate Democrat from Maine, someone who previously voted against this. So by all indications, it seemed like this war powers resolution was in the best shape it's been to potentially passing. And then the vote before, we saw that there were a number of absences, around 8 on the Republican side. And of course, when you're dealing with such a razor-thin majority in the House, some absences could be make or break for Republicans. At the end of the day, House GOP leadership decided to scrap this vote. They say that they're going to hold it again after recess. But I mean, it sort of underscores the idea of like, you can't stave off this reality forever, right? Like, yes, these GOP leaders were able to punt this vote for now, but it seems like it's conventional and possible that in the near future we could see some success with this war powers resolution. I will note, as we both know, very much so symbolic and won't have any teeth to it. This would still have to pass the Senate, which it got a little bit closer this week, but you still have to clear that 60-vote threshold. And then President Trump is more than likely to veto this, which means you need 2/3 support to override that veto, which is not going to happen. But still, when we talk about politics and sending a message, a huge deal if this war powers resolution.
Yeah, especially if both houses fucking agree to it, and then Trump's just like, no,
does pass.
You can't put any checks or balances on me
when the House returns.
Absolutely.
Then it's kind of like making it that obvious, where it's just like, okay,
especially
so he needs checks and balances. Cool.
Especially when you see people like Bill Cassidy, fresh off of his loss in the primary that Trump very much was an agitator against. You're starting to see the consequences of, all right, the president might be fine pushing his detractors in primaries, but there are consequences as they finish out the rest of their term. And we're also seeing that now in the Senate.
Almost like that's what I
as
said.
These senators say no to the ballroom and no to this slush fund, which would allow people who ransacked the Capitol on January 6th and assaulted cops in the process to come back and say, okay, the government should pay me money for facing the consequences to my legal actions. And yet now we're seeing Republicans potentially push back.
Yeah, so this was essentially the undercurrent of what scrapped GOP's plans yesterday to move forward with this reconciliation bill. And let's remember, these are a number of different topics. The reconciliation bill is ICE and Border Patrol funding.
It was supposed to be.
It was supposed to be. And this is the thing that President Trump put that June 1st deadline on, which, you know, Republicans up on Capitol Hill, they take that seriously when the president puts a deadline on the table. But essentially what happened here was this
Too busy laughing at yourself?
anti-weaponization fund was such a curveball for Republicans.
Well, humiliation does seem to be your kink.
Up on Capitol Hill. Once it was unveiled, a number of them knew that they were opposed, A, and B, they needed to do something about it. So Senate Republicans were pushing for some sort of guardrail in the bill or in general to try and sort of curtail this slush fund, as a number of people are calling it. And then there was this thought that, well, there are going to be a number of Democratic-led amendments to try and block this fund. Will Republicans join on to it? Will it be a blow to the president? GOP leadership? At the end of the day, they couldn't work through this snafu, and that's the reason why we saw that vote being scrapped. And by the way, it came, as you mentioned, after a 2-hour meeting with the acting attorney general up on Capitol Hill. They had given GOP senators a memo essentially explaining it to give more information. I spoke to Susan Collins after that meeting, and she, even after a 2-hour meeting...
And Susan Collins is in an actual battle.
Seeing a memo from the DOJ, it wasn't enough for her. She still said she needed more information. So certainly a curveball that was thrown up on Capitol Hill. And the point you point out about these Republicans who are targeted by the president successfully, we say it as a joke, but it really is serious. They're sort of part of the YOLO caucus now.
Oh, thank you, Genu.
Oh, yeah, 100%. In the sense of they're not
Genu, Demon Slayer.
tethered by re-election and the threat of the president's wrath.
K-pop
so they
fan,
could be a real problem for GOP leadership as we're down this stretch.
I do think that the ultimate question for us becomes, is this something that is just right now and a week of recess lets the steam out of the pot and people come back
got a donation.
much more ready to fall in line with the president as they have for the past year and a half? Or is this something that has a longer tail to it? What is your early sense?
Usually it has a longer tail to it. Usually it's not good when you let members of Congress sort of sit with their feelings and they find more reasons to not like a bill, more reasons to steam about whatever issue is at hand. So if I were a betting person, I'd say it's probably not too helpful. Also, there's now not a hard deadline for reconciliation because when they come back, it's going to be past June 1st, which means this thing could completely spiral out of control.
Yeah, exactly. You and I were talking to sources yesterday who said, yeah, it's going to be one of the early days when we come back. And I'm like, oh, you think the problems are just going to dissipate as soon as you come back to town? I have a feeling hearing from constituents at all of the Memorial Day parades and events that they're going to have might make this harder, not easier, especially with the president's priorities. MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell. It was a rollicking day. Thank you.
It always is.
All right.
Tucker Carlson
watch it.
causing problems over in Israel. What do you think of your man's interview here?
Oh, I mean, I thought it was great. There was actually even a Haaretz column that came out from an opinion column. He was like, that was the first time truth about Gaza has been spoken on Israeli television since October 7th. Somehow it was Tucker, apparently, that decided to do it. Here he was with the liberal host over there on Israeli Channel 13, where he basically stumped them multiple times, saying, it's pretty ironic for you to be calling Iran a terror regime when you just murdered thousands of innocent children in Gaza. Let's take a listen.
Well, I campaigned for Trump. I spoke with the Republican National Convention. I defended Trump for many years on Fox News.
Hey, it's a Republican.
What happened was the war with Iran, which I don't believe serves the interests of the United States. I think it's destructive to the United States and to the world, but mostly to the United States. I'm an American. That's what I care about.
Do you generally believe Israel
We can do that too.
would try to harm you
But ours is actually better because it's more insulting to you.
because of your opinion?
Do I believe Israel would try to harm me?
Yes.
I mean, of course, I don't know. I hope not. I don't want to be harmed.
Yeah.
But
So Israel is the most violent state in the world, even more than Iran? Are you serious?
no country, and I say this with sadness, but no country has boasted more about killing its political opponents than Israel, of course, about its assassination programs. The Prime Minister of Israel gave a golden pager to the President of the United States. I was there. It is never allowable, period, for any person to kill an innocent. You can't kill a child. The child did nothing wrong. It is always immoral to do that. You can say, well, I did it for this reason, but it doesn't make it right. It's always wrong. And civilized people understand that. That's what civilized people are. That's the definition of a civilized country.
I agree with you, but it seems like
right.
But it seems like when you speak about Israel as the most violent state in the world, you forget to mention that it is the most attacked state in the world from so many enemies, like any other country in the world. So if you don't put this equation together, it seems like we are doing it for fun or that we lost our morality. This is self-defense.
Well, Israel has definitely lost its morality. There's no question about that.
Damn.
The United States would
Holy shit.
caving
This is
to
oh my God, this Twilight
Iran
Zone that we
terror
live in.
regime that controls now also the
weird.
Hormuz passway and the terror ring that it created in the Middle East. Maybe it would be even worse.
Inigo Montoya. Thank you for the $2.
For any citizens in the world, not
Everybody got a prenup.
only in Israel, but also in the United States. And this is exactly what Donald Trump said. He said that the United States would have been in danger. So you don't believe Donald Trump?
I don't believe Donald Trump. And I also think as an Israeli, you should pause before using the phrase terror regime, since you live in a country that just murdered
Thank you for the $2 donation, Inigo Montoya.
thousands of children in Gaza. We should all pull back a little bit on the rhetoric I'm not defending Iran, but I'm just saying.
I like how Inigo comes in here to say, O'Doyle rules.
Even the fact that you
this guy likes movies.
It's a little hard to hear that from an Israeli right now, I have to say. The government of Iran's behavior is in some cases disgusting to me and immoral. But the behavior of the Israeli government in Gaza is disgusting and immoral. And of course, Israel's not a democracy in any sense. There are millions of people who live under Israeli control who cannot vote.
Woo! All right. Again, like Harat said, you do not hear that ever, period, in Israel. In fact, you're more likely to hear like dancing jigs about why every child in Gaza should be killed and why it makes them happy.
In the yoga class.
Yeah, in the yoga class or something about why doing yoga in a bomb shelter was the most traumatic experience of their life. That's more like,
It's like a free press essay, right?
No,
yeah.
Yeah, right.
I think it was.
How I discovered Nirvana in an Israeli bomb shelter. I've been almost certain to come from the free press at some time. That interview, I thought, was explosive. I think for how simply confronting them with like basic facts, like that point about democracy.
Right.
They don't even talk about that. It's like a hidden thing that manifests as a shadow or a ghost. Where they call themselves democracy, and if you say it enough times, then they try to make it true. But when you point that out, you're like, there are millions of people under your control. They're like, it's like the compute goes wrong. Same with terror, calling them a terror state. So anyway, I loved it. I think everybody. The whole thing is available. It's 46 minutes long if you want to. Maybe we'll link in the description. But he also gave an opening monologue, which is kind of what inspired some of my thoughts about Massey when I was talking about earlier today that I listened to on my way in. And I was like, wow. I mean, it was profound in its sense of like betrayal from Donald Trump and kind of analyses of how we got here. And look, there are many criticisms of You know, he helped Trump. He campaigned for Trump, supported Trump. I get it. You know, I did too. But the thing is that being on the other side of it now, it's like, how do you make sense of something like this? And I do think that, you know, that monologue, these types of confrontations on Israeli television are a path to get there.
Yeah.
At least I hope so. At least I hope so.
No notes.
All right, Ryan, you've got a story for us. Let's hit it, my man.
I do indeed.
All right. I got because this is coming from someone who literally, like, I said a few weeks ago that I don't want to give, you know, credit where credit's due to someone like Tucker Carlson, because even with that due credit, he's still a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. Fuck. Well, that took some balls to say on Israeli media. I'm glad that he did it. I still think that his politics suck, but all right. All right, we're in agreement on that one. That was good. That was good. All right. I'm not quite ready for the Noah's Ark bit, although we will be going to the fun half here in a minute. Oh, actually, I am. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. I didn't realize what time it was. Holy shit. Okay, so yeah, let's cover this. This is about the Noah's Ark bit. And oh boy, do I have some opinions on this, because they've tried to sell this to me since I was a little kid. So this is what happens every time a fucking Republican is in office. They always magically find new evidence. Like the Shroud of Turin has always been one of them that they always like to bring back up, even though it has been conclusively studied. And it turns out that it was over a statue, guys, and it dates back to medieval times. That means it's a fake. Oh, no, but it's one of the ones that everybody said was real, so we need it to be real because our faith is so fickle. Like, for real? According to a bunch of people that claim to have faith in God, shouldn't need any of this kind of stuff, but apparently they do. But this is the bitch of it. As somebody who, like, felt this way when I was a Christian, it was so fucking annoying that anything, like any excavation that was happening outside of, you know, Israel proper, it always seemed to just be like, oh, this is, you know, it's somebody who's already a true believer doing the study, and then they find some magical evidence that nobody else did, you know, when there was another team doing the exact same, like, dig, and found nothing. It's the same thing every time. So here we go again.
Get ready for this one. A team of American researchers working in the high mountains of Turkey have uncovered what appear to be hidden tunnels similar to the descriptions of the biblical account of Noah's Ark.
Our next guest says his newly found evidence can prove that Noah's Ark did in fact exist, turning this biblical mystery into a reality. Joining us now from Turkey.
No.
Is one of those.
Also, I like how they always say Noah's Ark, but there were other, like I said this earlier in the stream, there were other, like, arcs, if you will, or stories of arcs. I know that this is one of the most common stories that's, like, in most religions, is the Great Flood and how someone built a big boat. Some of them are more believable than others, where it's not actually like a Noah's Ark. Like in the story of, oh my God, what was his name? Oedipus. There was a great flood, but, you know, they built boats for people. Like, just, you know, they didn't really fuck with the animals as much, and they kind of worried about that stuff as like a tertiary thing. And then you have the story, the biblical tale of Noah's Ark, which I'm not sure if you guys have ever studied zoology in any way, shape, or form. It's just not possible. And also, excuse me, Christians like to, like, kind of think of it like the 2x2 thing. where they're just like, well, they evolved into these other creatures. It's like, that doesn't work because you guys you can't apply evolution to the Bible. I'm sorry. That's just not how that works.
Researchers from Noah's Ark scans, Andrew Jones. Andrew, thank you.
I love how they always ignore the inconvenient stuff in the Bible. You know, like the dragon. Do you know that there's a dragon, a literal story about a fucking dragon in the Bible? Don't hear much about that.
So much for joining us and for all the good work that you're doing. This is fascinating. Tell us about your findings that could prove the real-life existence of Noah's Ark.
Thank you for having me on. Yes, greetings from the mountains of Ararat, where the Bible says the Ark landed. I'm about 1 mile from the Iranian border.
So this is a guy that has everything at stake at presenting Noah's Ark to you.
And in this remote,
even if there is no conclusive evidence that this is Noah's Ark, he's going to say it is because he took it on faith. At some point, they are like they get to that point where they're just like, well, the Lord told me.
Area, this boat formation was discovered in 1959, but our new research has shown that there are tunnels about 4 meters down and about 2 meters high going down the center of the boat and on the inside edge of the hull shape. And so we really believe that this layout showing tunnels and also possible support beams and walls would suggest that it's a man-made object and not just a natural formation.
Yeah, many geologists disagree with that. They say, look, this is just a natural formation.
And it's not just a natural formation. This is the inconvenient part that they don't want to tell you about. There were mines in that mountain.
But gosh, Andrew.
You fucking idiots.
When I look at that.
Jesus Christ.
Doesn't look very natural to me.
Looks like a boat. What looks like a boat? What looks like a boat? The mountain? You fucking dumb twat.
Your response to those.
Do you understand that, like, the dimensions that they even laid out about the fucking mountain, about the size of the boat? None of it makes fucking sense.
Geologists.
Holy shit. These dumb motherfuckers. And it's always the, like, same. It's always them. It's always this lady. It looks like a boat. I'm going to church. I'm going to raise my hands in the air, and I'm going to feel like my faith is being... I have reassurance that my faith is real.
Yeah, so first of all, you have to explain
what looks like a boat here, by the way.
How did an earthen formation get into the shape of a ship, and then is exactly 300 cubits long?
Oh, I don't know. You ever been to Puerto Vallarta? There's a mountain range that looks like a naked bitch.
Which is the
like, I don't know what to tell you.
Given in the book of Genesis in the Bible. And so we have the exact length, we have the ship shape, and we're in the right location. And now we're also seeing that the soil inside is different from right outside the formation. So we have 3 times more organic matter found inside versus right outside. So it's
atheists using Fox News as a source to rationalize their derangement is pretty standard fare. Oh, no. I actually have like academics after this. The thing is, I present you with this one first, and then we go into the details.
Object and not just part of the mountainside.
Can you
remember? The onus of proof is on you, not the atheists.
take your work underground and explore some of these
But this is also why we laugh at you so hard.
tunnels to get a definitive answer?
That is the next goal, and we're really hoping that the Turkish universities will be able to do that. And so that's the plan, and that's what we've suggested. And we're even wanting to help with designing a robot that can go down into these tunnels and film and take samples.
What's low-hanging about it? If it's low-hanging fruit, that means it's obvious.
I understand that your organization is called Noah's Ark Scans, which probably answers my next
It's almost like you're kind of dunking on your beliefs.
question for me. But in your heart of hearts, based upon all the time and all the effort that you have put into this, do you truly believe that you have found Noah's Ark?
Yes, I do believe that this is the real decayed, buried remains of Noah's Ark, the famous ship. And we're doing our best to convince the skeptics and show the world this site.
Is your goal scientific, or is it to strengthen people's faith, Andrew?
I think it happens both ways.
Nope.
So you find
Nope. Again, you can't have this thing where you're just like, I have faith that it's real. No, because it kind of clouds your judgment on, being presented with alternative information that doesn't fit your preconceived hypothesis on this specific situation.
In an archaeological site like this out in the mountains.
That's why it's always dipshits like this. He's literally, he's not even a scientist. He literally works for a fucking organization that's all about promoting Noah's Ark. I think that Ken Ham funds this guy. I'm not even kidding. I'm like 99% sure that Ken Ham has something to do with this.
The archaeologists get involved. They do the science.
Or had. Is he still alive?
And then, of course, the faithful will want to come out and see it.
Valentine sketch. Holy shit. Haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing?
And for them, it affirms, I'm a Christian, that affirms our belief in the biblical account.
Amazing.
I love it.
This is the greatest
I could
story.
spend all day talking.
By the way, have you seen the show Recess? You look very familiar.
We've ever done. Andrew Jones.
Wait, which character do I look like from Recess?
Best of luck to you. We will be watching this.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Wasn't that was that Kerbopple? No. That's The Simpsons. What was the fucking teacher's name in that? Oh man, I might have to. You know what? When the fun half hits, I might have to do that. All right, let's get some people that really know their stuff on Noah's Ark, and let's figure out why it's a little bit wackadoo.
The story of Noah's Ark single-handedly destroys the credibility of the entire Bible, and I'm going to show you how.
God, I love this guy. There's nothing worse than somebody that, like, he's the version of me if I actually committed to, like, going to other countries and being a missionary. This is what happens when you fucking have a missionary that's just like, nah.
Realizing that Noah's Ark didn't literally happen is something that I figured out entirely too late in life. And it's because, like,
contest, nice.
Of you, I was raised in the church. And from the time I was in preschool, biblical literalism was hammered into me. I remember seeing these idyllic images of animals neatly lining up to board a wooden boat. From Sunday school stories to my first children's picture Bible, this tale was ingrained in me like it was fact. Now, I just covered in part 1 the various lines of evidence that prove that there was no global flood, but in this video, I'm going to show you why the story of Noah's Ark itself, as told in Genesis, is absolutely impossible. Let's dive in, shall we? First off, if you've ever had an aquarium, you know that marine ecosystems are fragile. You change the temperature, pH, or salt levels even just a little bit, and everything starts sleeping with the fishes. Including the fishes. Salinity shock from a worldwide mega monsoon would nuke marine life. You mix 40 days of freshwater rain with salty seas and you get a brackish soup, lethal to most fish and marine invertebrates. But what about whales? They breathe air, sure, but their kidneys can't filter chaos. Oh, and what about plants? It's not like most of them can survive underwater. The Bible says that God called all of the animals on earth to Noah's boat, but did millions of plant species come hauling ass as well? And you would need a lot of plants too, because a single elephant eats 200 to 600 pounds of
tree beard. Took the ark.
Food a day. And remember, the Bible
wood?
doesn't have them on a boat for just 40 days. That's just how long it supposedly rained for. Genesis says that this cruise lasted over a year with just...
I love how that's actually no more fantastical than what we're actually talking about, as if like a bunch of walking trees were just like, here are the plant life.
2 elephants on an ark. You would need a minimum of 148,000 pounds of food just for those 2 animals, which they would somehow need to preserve without electricity or refrigeration. That's just one elephant species. Scientists have formally classified 2.2 million species, by the way, which is a tiny fraction of all of the animals that have existed. But let's say, for sake of argument, that they just had 10,000 species on the boat, and God somehow rapidly diversified these species post-flood. Does the I believe in microevolution but not macroevolution crowd really want to argue that evolution post-flood took place at a rate
that was my argument
thousands of times faster than anything we've ever observed? And what about animals that can literally only eat other animals?
Yeah, that's the bitch of this, man. Like, I'm just like him as far as, like, I believed this shit for a long time, and then I started thinking critically about, like, for myself, going, that doesn't make much sense.
Oh, whose digestive tracts can't handle plants? Would every dinner be a mass extinction event when you only have 2 of every animal on board? And just how many insects were on board the Ark? Because pangolins consume over 100,000 insects a day. each. Little brown bats eat 1,000 insects an hour. Oh, and somehow they fit all of these animals plus the millions of tons of food and water that it would take to keep them alive for a year, all on a boat the size of a football field. And what about the poop? Our elephants over here produce 100 to 300 pounds of waste.
Oh my God.
Daily. Even if you just had 20,000 animals on the boat, you're looking at thousands of pounds of poo a day to shovel out the one single window on the ark.
That is one big pile of shit.
That's one big pile of shit.
Oh, and while most Christians, rightfully embarrassed, are trying to talk down the claims of Noah's Ark to make it sound more believable, you've got Answers in Genesis putting dinosaurs on board.
It's therefore logical to conclude dinosaurs were part of the cargo carried on board.
You actually believe that?
And somehow we're meant to believe that a tiny family of 8
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. I love that movie.
Genarians cared for this planet backup mega zoo stuffed with animals with extremely diverse needs for over a year without modern technology or veterinary medicine. And they did all of that while practically swimming in rotting food and fecal matter soup and with zero ventilation. Try this. Take a heavy blanket, sit underneath it, seal the bottom so that you have no outside air, and see how long you can stay under it breathing your own recycled CO2.
What is that? Yeah, no, not
now fart. Now do that for a year with tens of thousands of cramped animals breathing out carbon dioxide, farting out methane, pooping everywhere, and peeing fresh hot ammonia all over the place. And remember, you have one door, one window, and they're both sealed shut. It's not a question of if you would asphyxiate, but a matter of how many minutes you would last.
Vote again.
Personally, I'd rather try my luck in the water. And how come no one's talking about the fact that they would have no light on board? It's not like they could have lit a candle, because that would have been the world's biggest fire fart explosion. Imagine for a sec. You're stuck in a pitch black boat with shrieking, wailing animals, mountains of carcasses, rotting flesh, molding food, and sewage up to your waist, while wild, ravenous, hungry predators hunt in the darkness, tearing animals to shreds for a year.
Literally, the only argument I've heard about any of this is that God's divine power made all the beasts and everybody and everything on there just magically not poop and magically just live in harmony, and there was absolutely no problems.
Yeah. Reality would be far from the idyllic version picture story Bibles you always see. Oh, and somehow we're told that Noah's building this giant boat for years, warning everyone for years, and they don't listen to him at all, understandably. But when you start having every single animal on Earth miraculously showing up, and you have orderly lines of tigers and penguins miraculously boarding this boat, we're meant to believe that not a single person looked at that and thought, oh crap, I better get on that boat. But speaking of, how did all of the animals get to that boat? Did the duck-billed platypus waddle all the way from Australia to an ark in the Middle East?
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Did the koala crawl all the way back there post-flood apocalypse without a shred of eucalyptus to eat along the way? What did any animal eat after the flood wiped out every plant on Earth? Soil microbiomes would have been utterly destroyed. The dirt would be salty. Not a single plant would be able to grow. And before you say that God just miraculously made all of the life come back, well then what was the point of needing to put all the animals on the boat in the first place?
Thank you.
And most of these animals can't eat just anything. They occupy very niche and fragile ecosystems. For example, the red admiral butterfly in New Zealand will only lay eggs on the Urticaferix nettle plant found also exclusively in New Zealand. When its caterpillar eggs hatch, they will only eat that specific plant. The life cycle of this butterfly is about 8 weeks. That means 7 generations of butterflies would need enough of this very specific nettle on the ark in order to survive. And that is just one example among thousands of such plants and animals, which occupy extremely sensitive ecosystems. Oh, and once the rain started actually dropping, in order to cover the tops of Mount Everest with just 40 days of rainfall, you would generate enough heat from impact energy alone to boil the oceans and sterilize the planet's surface. The boat would have cooked.
Hold up. Let him cook.
And the atmospheric pressure changes alone from that much water vapor would be lethal to most life forms. Except maybe the tardigrade. Oh, and somehow they expect us to believe that all of the cold-blooded and hot-blooded animals survived together on the same non-climate controlled boat. So we've got a desert iguana and an emperor penguin surviving for a year at the same temperature? Tell me you don't know anything about biology. Oh, and what about the boat itself? Wooden ships have structural limits. We've built wooden vessels much smaller than the ark as described in Genesis, and they were already pushing the limits of wood and suffered from hogging and sagging that made them unseaworthy. And that was with modern technology and expert shipbuilders. And that's before you load them up with tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and animals. When Dutch creationist Johan Huybers created a slightly scaled down Noah's Ark replica, he had to reinforce it with a steel frame rested on a base of 21 steel lash barges just to keep it afloat in calm inland waters.
How does that work?
The hard way after spending millions of dollars that it would never be seaworthy. And y'all remember that this giant boat was allegedly built by a single 500-year-old man. Oh wait, but he had 3 slightly younger sons. By contrast, when Ken Ham tried to rebuild the Ark, he spent over $100 million, had over 1,000 expert craftsmen, used modern machinery, cranes, and power tools, and he still needed to incorporate 95 tons of steel plates and bolts to ensure the stability and safety of the structure, and it still never left a concrete parking lot.
Every one of these logs has to be cut by hand, and it takes about 6 guys 2 days to cut one log. So it's an incredible amount of work. When you're dealing with a large scale like this, the complexity of the connections of how the timbers connect into one another is mind-boggling.
The existence of the Ark encounter alone is testament to the fact that this story is BS. I genuinely do not know how anyone in the 21st century can make it to adulthood and still believe that this literally happened.
I had one skeptic write to me and say, do you really think that some 900-year-old guy built this all by himself? And I said, no. The Bible says he was in his 500s. Come on, just read the text.
How do you not end up in a potato soup? Now, I have lost all faith in humanity, and if you care to join me in my spiral...
Now, I have lost faith in humanity. Nice. Here's one of my favorites, Aaron Ra.
Estimates are that there are roughly 5,000 species of mammals alive today.
Look at him wearing a suit.
Plus more than 10,000 species of reptiles, not including birds, of which there are another 10,000 species or so. Then there are another 7,600 amphibians, amounting to roughly 33,000, mostly terrestrial tetrapods altogether. That doesn't account for fish or insects, with a vast majority of life on Earth, only the relative few that the biblical authors would recognize as having the breath of life. You see, back then, people didn't know that air was particulate matter. They thought air was a tangible spiritual life force, and that the act of breathing caused one to be infused with the spirit, which brings one to life, because they figured out that a lot of animals will die if they can't breathe. So the fable says that all the animals that had the breath of life would come to Noah to be saved from the flood.
Dude.
Thus, the first thought you might have is that Noah loaded 66,000 individual animals onto a box that couldn't possibly hold them all. Of course, the people who wrote this story weren't thinking globally. They had no idea that Australia or the Americas even existed, so they didn't know about penguins, polar bears, bison, wallabies, or three-toed sloths, which would never have been able to make the trip to Mesopotamia. Many islands have species that exist only there and nowhere else. How would they distribute them back again? How would they get the dragons to Komodo, tortoises to Galapagos, the tuatara back to New Zealand? At the time that this was supposed to have happened, there were still woolly mammoths on an island north of eastern Russia. The people who made up the story didn't know about any of them. They were only aware of a relatively few animals that lived in their immediate area, which their royalty might have kept in a menagerie.
Yep. Okay, sorry.
This is...
I actually had a different video up for this. Oh shit, what happened? Oh shit. Give me a second. I don't remember what I just did. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Is one of the craziest stories of fraud and deception in the history of archaeology. It's the tale of...
Yes, Okay, this is it. Yeah.
How one nurse anesthetist from Tennessee named Ron Wyatt fooled
A little worried
millions
about that. I was like,
of Christians and Muslims around the world into believing that he had found the actual remains of Noah's Ark.
In a moment, you're going to
no, it's almost like I said. It's almost like we've been here before.
meet some people who are positive they have found the Ark.
This is indeed Noah's Ark.
So in 2021, my former editor Eric and I took a road trip up to his operations headquarters, an old gas station repurposed as the Wyatt Archaeological Museum, and I've been slowly and methodically piecing together the full story ever since. It's 1959. A Turkish army captain named İlhan Derupinar is studying aerial photographs for a NATO mapping project. Deep in the mountains of eastern Turkey, about 15 miles from Mount Ararat, he spots something unusual. A large, boat-shaped formation hidden in the hills. His discovery was so intriguing that Life magazine featured it in 1960, declaring it a possible candidate for Noah's Ark. Scientists were naturally skeptical, but curious. So initial surveys were conducted by a joint Turkish and American team who, after a brief examination, determined that this was most likely just a natural geological formation. Interesting, but definitely not a 4,000-year-old boat. Case closed, right? Wrong, because that's when Ron Wyatt entered the picture. As a Tennessee country boy, Ron may have had zero archaeological training and zero
always the same shit.
Geological expertise, and his only real qualifications may have
I was divinely inspired by God, and he told me I could be an archaeologist, and I know more than every scientist and archaeologist because I believe in God.
Been as a nurse anesthetist, but according to
my
Wyatt,
God, dude,
God himself had personally
brutal.
told him that this was indeed Noah's Ark. But Wyatt knew that in order to convince the rest of the world, he would need credibility. So he started recruiting people with impressive credentials. His first major catch was astronaut Jim Irwin, one of the few people to have actually walked on the freaking moon, who also happened to be searching for Noah's Ark. After all, having a literal celebrity rocket scientist on your team tends to make people take you seriously. So in August 1984, they arrive at the site with metal detectors and almost immediately start getting hits.
That's a strong reading.
According to Wyatt, these weren't random metal readings. They were evenly spaced bulkheads, marking the interior rooms of Noah's Ark.
He saw what he believed were petrified structures of an ancient ship whose deck had collapsed.
This is the same shit that I used to watch in school.
He saw what looked like deck joists.
I kind of feel like this is from one of those videos.
And deck support timbers.
They collected samples and sent them to labs, which confirmed the presence of man-made metal. Amazing. Next, in the summer of 1985, Wyatt recruited John Baumgartner, a geophysicist from Los Alamos National Laboratory. Then came Dave Fassold, a marine salvage expert who brought along what Wyatt claimed was cutting-edge technology, a molecular frequency generator that could detect metal signatures deep underground. According to Turkish government officials and journalists from ABC, they used this marvel of modern technology to create preliminary
school
maps of the entire.
Like I said, I went to a private Christian school that believed in all this shit, and then some.
Internal structure of the Ark, marking it with colorful yellow ribbons.
K through 11.
We have taken metal detection equipment and we have found metal lines all along this boat at even intervals. We have found right angled material on the boat.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yes, science!
Ron returned later that year with geologist Tom Finner, who brought with him a ground-penetrating radar. But because the Turkish government had lost multiple soldiers earlier that year defending these American treasure hunters from terrorist attacks, this time they were denied a permit. But that didn't stop Wyatt. After all, God wanted this Ark scanned. So they snuck back to the mountain, ran the ground-penetrating radar over the site.
That'd be brutal.
And
yeah, we watch these all the time.
Astonishingly, according to Wyatt at least, determined conclusive.
They have an entire series. I forgot what the fuck it was actually called, but it was like deconstructing Israel and all of its archaeological sites,
that this was
and framing it from the Christian perspective.
I can look anybody in the eye and say that this boat-shaped formation in eastern Turkey is actually the remains of Noah's Ark.
The team seemed legitimate. The technology sounded
here we go.
impressive.
Here we go.
And the evidence appeared overwhelming. There was just one tiny problem. Actually, there were several problems. Big ones, which would eventually lead to Wyatt's entire team of experts rejecting Wyatt's claim that this was Noah's Ark. Now, Wyatt was no stranger to spinning wild, extravagant tales to fit his narrative, like claiming that this ark had originally landed higher up the mountain, then somehow floated down on a lava flow to its current position where it wedged against this rock here.
He concluded that it was a small volcano that had erupted long after Noah's Ark had landed.
Oh my God, there's...
And that it had carried the ship down the mountainside about a mile, where it was impaled on the limestone outcropping, then covered in lava. The lava then encased the ship like a time capsule.
That's not how that works. That's not fucking how that works at all. Go take a bunch of wood and metal and chuck it into some lava and see if it's still there.
Let me repeat that.
Holy
he claimed
crap.
a wooden structure covered in bitumen,
even
which is
the
essentially...
ring, even the fucking one ring to rule them all had a fucking, the fires of Mordor.
Tar.
Lava.
Somehow survived floating down molten lava without burning up.
No.
As a recovering pyromaniac, I'm pretty sure that's not how tar-coated wood and fire work. On a sciencey side note, the temperature of lava is over 1,000 degrees hotter than the flashpoint of bitumen-coated wood. But let's ignore that small physics-defying claim for now, because we have much bigger problems to address, beginning with the tools that Wyatt used.
Yeah.
You know,
Just remember, guys, this is the shit that I was taught as, like, fact, like, and Wyatt was seen as somebody that was, like, you know, not a complete quack, but all the scientists that debunked him were complete quacks because they didn't have faith.
High-tech molecular frequency generator, which Dave Fassold used to detect the metal bulkheads. Turns out it was nothing more than dowsing rods connected to a battery. A completely pseudoscientific scam device that relies on the ideomotor effect and wishful thinking. It's the kind of junk sold to amateur treasure hunters and has been thoroughly debunked for decades.
Psychologists will tell you there's such a thing as an ideomotor reaction, an unconscious reaction in which the person who's operating the machinery or whatever unconsciously tilts or very, very slightly changes the position of the hand or however the thing is held.
But even the legitimate tools like metal detectors and ground-penetrating radars were being used in the most amateur way imaginable. See, the ground at the Derupinar site is loaded with igneous rock, rich in naturally occurring magnetite, limonite, and goethite, all minerals that easily set off metal detectors. The primitive 1980s detectors which Wyatt was using were White's VLF Coinmaster 6000 DI detectors, which can only penetrate about 30 centimeters in ideal conditions. That's less than a foot, and this soil was far from ideal. Wyatt's detectors had basic ground balancing and discrimination, but they weren't built to tell buried iron artifacts apart from the iron-rich soil itself. In certain modes, like GEB Norm or Max, the detectors would constantly beep at ordinary mineralized ground, unless tuned perfectly and repeatedly, which Wyatt clearly didn't do, as I will show in the next footage. But if he tried to use discrimination settings in order to quiet these false alarms, he would end up silencing the exact iron signals he was hunting for. How do I know this exactly? Because it's 4 o'clock in the fucking morning and I just got done reading the entire manual of a 1980s metal detector.
Oh my God.
I don't know what I'm doing with my life, but if you appreciate all of the hard work and dedication that goes into this flagship series, you can support my work with a per-video pledge on patreon.com/holykoolaid or a one-time PayPal donation. Thank you so much. Now back to the video. Watch this footage here of Dave Fassold's amateur excitement as Baumgartner uses the metal detector.
Keep walking. Do you want a measuring tape to measure these things, how far apart they are?
You see how it goes off when he puts it near the ground, then stops when he lifts it up slightly? That's not detecting buried treasure. That's detecting the natural iron content in the rock wherever you want there to be hits. And despite Wyatt's promotional videos claiming that they only detected metal along these specific lines, you can clearly see in this footage from an ABC report that that wasn't the case.
The fascinating field of ribbons soon attracted higher academic interest. The metal they were tracing with the ribbons was indeed iron.
the detector is going off everywhere, which should have been the first clue that maybe, just maybe, they were detecting their own confirmation bias.
I love when when people geek out on a subject to prove another wrong.
Not shit parts. By the way, as an absolute slap in the face.
This is why I will always say that Christians are most terrified of ex-Christian atheists.
The intelligence of
because they hate the fact that we know the Bible better than they do usually because we're looking into it a lot deeper.
His audience, Wyatt literally,
and then on top of it, that we can make them like, you want to talk about like how, oh well, we make these cynics question their belief in this certain thing. Well, dude, we shake their faith constantly, but they're just like, I can't face my the existential fact that I'm going to just be nothing at some point. I can't think of nothingness. No.
He included this footage in his promo videos, and none of them caught it. But the ground penetrating radar situation was somehow even worse. Because they didn't have a permit from the Turkish government, Wyatt hastily ran a few clandestine radar passes over just the southernmost section. And when I say hastily, they were in and out of there in just 30 minutes. He then extrapolated diagrams over the entire structure, claiming there were detailed internal walls and divisions, far beyond what their limited scanning could possibly have determined. But it gets so much worse.
But wait, it gets worse.
Possible? Because
is that possible?
Even if they had scanned the entire site, the equipment itself wasn't up for the task. Wyatt was using a GSSI SIR-3 unit, a primitive analog radar system that printed crude, low-resolution waveforms onto a paper rollout. It had no digital signal processing, no 3D imaging, and no post-scan analysis tools.
And now that they have used the fucking 3D imaging, it still is showing that it's just little pockets here and there.
But perhaps worst of all, the terrain at Derupinar is geologically awful for radar. GPR works kind of like sonar. It sends radar pulses down and listens for the echoes. But if the soil is full of wet clay or volcanic rock, the radar gets muffled, like trying to shine a flashlight through mud. At Derupinar, you have volcanic ash-rich layers saturated with moisture and iron oxides, riddled with fractures and natural bedding planes. All of this reflects and distorts radar signals. With these conditions...
Oh, what up, DJX? Good to see you, bud.
Even under ideal use, the SIR-3 would struggle to see beyond about 1 meter or 3 feet deep. But this wasn't ideal use. Wyatt's precision was haphazard as they raced across the terrain to scan as much as possible without getting caught. So the equipment was spitting out imprecise, confusing squiggly lines loaded with false positives on a paper printout that required genuine expertise to interpret, expertise that Wyatt and Fassold completely lacked. But that didn't stop Wyatt from claiming to see bulkheads, internal compartments, and metal ingots all along the bottom of the boat in spots that were up to 25 feet deep.
There are tons and tons of chunks of ingots, and that's what's used for ballast in the boat. And that's where your titanium, aluminum, manganese, and some of the more exotic metals are found.
They are all located
all
around
in the bottom of the boat.
How can you detect what's at the bottom of something when your equipment can barely scratch the surface? Tom Finner was the only person qualified to interpret the radar results, and he strongly disagreed with the assertion that this was a boat, publicly stating the radar data did not reveal anything resembling a boat-like structure. But Finner wanted to be absolutely certain, so in 1987 he returned with a qualified team, including Dr. Baumgartner and Turkish geologist Dr. Salih Bayraktutan. They performed proper scientific surveys. This time, they used more advanced radar. They set up a systematic 2-meter grid, and they carefully performed dozens of scans covering the entire structure over a day and a half. They coupled this with seismic surveys, and instead of the hobbyist metal detectors used by Wyatt, which only detect shallow objects like coins in the top foot or so of soil, they used science-grade magnetometers, which can create scientific maps up to 10 meters or 32 feet deep. And the results of the GPR, magnetometry, and the seismic surveys all completely contradicted Wyatt's claims. They found no internal compartments, no hull structure, and no evidence of any man-made object. Instead, they found exactly what you would expect to find if you were studying a natural geological formation: a shallow, planar rock surface beneath mudflow debris. The walls that Wyatt had eagerly interpreted were simply point targets and natural bedding reflections, common geological features that only appear artificial if you treat a GPR printout like a Rorschach test and are desperately looking for a boat. And the most hilarious part is that the one section that Ron Wyatt scanned had literally the worst possible soil and was the least favorable for radar penetration out of the entire structure. Had he scanned further north, he would have covered denser, more homogeneous, less conductive limestone. Wyatt literally missed the only part of the site where GPR could yield meaningful data.
I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
But just to be absolutely certain of their results, geologists Refutation and Baumgartner returned the next year with another team and a drill rig. And they drilled 4 10-meter holes into the structure, all the way down to bedrock, and conducted another seismic survey even more comprehensive than the previous years. And it revealed a solid ridge of native rock running down.
Notice how they didn't bring that up in that Fox News report, and that one guy didn't bring that up about how they've already done like those invasive studies where this boat is supposedly
the formation center
resting.
with mud slumped around it. Exactly what you'd expect from a natural mud flow, not a giant boat.
Yeah.
Let me re-emphasize this. The results of every single scan and the drilling confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt that this was a geological formation and not a man-made structure. And this is where the story should have ended. But instead, Wyatt got shady. Like, really
super
slimy.
shady.
Because even after Tom Finner, Refutation, and Baumgartner had all thoroughly debunked Wyatt's amateur scans and radar evidence, Wyatt continued to use all 3 of their names and credentials to lend credibility to his claims, something his organization is still doing 40 years after his initial garbage scans. He did the same thing to Dave Fassold, continuing to use clips of all of his experts expressing early enthusiasm long after they had publicly denounced him.
I have no doubt in my mind that this has to be a man-made structure. It's full of metal. Metal has a regular pattern to it. And the size of the thing and the shape of the thing is such that it's almost certainly a large boat.
Oh, and when they denounced him, Wyatt's response was to attack their character and motives. He suggested that Baumgartner only denied the Ark's discovery to protect his career, a claim which Baumgartner, who continued promoting the flood as a creationist, called a falsehood and morally wrong. But what about the lab results for Wyatt's samples of man-made metal?
That's a guy who wanted to believe that still couldn't believe because of the facts that he saw.
And fossilized wood found at the site. Well, it turns out Wyatt had blatantly misrepresented those results too. The supposed metal rivets and brackets were examined under microscopy and found to be iron-rich concretions, naturally occurring blobs of hematite and limonite within the rock. Natural mineral formations, not man-made fasteners. And as for the fossilized gopher wood, Galbraith Laboratories in Tennessee, a lab that Wyatt often cited, reported that they had never identified any of the samples as petrified wood, and were only asked to test for basic chemical elements. The lab results never confirmed Wyatt's interpretation, despite how he portrayed them in his promotional materials. It was nothing more than ordinary rocks, basalt and layered limestone, with no cellular wood structure whatsoever. They did contain some carbon and iron, but only in amounts you would expect from natural rocks in the area, not ancient timbers. According to Baumgartner, when Wyatt was asked why none of his samples of fossilized gopher...
They're pulling every distraction used since the 1950s. Dude, literally aliens, Noah's Ark.
...wood had tree...
angels.
...rings or... ...any other features characteristic of fossilized...
Anything but the pedophilic cabal of billionaires that has been proven to be using these sophisticated S-trafficking networks.
Wood. He retorted that before the flood, trees must not have had rings.
Oh, how convenient. Interesting. It's almost like the trees didn't have growing seasons.
That said, Ron did eventually get a hold of what appears to be rivets and samples of fossilized wood, which are now on display at his museum in Tennessee. I got a private tour there and held one of the samples myself. But the source of these artifacts was never verified. And in 1992, Dr. Baumgartner straight up accused Wyatt of planting fake artifacts, stating in a letter that he was almost 100% certain that Ron planted the alleged metal rivets and petrified wood samples that he showed in photos to promote his work, explaining that in weeks at the site, despite Wyatt's claims that there were trainloads of fossilized gopher wood, he never once saw any sample that even remotely resembled petrified wood. And these allegations of fraud weren't just coming from Baumgartner. Wyatt's own son would later admit that his father had planted a chariot wheel in the Red Sea before claiming to have discovered this amazing evidence of Moses' Red Sea crossing. Now, David Fasold was a bit more reluctant to give up on Wyatt and the Jerupanar site. After all, he had just published a book titled The Ark of Noah, which was apparently the 15th best-selling book in the nation, and was being translated into 5 different languages. However, when he flew a documentary crew from ABC out to the site on his own
This is what drives me nuts, is this guy. He had so much more prominence than most archaeologists that, you know,
he was unable to
do the boring work
to replicate the metal detector results.
I might give up on this right here for now and go up inside and see if I can retrace some of the metal lines that I got when I was here a number of years ago.
He got called out for using divining rods.
Finally, Dave resorts to his frequency generator, which to the untutored eye look remarkably like divining rods. They do seem to work, for him at least.
Can I have a go with this? Yeah. When you get real good at it, you can actually have it like that, and it will actually go like this. It'll defy gravity.
On the line, nothing. In the middle, nothing. When we try to repeat the experiment, it doesn't work at all. This is with teaching from the master.
And when they dug a trench and drilled a hole where Fasold said ship beams should have been, there was nothing but mud.
What is it?
Mud. Exactly what we've seen everywhere.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
But perhaps worst of all, the protruding rib timbers that Wyatt had photographed were nowhere to be found.
This is what I came here to see. This is why I'm so sad. I came here to see this. And you're telling
wait a minute. Whose photograph was this?
Wyatt's.
But alas, there's nothing to be seen.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's this ridge.
But now this was done 2 years ago. Do you suppose it's just some kind of a material that maybe the rain has washed off?
However, when he learned that Wyatt had shaved off the sides of the structure with shovels to make them look more like rib timbers, he grew skeptical and collected 12 samples of alleged fossilized wood, a supposed iron bracket, and part of what Wyatt claimed was an anchor stone and a reed stone. He sent them to Dr.
Like I said, and the fact that most Christians are too dumb to not recognize that this guy is so bad for their movement, but they'll still use his evidence because it supports their faith.
Lawrence G. Collins, who sat him down and graciously gave him a crash course in geology, explaining the difference between these samples and actual fossilized
Eggery Peck, yes I am.
Wood, iron brackets, etc. So in 1996,
you subbed to the channel, right?
They co-authored a paper together, providing an in-depth geological analysis of the site. After thoroughly studying all the evidence to date, they too concluded that the boat-shaped formation was entirely natural, explaining in a detailed paper how local geology could account for both the shape and the iron oxide patterns that had fooled Fasold initially.
After 10 years of passionate conviction, Dave had decided he no longer believed his own Ark story.
I can admit that I'm wrong, as long as I'm enlightened, as long as I learn something from it myself.
But you put an enormous amount of money, an enormous amount of your life into Noah's Ark.
It was a great adventure. Yeah. That's about all you can say.
Fasold cared about the truth, and realizing he'd been duped, he canceled his book, forfeiting hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential royalties. And while Wyatt's organization still continues to use footage of Fasold to bolster their claims in their promotional materials that this was Noah's Ark,
he brought in Dave Fasold, a marine salvage expert, to assess it.
Fasold died in 1998, penniless, unable to even pay for his cancer treatment. So, what is the Jerupanar site formation?
America.
Exactly. Well, it's a natural geological formation known as a doubly plunging syncline. When tectonic forces push against each other, they can cause the ground to fold up like a carpet being pressed on from both ends. If you have uneven forces from multiple directions, it can pinch the ends. Then add landslides, earthquakes, and erosion over thousands of years, and you get this unusual but entirely natural sort of boat-looking formation. There are plenty of other places around the world with doubly plunging synklines. Here's one in Burke's Garden, Virginia. This one in the Anti-Atlas Mountains, Morocco, also looks like a ship. The top is less eroded, but you can see the rivers currently eroding out the insides of it, leaving what appears to be the protruding hull of a ship. By contrast, this one in Chahargas, Iran has experienced significantly more erosion. You can clearly see where the dried riverbeds used to be. All of these, including Darupanar, are natural formations. This one just happens to fall within a range of possible lengths for Noah's Ark, albeit the width and height are off by quite a bit. But what about the parts of the side of the structure that Wyatt didn't shave off, which still kind of look like rib timbers and beams making up the sides of a ship? Well, sure, they kind of look like a ship's hull, but this tree looks like Homer Simpson. This cloud looks like Jabba the Hutt. And this looks like the second coming of Jesus on a dog's butt. Humans
it does
see patterns where there are none. But pareidolia isn't archaeology.
No.
These are literally just giant chunks of hardened mud containing rocks and boulders separated by erosion gullies. And no, there is no petrified wood inside. Scientists have checked for that too.
And so we're actually looking at the eroded rim timbers of Noah's Ark.
Yes.
Can you all see how symmetrical they are?
Yes, yes.
This would not occur in natural erosion.
Oh, wow. These really do look unnaturally evenly spaced. You got me. Psych! This is the Dubyanovka syncline in Iran, and these are also natural erosion gullies. This is what he was actually pointing at. Now, I know that there are Christians watching who will accuse the naysayers of simply being God haters or anti-Christian somehow.
I had that in my chat here.
All of this is that Ron Wyatt's biggest critics weren't atheists, or really even skeptics. They were other creationists. Baumgartner, for example, believed wholeheartedly in Noah's Ark and continued arguing for a global flood for decades.
So what is the takeaway message? The Genesis flood was real, radically transformed the face of the earth.
And he didn't mince words about Wyatt's conduct, stating unequivocally that Ron Wyatt was an outright fraud. Creationist organizations like Creation Ministries International, the Institute for Creation Research, and even Answers in Genesis, the people who believe so firmly in Noah's Ark that they have literally built a life-size recreation of it, have all published detailed critiques calling Wyatt's claims fraudulent. Dr. John Morris from the Institute for Creation Research examined Wyatt's site twice and found no petrified wood, no man-made metal, and no artifact.
Good news. Kilmar Abrego Garcia cannot be prosecuted, and it turns out that there was malicious, there we go, prosecution.
Only unusual geology.
Ron there Wyatt we is go.
Wyatt never performed an actual archaeological excavation because what he was doing wasn't archaeology. It was biblical treasure hunting fueled by wishful thinking and spurred on by pareidolia and confirmation bias. He started with the conclusion and worked backwards, lacking any scientific objectivity or methodology. His excavations were undocumented. His artifacts lacked provenance. Nothing was photographed in situ or properly logged. He planted fake evidence, used the wrong
Finally, some good news, right?
Tools, misused the right.
Well, also, Kat Abu Ghazaleh and the Broadview 6, again, malicious prosecution. They're in big trouble. The prosecutors, it seems like they might actually lose their law license over this shit.
Quote mined and misrepresented his experts.
Because they did a grand jury shopping scheme that I guess legal scholars are saying that this is like one of the biggest scandals in law that would have a lot more fucking sway if the Trump administration wasn't doing this like on the daily.
None of his results or findings were ever replicated. There was no peer review, no independent verification.
Yeah, it turns out that when you have a vendetta against people and, go after your opponents, it kind of ruins your case.
And not a single archaeologist on site. If anything, you could call this a masterclass in how not to do archaeology, taught by Alabama Jones here, LARPing as an expert.
Alabama Jones.
I do like Indiana Jones movies.
What makes this particularly tragic is that Wyatt's claims continue to fool people today.
The fucking kazoo.
Decades after, every single researcher, including his own team members, thoroughly debunked them. And it's seen a revival on YouTube and TikTok thanks to Ron Wyatt 2.0 here, Andrew Jones.
It's him! It's the guy!
A tour guide who set up a visitor center on site, who scanned it in 2019 and claimed that because some of the rocks appear to be at right angles, therefore man-made rooms, because, you know, nothing in nature is ever perpendicular. Needless to say, like Wyatt before him, none of Andrew's dilettante work has been submitted or published in a peer-reviewed journal, nor would I hold my breath for it to be. The fundamental problem with what Wyatt was doing and with what Jones continues to do is that it's not science at all. When you start with your conclusion and work your way backwards, cherry picking and misrepresenting the data to fit your predetermined beliefs, you can make absolutely anything look believable. That's confirmation bias dressed up as research. Unfortunately, the Noah's Ark hoax was just the beginning for Ron Wyatt. Using the same shoddy methodology, he went on to convince millions of people that he had also discovered the Ark of the Covenant, the site of the Red Sea crossing, Jesus' actual crucifixion.
Yeah, the crucifixion spot was the big one. We watched his video on this one.
Crucifixion site complete with a sample of Jesus' blood.
Yep.
And Sodom and Gomorrah, which I actually covered already in detail in my video Nothing Feels Like Bible History, episode 9. Linked to below. He also claimed to have found the Tower of Babel and the
we're gonna go through a lot more of these.
Actual mountain where God gave Moses the 10 Commandments. Apparently, every single one of these major biblical locations remained hidden in plain sight for thousands of years because God was just waiting for his boy Ron the nurse anesthetist to come along and find them all.
We went over and got tickets to fly from Istanbul to the Albuquerque, and God had arranged that commercial airline flew right past the Tower of Babel where I could get a perfect shot at it right out the window. And there it is.
Now, each one of these claims has been thoroughly debunked and is just as ridiculous as Wyatt's Noah's Ark hoax. But I'll have to cover those spectacular failures in future videos. For now, just know that the Derup in our site is not Noah's Ark.
Nope.
It never was. And Ron Wyatt knew it. If you guys appreciate...
Yeah, and unfortunately, here actually. Yeah, unfortunately, you got Fox News that's all but more than willing to propagate this BS. Like I said, though, they really are pulling out the, all the works. Actually, somebody else in chat said it, but yeah. Man. All right. I was avoiding it, but let's do it. Let's fucking do it. All right, so this is where I was going to play it from, but do I do the whole thing? This could become easily another 3 to 4 hours of content that I'm not sure if I want to do that long. Because realistically, she interrupts him so much that it becomes insufferable. So, yeah, I know it. We're just going to go from here.
When this was being discussed. Okay.
At the where? Which one? The FTC or the DOJ?
I've sat in the room.
Okay. Yeah, this is her saying that she was in the room when they did the new food pyramid.
A room with Kennedy and people like Dr.
Tangent. But I hate that capitalism encourages this kind of grift. Yeah.
Dr. Oz.
Hey, Sophie.
Discussing how this exact flow with a middleman works.
But you didn't sit any rooms.
I didn't say. Okay, you're right. I didn't have those conversations with Kennedy or Dr. Oz or any of that.
If you listen to a fucking word he said instead of doing this, like, this is my biggest gripe with her. She doesn't listen at all.
Who then went and joined the administration? None of that happened. I have video of it, but none of it happened.
No, I didn't say.
When I testified,
he didn't say that, you dumb.
None of that happened. I have video of those conversations.
Yeah. Because you're so stupid that you wouldn't listen to what he was actually saying. You heard what you apparently wanted to hear on that, which, again, so weird that it's always like something that will lead you to outrage.
But none of it happened?
Not what I was talking about.
Okay.
That's not what he said.
Okay. So again, I don't know what else to tell you. This stuff does matter to me. What else would you like to litigate about it? I'm not quite sure.
What's so funny to her? She's doing the condescending, like, I was in the room and you're saying I wasn't even there?
Tell me what else you want to discuss.
And he didn't say that.
I'll discuss it with you. These are the things that matter.
He was asking her a question specifically, like, what was she witnessing?
To me.
Not the wars, not the...
But if you want to talk about war, Biden is the one who... We got into Ukraine under Biden. And
what do you mean? We got into Ukraine.
This is...
There was...
Sam did a piss poor job on actually checking her on this. The first answer should have been like, that wasn't our war. He didn't get us into a war. We just backed Ukraine and just kept our end of the bargain. What are you talking about? Putin invaded. This is why I'm saying that if she's not a Russian agent, they are using her.
That was under Trump.
Of Ukraine.
But Sam, there were potential...
She's so fucking stupid.
Off-ramps for that. One would argue, like the Minsk Accords. There were...
And nothing pisses me off more than when some dum-dum uses something like the Minsk Accords, because that's just a fucking... like a buzzword to her.
Potential off-ramps.
Man, I can't say things today.
I think Ukraine didn't want to give up their territory.
They didn't have to give up the territory in 22.
I don't see why
they didn't have to give up the territory
no
in 22.
other had any more opportunity to end this than Trump does.
I don't agree with you. I think that there were opportunities at the Minsk Accords that provided off-ramps, and we didn't take them. Why we didn't take them?
He's laughing because he's like,
so
yeah, no idea what you're talking about.
So under Biden, we controlled Ukraine, but under Trump, we don't control Ukraine.
Well, let's look at that one. And I this is the way
so
I
dumb.
perceive it.
That's all you're like. That's the whole crux of this this segment. Is I'm gonna be repeating that a lot. She's dumb.
We pushed and we pushed and we pushed with regard to expanding NATO.
Dude, sorry, guys.
And we promised we would. Right, there was a hard red line. You've got the memo. I think it was from Burns to Condoleezza Rice that was like, under no circumstance should you add Ukraine to NATO. It is a hard red line. Like, I can't remember. Niet means niet. It was something like that. Like, do not do it. We've known for a long time that this would trigger somewhat of a disaster.
Why is she so like gung ho to protect Russia's interest here?
Disaster. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cut to, we've had numerous opportunities to take an off ramp prior to this.
Ukraine was never admitted into NATO.
But they wanted to be admitted to NATO, which is what
Ukraine did want to be. We also had an obligation from '93 to provide defense for Ukraine in exchange for them to give up their nukes.
Sam, what does that have to do with?
When she shakes her head, you can hear those rocks rolling around.
Saying, I don't want them to go to NATO.
Well, they didn't go to NATO.
But they... Okay, so what...
They're not...
Why does she do that? When she gets proven wrong, she's just like, but they... You just don't understand me. I'm just so smart that you just don't understand.
In NATO now.
You just don't understand my argument, Sam.
What triggered... what triggered... So in the Minsk Accords, what triggered Putin...
Oh, God. Dude, this is so hard. This is my ultimate workout. If I make it through this without saying the R word, holy shit, guys. High fives all around.
Invasion.
That means that I have improved immensely.
Tell me. What triggered it?
What triggered his invasion in the Minsk?
So we blew the Minsk Accords. We had an opportunity.
Why does Sam do that? Like, he does the repeat thing, and then, why does she want the Minsk Accords? Like, the thing is, so I was listening to this, kind of just like doing my chores and shit. There was a part of me that was like, Sam, why are you so bad at answering this?
To reinvigorate that.
Like, it's easy.
In 22, to fix that whole situation, and it didn't fell apart.
Again, I love how she literally posts the chat GPT.
Opportunity.
So you're justifying the invasion of Ukraine because...
No, I'm not justifying it. I've been on the record saying I think Putin is a monster. I think there were opportunities to negotiate this before it got this far. I don't know how. How would you get Putin out of Ukraine at this point? He's arguably winning.
So just give him Ukraine and don't fight back? What are you talking about?
What's the leverage?
I don't know if he is winning. I don't know. I mean, I
seems
really,
like it. So what's
it's
the
a little bit
leverage
difficult
now?
to
We
assess.
had more leverage in 22. We don't seem to have
we had more leverage in 22 with whom? With Ukraine or
with Russia before they.
If I can go without saying the R word for the rest of the stream, you will donate $100 at the end. All right.
They were what appears to
Bet.
be winning.
But also no, because
what was our leverage with Russia?
I think you need that money.
What did Putin want?
I think I'm actually trying to be nice. Like, no.
What did he want? He said, "Do not add." What? Let's
I
look
think
it up.
he wants Ukraine.
I appreciate it though.
Let's look it up. What?
I will win though. I will win this.
Happened? What was his ultimatum in 2022?
I'll be good.
I think he wants Ukraine.
That's not what caused his
Serious
invasion.
incentive there. That's the thing. I don't want the incentive.
We have
I want to be good by myself. I don't want anything.
had an opportunity to negotiate that situation in 2022. So
I think he wanted.
My wife just said yes. You could totally give the $100.
Ukraine,
What?
and I think that's what it
Let's
is.
just look.
I mean, I
What
think that's why.
instigated?
Oh my God!
Countries like
You should have just said that in chat.
Let's see.
That was funny.
Okay. Historical grievances, deep-seated fears of Western democratic influence. Okay. Fear of Western expansion. Putin
This is hard.
perceived Ukraine's pivot towards Western institutions, particularly the EU and NATO, as an existential threat to Russia's geopolitical sphere of influence and security. That's what I just said.
I understand.
That's what I just said.
I understand
And eventually,
that
okay.
That Putin says that it was because it's an existential threat to have an independent Ukraine to them. But I mean,
let's see.
I don't think that justifies an invasion.
I'm not telling you it justifies an invasion. I'm telling you there was an opportunity in 20.
What would America should have done at that point? We had a pact with them to provide defense against
I wouldn't
Russia
have
if it invaded.
continued expanding NATO. It seems like that was kind of a big deal.
That wasn't America, though. What are you talking about? Holy crap. Julian, like, this is a made-up issue. She doesn't give a shit about NATO expanding. She just wants to have a reason that this was Biden's fault, not Putin's fault, because she wants to have the equivalency to Biden-Trump. Biden bad, Trump not that bad, because not saying gas prices, even though higher gas prices for longer.
The NATO expansion in that direction. As far as I know,
we have
most of what public
listen, hold
officials
on.
in the U.S. were
So
saying
when
is
we
that we're
promised-
Oh, stop. Put your freaking keyboard away.
Yes.
Can you answer any of, like, this is the part that drives me nuts is why is she so, like, why didn't Sam just say, can you stop using ChatGPT for a minute and actually argue what you're trying to argue without a computer telling you why you might be right or wrong?
Anti-Ukraine.
When we promised.
The debates with Sam, not ChatGPT.
Promised, right? When was
I don't know
this?
why that's so hard for me to say.
Reagan administration, we promised we wouldn't expand NATO. Would we add like 15 countries and put it all the way on their border? Yeah. Okay, so hold on. What did the U.S. promise Russia about NATO expansion? Wasn't this Reagan?
Oh my God.
Okay, what Gorbachev heard. All right. Hang on. 1990 assurances. Is that it? Okay, James Baker told Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev that there would not be an expansion 1 inch eastward. Okay, so since then, we've added like 15 countries and we're about to move it all the way to their border. Like, probably just shouldn't have done that since then.
As far as I know,
country. NATO add. Okay, let's see.
Read it out loud. You want to share with the class? Or are you doing that thing where it's proving you wrong and now you're just looking for that one little tidbit where you're just like, oh, this proves me right, without putting it in any context?
we did move.
We added 16 countries. After we promised
Well, they
not
weren't
one
all
inch.
necessarily
Here,
equal,
since
but,
1990, NATO has expanded to include 16 new member countries through 6 waves.
Also, I'm gonna call out the fact that she in post put all this up, and also like she would go and like not give Sam a like a retort at all, like where it was just like she released all this in post and then
of enlargement, increasing its
wow, am I having a stroke?
total membership
I can't
from
get
16
my
to
fucking brain
32.
together.
The expansion incorporated nations from Eastern Europe and the Northern region, and we put it right on the border there, which was a
No,
no-no.
I think I just got
And we
dumber
have
from listening to her. That's what happened.
was it WikiLeaks or was it Julian Assange? What was it that leaked the
God.
memo from Burns to Condoleezza Rice saying no? I'm just saying.
Has she ever said I don't know, like in her entire life?
If you're going to say Trump is a president of war, I don't actually agree with you. I don't think so.
I'm talking about Iran.
Okay, let's talk about Iran.
We attacked Iran. We did. We did not attack
like
Russia.
The absence in her
True.
eyes is actually scary.
And you're comparing providing defensive weaponry to Ukraine
is this a
to
okay? So
literally
is this,
bombing another
Listen to him, you dumb.
other country.
My feeling on Iran right now is that we don't really know how it's going to turn out. So far,
What do you mean we don't know
I don't
how
think
it's
we
going
know.
to turn out?
Okay,
We
so-
already know right now.
I don't agree with you.
That we have killed
He hasn't made a point.
thousands of civilians.
Oh, this is
We have
infuriating.
extended.
With thousands of civilians, we've killed thousands
Hey,
of Iranian
Joe
civilians
Med.
on the street.
How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
We've killed thousands of Iranians. Yes.
This debate was very bad for her. Not sure her fans care though.
Civilians or the IRGC.
Civilians. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Really? All right, team. Have we killed thousands of Iranian civilians? I know there was some
Team?
skepticism over
She needs a team now. Holy crap!
a school.
Just admit that you got cooked here just by him showing up and not bringing his producer, not bringing a team. Hell, he's not using AI. Like, what are you doing?
Skepticism over that school?
Yes,
I
because
don't even think the U.S. government has denied it. They just said that it shouldn't
they
have been
actually
near a
they
base.
they've said that they think that it was probably an IRGC missile potentially hitting the school, and there's no defined answer because I tried to find it. How many?
My God. I mean, the level of delusion
Really?
to argue that somehow we're not engaged in a war and that
I
it
do
could work
think-
out okay.
I do think it
I
could
mean,
work out okay,
Like
Sam.
you're to the
making
right
my head hurt.
of you know,
Has the U.S. killed?
true.
significant portion of the Republican Party. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
How does Sam do this?
How many civilians?
This is pathetic. This is pathetic. There's nothing sadder than watching a just complete dumb asshole fucking sit here like, okay, hold on. I need to cross check with my AI who's going, hold on.
Okay.
You can't listen to this lady anymore. It's painful. That's what, dude. Hey, give me credit. I was going to watch this whole thing, but then I kind of wised up and I'm just like, no, I'm going to drive myself crazy if I do that. I already did that once.
So how many do you think it is?
DJ, don't you do it.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think we've killed probably
Put that R word away right now.
thousands.
Okay, the Manab school strike is the first thing that comes up.
How does Sam do this sober? I don't know.
The primary incident under U.S. military investigation is the strike on an all-girls school near Manab, which killed at least 156 to 175. Okay, urban strikes. Independent documentation from news outlets like the Mehr News Agency notes specific incidents, like an attack on Tehran's Nilofar Square. I don't know if this is us. That killed 20 civilians.
Human Rights says 1,700 civilian deaths, civilians. Tens of thousands have been wounded, supposedly. I mean, I don't think we
Tens
can
of
know
thousands
exactly.
of civilians or IRGC? Which I don't really, to be honest, I don't really.
Where are you going?
I don't really
mix.
feel bad if the IRGC, who's hanging teenagers, I don't really feel bad if they're being killed. I'd rather see the IRGC
Clip that.
not beat women to death for
Oh my God, she really is like fucking all like, all right,
their hair
IDF all the way with you.
sticking out of their hijab, or engage in sexual torture, like, I don't really feel bad about the IRGC.
That was exactly how we were sold to go into Afghanistan, too.
But we don't, Sam, we don't have boots on the ground.
Yeah, but
We've
she's
lost
dumb enough to buy
14 million
all that.
soldiers. We're in the process of a negotiation, are we not?
How many?
14 soldiers? Our soldiers?
Oh, I thought you said 14 million.
14 soldiers.
We've lost, we're spending billions upon billions of dollars.
First of all,
that
do you know
I know
that
you
we're
were
spending,
so concerned about.
Okay,
we're going
hold
to
on.
end up
do you know
exactly
that that's a
at the best
fraction
case
of
we
just
could end
the
up
fraud
as
in California?
JPCOA.
Just a fraction. Just a fraction of the fraud.
What?
In California. I do think. Tell me something. I have a question.
Oh my God.
For you. Why would Iran enrich uranium to up to 60%? Why? We have that independently verified.
Oh, I picked a bad day to stop huffing glue.
Why would they? Why would they store it?
Why would they enrich it? Why would they enrich it to up to 60%? Why?
Because it's leverage.
Are you asking because you're that stupid and you actually want to learn something? Or is this like one of those, like, you think you know, so you're trying to bait him even though, look at you. Look at you. I have seen fucking fresh-born deer with less fucking wonder in their eyes. Look at you. You just absolute buffoon. I'm pretty sure my cat has a bigger brain than her.
Well, you want them
because
to have
they
that
had
leverage?
they
I don't want them to
do
have
this.
that leverage.
They didn't start to do this until Trump
not
unilaterally got out of the JPCOA.
That is not true.
It is true.
No, it isn't.
And they built up their stockpiles. They
So Iran has never been a threat. They haven't chanted death to America. They haven't had a nuclear program. It hasn't been a problem for years.
Dude, she just really does parrot everything she hears.
They haven't had,
and she's not even good at it. She kind of mixes up her propaganda.
Had a nuclear program outside of starting to
Why
store this
did they? So
enrichment
they enriched it because
Lito,
of Trump.
you're definitely smarter than her.
So that's the reason.
No, they didn't enrich it because of Trump. Trump was the one who took us out of the deal. That if we're lucky, we will
Why
get
did
back
he take
to.
us out of the deal, Sam?
Do people actually listen to this lady for non-exercise advice? I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's why I wonder, how the fuck did she get so big? She has 687,000 followers. I don't know.
Because he...
But man, does that bug me.
Presented that Obama signed it? I have no idea.
By the way, if you haven't subbed to the channel, please do.
In his administration who
like,
wanted
legit, fucking
to
please.
have more of a conflict with Iran, and it wasn't until his second term where he had more toadies that he was able to.
I'm gonna just start going for it, where it's just like, do it! I need help!
And so Iran, had they a nuclear weapon, I think we probably would not be bombing them.
That's true. We probably
and
would
so
not be.
It is the most rational thing in the world for them to
stop typing and listen to him.
Pursue that.
Do you listen to anybody but yourself?
Well, I personally do not want.
Unless they get the benefits, and they've put on the table.
Stop thinking. Will you listen to him?
On multiple occasions.
God damn.
Already.
If you die alone, I would never wonder why.
Deals. In fact, the PM of Oman, who was doing the negotiation.
I've never seen somebody so eager to get out a non-thought.
Said that Iran.
Oh, AI overview again.
Iran had made a deal to get rid of all of their enriched uranium.
They won't let
that
the
they would not
IAEA
stockpile. They would
investigate.
only. Excuse me, let me finish.
Okay.
They would only enrich uranium at a level that was necessary.
Listen, lady, what I need you to do is I need you to stop. You need to stop. You're looking like an idiot. Listen, you're making the Republican Party look stupid. We can't have that. Why don't you go and support the right person that ran The Apprentice? You know, Donald Trump was not the only person to run The Apprentice.
For civilian
Wait, that last part.
Nuclear power.
Yeah, I beat the Predator.
They just said they wouldn't do
and
that.
Witkoff and Kushner, for whatever reasons, some speculate because they didn't come with any experts on nukes. Some speculate because Jared Kushner has a lot of interests outside of that room that he is working for. I don't know what the answer is.
She's a child in an adult's body. She is like the prime example of what happens when you do not pay attention in school, that your parents literally buy your way through school.
Either one of those.
Like, holy crap.
Yeah.
But we do know that this offer was put on the table
Listen,
before the United States attack.
I know a little bit something. I know something about a little bit of bodybuilding, and listening to this lady makes me wonder, Did she take a little bit too much of the steroid? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. But I have to say, she has a little bit of muscle brain.
Okay. So you're saying Iran never violated the JCPOA? Never.
I don't know if they never violated, but they certainly didn't increase their uranium productions. I'm sure on some level there were probably specific technicalities.
130 metric tons in 2016 of heavy water stockpile that I guess you used to.
You don't even understand what you're reading. Oh my God, she has AI just fucking thinking for her, and she still can't do it.
Enriched uranium.
This is a case study in stupid.
Advanced centrifuge development in 2016, 2017. Systemic deliberate breaches of the deal in 2019 and 2021. Following
the deal was
exceeding
broken.
enrichment purity caps, JCPOA strictly limited uranium enrichment to 3.67, and they had enriched to 20% in 2018. What do you mean this happened under Trump? This has been happening. It's been happening. I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. I don't. So it's one thing to say they don't have one. Okay, but then just
Notice how they're doing this in post.
tell me why then are they violating the JCPOA before Trump?
It was Trump.
Even with all the help of her producers, she still somehow looks this stupid.
You
fucking A, that's like a
unilaterally left it.
Almost have to applaud that.
He quit. He quit it.
Why did he quit it though, Sam? You know Obama gave them pallets of cash, right?
Oh, do you know how much cash they made? Twice that in selling their oil in the wake of our bombing.
Well, this is one of the reasons that if Trump can get China to buy oil from us, that's a nice little checkmate without us having boots on the ground. I would actually like to see. I think the Iranian regime is a cancer. I think they're the #1 funders of terror. I think they're evil in the atrocities that they
What
commit.
terror? What?
They don't fund Hamas. They don't fund Hezbollah. They don't.
Sam really could have done a lot better here, just like cooking her. I mean,
really?
I understand that he's just as frustrated as all of us listening to this, but he did take this debate.
Not the #1 funders
He has to do a little bit more, he has to be more assertive.
of terror in the
Oh,
world.
I meant international terror that would implicate us.
I hate even fucking saying that, but it's true.
They fund terrorist organizations. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not for it.
They fund. I mean, I don't know. Hezbollah is more of a
Houthis.
militia and a paramilitary.
Okay. Do they fund those groups though? Yes. They're the number
Yeah,
one.
they do.
Okay. They're the top disrupting force in the Middle East. Why would the
Well,
South?
in what manner?
Sam, the better answer. Oh God, I hate that. The better answer is that we have history of doing the exact same thing. Iran Contra. Funny enough, how Iran's in that name. Like,
you tell.
Why? Why is a stoner that's like almost 2 sheets to the wind better at
Tell
this?
me, what does the Saudi crown prince
I think
say?
a lot of
Maybe it's because my perception's a little fucked up.
people would suggest that Israel is the top disruptive force.
Why does
in
the Saudi
region.
Lay off
crown
the vape.
prince say that the Ayatollah was like Hitler? Why? If he's
Because he has a rival country and is in competition for
So the
supremacy
Abraham
in that
Accords,
region.
if this regime ended up falling and you could expand the Abraham Accords, do you think that's a bad thing? If they were incapable of funding terrorist organizations, do you think that's a bad thing? If the Iran never was able to get a nuclear weapon, do you think it's a bad thing? I just don't think
new
it's a bad
dictator
thing.
in Iran, would that be better? Is that what you're suggesting? Like the Shah?
I think it'd probably be the same. Oh, the Shah? Who are you talking about? Reza Pahlavi? I
I'm
don't
talking about
think that he's as nearly as bad as the
Well, I'm
Ayatollah.
not saying you should install a new Shah. I'm talking about the old Shah, his father.
I don't think his father was as bad as the Ayatollah. No, I do know that he had like secret police and all of that, but I don't think he was as bad as the Ayatollah. No.
And you do know that it was the United States that put him into power.
Let's actually relitigate that for just a moment.
What's to be relitigated? Argue the merits of your fucking argument. There's no relitigation of America not bad in this. Shut up. Why?
So, when did that happen?
Oh, I'm so glad I'm only doing half this. I'm actually getting a headache from this.
20 years, right.
I
And
already
when
kind of
did
had
the-
one, but
when did
damn,
it
it's
happen?
making it worse.
1950, right?
I think it was 53. Maybe it was 51.
Okay. So there's I actually watched the whole thing on this, and I would have prepared better for you. But 20-something years later, we weren't.
Don't you ask ChatGPT that, huh?
We weren't involved in that. 20-something years later, after we got involved.
Put
In 79. That's
dictator
20-something
in-
years later.
Yes.
By the way, the guy that the Shah replaced was a horrible person. I remember I had a whole interview about this. Hold on. I didn't know we were going to talk about this, so
all right.
hold on.
It's all right. Let's not.
I mean,
it's a
but
waste
hold
of both
on.
our
Who
times.
did? He was like a horrible person that the Iranians hated. And
And
I know that we
so
thought that he
we
was like
did
this really
the
good guy, but he
Iranians a
actually
favor
wasn't.
in getting rid of their democratic elected leader.
Sam, that happened in the 50s, though. The
Okay.
Ayatollah
No,
took
yes. 30
There's
years
actually-
later, nothing matters. I get it. Honestly, there's no point in us.
Then why? Because honestly, again, the best point is, why does any of the history matter if you're already discounting it?
Talking about
I'll tell you. It's actually really interesting.
Then be interested after the interview and do this after the interview.
This is a totally irrelevant.
This is my point. This is the part that pissed me off, where she's a disingenuous asshole. I'm not even gonna fucking give her the ability to give her fucking context here, because fuck you. You couldn't do that while he was in the fucking space. Like, no.
The details. But he turned out not to be a tremendous
She
guy.
can't argue any of her points without even... That's the weirdest part, is the fact that she doesn't retain any of this.
What other tremendous guys do you think the United States should be
What
overthrowing?
I'm saying is the people did not actually love
Her
him
arguments are
today.
literally brain dead.
So
Yeah.
yes, I do know that it was mostly MI6, not necessarily the
The source
CIA.
she
but we
cites
were
here,
involved. The
someone looked it up, and it was made by someone who is not a historian, and this page is likely a Daily Wire clone. Makes sense.
Did get involved in that coup.
Joe Med Nader, if you have not already subbed to the channel, I'd appreciate it.
It was like 20
Also hit the like.
something years later, though,
I hate begging, but I have to.
that the Ayatollah came to power. We weren't involved
Welcome
in
to
that.
YouTube.
We weren't involved in the
I'm doing this
Ayatollah
for
coming to
you.
power. No, it was because
This is painful, by the way.
Iranians overthrew their government.
Like, she is legitimately
Right.
like the definition of painfully stupid. You did? All right. Thank you so much, Joe
An
Man.
agreement on that fact? I'm not quite sure exactly.
Appreciate that, man.
Your argument is that Iran's enriching uranium because of Trump. That the JCPOA was perfect.
I'm saying that the
I don't. The
JCPOA
facts don't show that, though.
Okay. Well, you're the only person I've
I just read them
spoken
to you.
but I know you just read about it, so you must know.
Okay, so what's
She doesn't
online is
know that
wrong.
was a
All right, I'll
burn.
drop. I'll
No,
drop
I
it in.
mean,
All right, I'll
there's
drop it in the show.
This is not a controversial
I'll drop
statement.
the JCPOA
Everybody knows that
violations
Trump jumped out
prior
of
to
it. The
Trump
real issue,
into the show.
the real issue that the neocons and your buddies, who are
buddies.
in favor of this attacking Iran and doing it because they're perceived
Sam,
as
we've lost
a
14
a fight.
soldiers, which is terrible. But they've killed
let me
tens
finish.
They've
The
killed
real reason
hundreds
is
of Americans
because,
over the last 47
The way that you're literally saying, which is terrible.
years.
Nah, that's just cost of doing business, Jillian.
Obama's deal did not.
Why don't you go teach the soldiers what to eat and how to train? You know, how come? Actually, wait a minute. How old is she?
Not go far enough in their estimation in terms of curbing Iran's proxies, whether that was the Houthis or whether it was Hezbollah or whomever. And
if Trump is successful
and there
in
has
striking
been
a deal with
desperate
Iran,
47
I think it would be a great thing. Will that happen? I don't know.
To get rid of Iran, and they finally found an American president who's willing to do it. And that's what this.
So
that's
what
what's
about
happening.
what about the fact that the Saudis want to get rid of Iran? Do you just blame Israel?
No, I'm quite.
Or
convinced
every
the
single
Saudis,
president that has said,
are
"I'm going
involved
to
in
deal
this
with
as well.
Iran."
Oh my God, she's so stupid. Even Robin's like, I can't.
Every single
Well,
one.
I mean,
but like that,
Obama
what about
started
them?
to.
It's
What about them?
painful.
Just
Listen.
Trump.
The Iranians came
Just
to
Israel?
George W. Bush and tried to make a deal in the wake of 9/11 that was completely comprehensive. And in fact,
What does that
not
have to
only
do
did
with
they
Trump,
do this,
though?
they brought the deal to the Swiss. The Swiss went to the United States
What
and
does that
said,
have to do
"Here's a
with
big
your
deal where
accusation that they're
Iran
only
is
doing
willing
this
to
because of
stop
Trump?
fund
And that they adhere
the
to the
proxies.
JCPOA, and Trump ruined it.
And
That's
the
not
Bush
true.
administration was so upset that
It is. He got rid of it, so they didn't need to abide by it. Therefore, it should be no shock that they weren't abiding by something that they no longer had to. What do you not understand about that?
that there was a chance for people.
You know what? I actually know. She's mad that Obama had a good deal because it was a fucking fine deal. It was, but yeah, she just buys all the Trump bullshit where he's just like, it was a horrible deal, even though I'm about to make the same deal, possibly even worse, because I might be giving them the Strait of Hormuz.
Peace with Iran, that they sanctioned Switzerland for even delivering
I think
the
that,
message.
you know what? She's doing a fine job. She's doing just as well as anybody in my cabinet. I have to say, I love her. She's great. I saw her on The Biggest Loser, and then because they only brought up a bunch of fatty McBaddies, and I got to see that they were the biggest losers. I love watching The Biggest Losers. I don't like beautiful people. I don't like handsome men, even though I like to squeeze their biceps and tell them how handsome they are.
Do with Trump? I didn't vote for Bush. What does that have to do with any of this?
It is the same
What is
agenda
it?
that has been operating, this hostility towards Iran. And Biden,
Hostility
I would say,
Dude, I have literally seen lima beans with more fucking riches than her brain.
Towards
And
Iran.
I
So
was
when
quite-
they
I was
chant
quite,
death to America,
adamant
they've
in my
killed
criticism of
hundreds of
Biden
Americans over the
for
last
not
47
getting back
years.
into the JPOC is the JPCOA. And in retrospect, I
So
realized
you think
it was
Iran's
because of
this great
his,
regime, no threat, no worry.
I also believe that they've made a public statement that the reason that they enriched it 260 was to show that they were following the deal all along, and they could have enriched past it if they wanted to.
They don't care if they have a nuclear
This is
weapons.
exactly what they said. This is exactly verbatim. What you're saying to me right now is exactly what they said to people who said we should not be invading Iraq.
Let's go.
You
There are
think
so
Saddam
many
Hussein is a
differences
great
that it's
guy?
staggering.
No, it's not.
Love him.
We had boots on the ground in Iraq, and there were no
And so,
weapons of mass destruction.
I was critical
Here,
of Biden.
we
when
don't
he didn't
have
go
boots
into
on
that as well.
on the ground, and there's 60% enriched uranium, and they're funding terror proxies. Night meet day. Totally
I see.
different.
I see. It's a completely different set of reasons why we're invading this country.
There were no weapons of mass destruction. There's 60% enriched uranium and a failure to
Yeah, I got
comply
news for
with
you.
the
60% of enriched
IAEA
uranium
and a
is
funding of
not
terror
a weapon of mass
proxies.
destruction.
Do you
They
know how
told
long?
us
How
that,
long? I'm going to ask you one question.
She doesn't get it.
How long to get from 60%?
There's a reason that her head hurts right now is because like this is literally how hard she can think
to weapons
before she hits her limit.
It's great.
My
long?
understanding, according
Holy
to Donald
crap.
Trump, is that we were 2 weeks away.
That does seem to be the number, that the lift from 60% to
Wow.
weapons grade is only a matter of weeks. I'm not, okay. All right. I'll look it
You
up.
should talk to the CIA. We have
I
been
actually
hearing that
did
same
speak to
line
somebody
about
from the
Iran.
CIA. That's where I
We were
got it
speaking
from.
to the
There is no reason to have.
He's not from the CIA, you dipshit. Oh my God. He's ex-CIA. He is not part of the CIA right now. Holy fuck, she's stupid.
60%.
Oh my God. She might be the dumbest person on YouTube.
Enriched uranium if
Holy
you
shit.
are claiming that you have a civilian peaceful nuclear program. Nothing over 5% makes sense. You don't need it. And yet they've been stockpiling it. Getting from 60% to weapons grade is the easy lift.
Same.
I spoke. Okay. How long is the time frame to get from?
Okay. Honestly, I got to go. This has been great. Very
All right.
edifying. And I appreciate it.
Enriched
Thank you for having me
uranium
on.
To weapons grade. I'm just curious. The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks, Sam. That's the
They're
answer.
days and weeks away from a nuclear weapon.
I'm
It's
gonna drop this
amazing
in.
how many years
Sam, that is the
for
answer.
decades
You are
I've been
wrong.
hearing that.
Sam,
Yep,
they had 60% enriched uranium. It takes, literally, the short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. And I did speak to somebody from the CIA. No, okay. All right. How long is the time frame to get from 60% enriched uranium to weapons grade? The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Because the law of physics and nuclear engineering, or because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering, uranium enrichment is not a linear process, Moving from natural uranium to 0.07 purity to 20% enrichment takes about 90% of the total effort. Once uranium has already been enriched to 60%, nearly all of the heavy lifting is done. The final dash to weapons grade, 90% purity, requires only removing one microscopic fraction of unwanted isotopes. I guess that's the end of the show.
Thank you.
Did he talk about it today? That was painful. I did it! Woo! I did it, though. Your tarnation. Woo! Woo! Nailed it. Now I can breathe. He did good. He devoted a segment to it. Oh, he did? Oh, wait, here. Good job. Thank you. I feel so proud of myself. Look, it is possible. I think that it's actually now a thing of the past. I think that I might be able to refrain from using the R slur. Hell yeah. No offense, that guy did a horrible job debating her. The thing is, it's not about him doing a horrible job as much as, like, he couldn't get, or like, his head wrapped around what, like, how bad she was, like, how dumb she was and what she was doing. Like, it's kind of like if you were debating your 5-year-old, like, kid, or like debating a 5-year-old kid and they just kept going, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You would argue that because the adult would just be like, okay, fuck this. It's like, yeah, that kid did a badass job. Woo. Jesus. Okay, let's find this clip. It was on the show today. Maybe they actually posted it. Let's see, videos. Here we go.
Do we have a Jillian? Do we have a?
I can find a Jillian one. Yeah. I think the AI thing was the most amazing part.
The AI thing went out through. I have not watched the whole debate, and I don't know how much they cut around it. But this was happening throughout the entire thing, and
he was getting annoyed.
Her holding up the laptop at you to show you what the AI is saying is maybe one of the most amazing single frames of debate I've ever seen.
I honestly think that I had disassociated so much that it didn't even occur to me what she was doing. Like, I think I was had moved into the deepest recesses of my brain. Right. Let's play
I think this
whatever
is
you
the
got.
end here. I think this may be the tail end. I'm not sure.
Okay, how long is the time frame to get from?
Okay, honestly, I gotta go. This has been great. Very edifying.
This is funny.
And I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Have you ever tried to argue with a flat earther?
I'm just curious.
It's just like that.
The short
They
answer
talk
is a
over you
matter of
smugly
days
with
to roughly 1 to 2
talking points
weeks.
that are nonsensical.
Okay, we gotta
Can't
go
answer
back.
the
Okay.
nonsense. They laugh at you.
So she's saying they have 60% uranium enriched, highly enriched uranium. And it is the case that it doesn't take that long to get to 90% enriched uranium from 60. Particularly if you've gotten to 60, I suspect it's sort of like if you're age 70, your chances of living to age 80 are much higher than if you are 20, just statistically speaking. And I think if you have and because of all the things that go into that, you've gotten this far, and so you have the capacity, so you could enrich to a 90%. That's what you need for a weapon. And that may only take a week, couple of days.
Do you just pour that into a water bottle and then throw that at somebody?
That's the point. You need to have an entire weapon delivery system. So it's not the same thing. And we've been hearing this over and over again. The Israelis have been saying Iran is days away from a nuclear weapon for literally 25 years. And but so I was like, they're not 2 weeks away from a weapon, and I don't know how you. She had already told me the USAID the cutting back only killed 8 people. That's all she could find. But what it did do is it funded the organization that did the gain of function in Wuhan and created COVID. And
right.
Yeah. And then she was telling me about how, all the benefits from RFK, because I think she sort of conflated having SNAP requirements for what SNAP recipients could, restrictions on what SNAP, on what food outlets that sell to SNAP recipients, what they had to supply, et cetera, as if there was going to be the FDA or USDA is going to go into 250,000 bodegas and say where are your fresh apples? I don't see them. So, I mean, these institutions have been cut dramatically. The idea that they're going to be able to enforce this is just absurd. But so continue on with
I would just clue people into the way she has to retake a sentence here, because it's clearly the first time she's reading it and doesn't.
I think I black out for a second. Late cheers.
Know any of the context she's spouting.
Thank you for having me on.
To weapons grade. I'm just curious. The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks, Sam. That's the answer.
Days and weeks away from a nuclear weapon. It's amazing how many years,
Sam, that is
for decades, I've been hearing that.
Sam, they had 60% enriched uranium. It takes, literally, the short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. And I did speak to somebody from the CIA. No, okay. All right. How long is the time frame to get from 60% enriched uranium to weapons grade? The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Because the law of physics and nuclear engineering... because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering.
Yeah, so there it is. This is, again, for folks just listening, this is the Google search AI response on this.
Nuclear engineering, because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering.
But she's not asking how far are they from getting a weapon. Yeah. Which is what we were debating.
I mean, she has no context for that. This is the thing Israel's been saying forever. She has AI psychosis, really. The confidence she had to say that stuff that was just horseshit about the school bombing and stuff like that.
And then we were talking about Iran and Mossadegh, and I said, you realize that the CIA could Mossadegh, and who was the elected leader of Iran. And she goes, well, that was Sam, that was
in the name of common ground.
That was 27 years before the Shah came in. I mean, before the Ayatollah came in. Okay, so are we still going to get blamed for that? Are we going to get blamed for all the time that he was a dictator? Sam. It was one of the most sort of honestly, I was disassociating throughout the entire thing. And apparently she cut into she got a good production team, Ryan. They cut into, they kept cutting in.
What'd you say?
To clips into the thing. But the very beginning, can we get to the very beginning of it?
Oh yeah.
This was the part where she had said, she had emailed, maybe someday we'll release the emails. She emailed and said,
release the emails, Sam. Release the emails.
What would Sam like to discuss? And as I had said on Twitter to her, I wanted to revisit the USAID and the Doge cuts because that was the last time we talked. And she wanted to do more current things like transing kids. But we ended up, I don't know if we ever settled on anything. I don't know. But the first, 10 minutes, maybe more of the interview was her production team having put together like a super cut of every mean thing we've said about her.
Oh man, this is great.
And at one point, she's mad. I stopped listening, and we got to get to the yup part. That's when Matt speaks, and I may have said yup at the end of the clip, and then I had not listened to the play it.
Okay, so this is right as she's about to cut to the nice compilation she made of our work.
Oh man, it's amazing.
And we exchange on Piers Morgan from a year ago.
Promise you we will. That's why I'd like some of your time. Okay, SOT 3.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Take your maha and shove it up your ass. She now has a YouTube influencer channel.
Even bigger loser.
Everybody knows. I like to keep it real. That's a perfect show for me to go on.
Is this a meeting of
All right,
the
pause it for 1 second. Just pause it. Don't keep it up. But that last clip was literally from after she made her challenge. When I was mocking, let's keep it real. But this is like such a short cut. Like I'm not even sure what the point is. Good.
Just kidding. They're both gay. They're both gay.
Snake oil. The snake oil salesman talking about politics.
Totally.
I'm sure she read that book
2 weeks ago.
Did it have pictures?
Here's someone who quit her show because of criticism of Israel was happening.
Talk to me about Islam. Tell me where we're getting it wrong.
Please come on my show and justify why Muslims aren't bad.
Wrote it 3 hours ago.
Nothing. Have we heard back anything?
Nothing yet.
Oh my God.
She's a fool.
Her role in media is to defend Israel. I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism, and then is also a Maha person.
They want to get rid of free lunches in schools.
Sorry, does Jillian deny that she's exclusive of trans people in her family?
I think she probably would deny that she's a radical feminist.
Okay, so that's the part that she's taking issue with. Okay,
according to the logs, she found out what TERF meant from Emma in that comment, according to what she told me in an email.
Well, that's not very nice to make somebody look up a word.
All right, let's keep going. Wait, you got to keep going because at one point she makes me account for what you said, Matt.
Okay.
Both here and in Africa, which I know I care about both. She cares about neither, but is pretending to care about the kids in America.
Okay. Wow. So first, let me address the fact that I'm sorry I did not get back to you within 3 hours.
You got great producers.
Well, you gave us a lot to work with, Sam.
Do you want both? Maybe I'll do both.
Having said that, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you within 3 hours. A man of your stature, I apologize. But your followers spammed the email I put out.
All right, wait. I'm going to reword it.
SOT number 2.
Not sure how to reach you, but if you're so inclined, have someone from your office email our podcast line, and then she puts her email there. If you guys, want to send her an email, now you know what her address is. So go wild with that shit.
And they did. Graphic number 1.
Hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
Those guys are on a completely different podcast.
I totally get it, but it seems like they're your followers, though. They like you quite a bit, along with, I didn't even know Hassan Piker calls you Uncle Sam.
They do a show about beefs, but I think
I guess so. Yeah. So then,
dude, you just let it. You said I just watched my cat stand behind my dog while my dog's tail was wagging because he's so happy. He is, but dude, my cat was just like, ow. Ow.
Okay, so graphic number 1. So we did in fact get those emails, and it made it very difficult to find yours. LOLOLOL. I think they left off the last O.
I
hope Cedar guts your.
I hope people can understand my state of mind at this point. I'm like, I haven't been through something like this probably since, I don't know, junior high. Where, she wants to come on and just make it about her aggrievement. She's so upset at the way that people who like me have sent emails to her. Zach and Gavin, they were laughing at her. That was so rude. I mean, I at this point am just questioning everything I've ever done in my life that led up to this moment.
So I've cut ahead to, I believe, the next supercut of things we say about her.
It doesn't
everybody.
stop. This is still...
You've seen Iranian people in the streets here telling everybody, listen to what we are saying to you. Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah.
Wait a second. There are Iranian people in the U.S. in the streets of the U.S. saying that Mamdani sounds like
what up, Daniel?
The Ayatollah.
How you doing?
I'm assuming in 1979, like they're saying, like leading up to the revolution.
I guess.
What? No. The Ayatollah was in exile in Paris, I believe, when the revolution hit.
I mean, the people that have a lot of credibility right now is the conservative Iranian diaspora. Yeah, let's see what they have to say.
And I would like for some specifics about what Mamdani has said that makes him sound like the Ayatollah.
A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago.
It's, yeah, I had a feeling it's the same goddamn video that I've seen everywhere that is always trying to fucking be like, see, all of Iranians, they're all behind this, man. It's just like,
It was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s and they just wanted to be hippies and free, and that's how it looked like at that time for Iran. So they picked their Khomeini that was supposed to just come and help people have free everything and give the oil money.
How could you say no to free everything?
Free and all of that. And you watch what he says. You listen to Mamdani.
Find Iranian people on social media.
Okay, I'm going to skip through the.
Well, but understand. So, Jillian was showing that we lied, and that there was an Iranian protester who said that that Mamdani was like Khomeini. And so
and that's why I
said to her,
insulted the conservative Iranian diaspora as idiots. That's why I said what I said.
And I said, well, wait a second. And first off, we should tell people, Khomeini was not elected. Mamdani was elected. I just want, that's like a slight difference.
Potato, potato.
Potato, potato. Khomeini, I think probably offered stuff like, hey, water, transportation, electricity. You'll be able to get those things. I guess free buses is sort of like Khomeini. But there's other people who've been offered.
Now you're getting it.
But I asked her,
Khomeini policy.
I said to Jillian, I said, look, I will stipulate that we lied, that there was a person on the street. It's not hard to find somebody who's going to say that, who said he was like Khomeini. But you tell me, how is he like Khomeini? And she wouldn't engage in that part of the conversation. But we got to get to the point where she says she plays a clip of you.
1 second.
Because how far into the debate are we now?
I mean, we're about 15 minutes, so I let me look. Give me just a second to search the transcript.
And the amazing
here.
thing is, at this point, I'm completely disassociating, and I'm not listening to anything, and I'm just waiting for this whole thing. They had so many videos that they had cut. They were so excited about, or she was. I can only imagine what her
tomato. No, because one of you, tomato's wrong.
Editors, what her producers are like.
I guarantee they weren't excited.
And then she played this cut.
Potato, potato, hey, you dumb broad, yeah.
Of Matt.
Have you heard that fucking bit, by the way, where they do the whole song and he just starts...
I don't know what context it was. I honestly was not listening anymore.
I think I might have found it.
It's an older bit.
Go a little bit beforehand so
might not have aged well.
Know the context.
Oh, yeah, here I am. Oh, yeah, I got the left reckon hat on. That's great. Good little merch plug.
Very lucky for that one.
What does Sam want to talk about?
The turf
Let's
comment.
talk about the only thing that I accept.
Catastrophic. That
Number 7. Let's do saw number 7.
Oh my God, ugh.
She's
I'll
laughing.
say that organic-y type of thing that she represents, it'd be catastrophic. There's an article in Foreign Policy Magazine 2022. In Sri Lanka, organic farming went catastrophically wrong. Nationwide experiment is abandoned after producing only misery. Basically, they tried to go pesticide-free.
I thought legit for a second that he was wearing a Hulkamania hat.
It caused food shortages. So these people have no real solutions other than they have a perverse incentive in that when people are sicker and aren't covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them.
Yep. Okay, so that's exactly what we're talking about. That was in relation to USAID. Did you read the article?
Did I read the article?
Mm-hmm. You said yup. So did you read it? Because it doesn't support
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The clip
honestly,
just
Matt
aired.
was
Did you
talking there.
read?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
said yup. Are you not? Okay.
I said yup just now.
In the clip when he read it.
What?
This
I do
ties
3
back
hours
to
a day. I don't know when that clip was.
I like how your shirt is less buttoned and your hair is getting more messed up as this thing goes on.
I don't even know what
So this ties back
I'm
to
not listening
USAID.
to this.
Listen, dude.
You can play it. It's your show. I'm here to have an adult conversation.
He's here to have an adult conversation, and you're just here gish galloping. Listen, ma'am. I think that you need to get off your high horse, and you need to get yourself a little bit of Hulkamania, brother.
You're not.
You are.
You're just.
I think you're in
talking
a free
about
fall
how
because I'm gonna
Not my best.
bust you in lie
I hate Hulk Hogan.
You are.
after lie
I always have.
after lie.
That's great.
So
you can.
in the article, what
Here is no. Let's start at the beginning.
That is
shall
the
we?
beginning. That's
we were on
USAID.
Piers Morgan. You said to me that when I brought up that there were going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over the course of the next decade who are going to die because of cuts in USAID. Your words to me were...
My only regret is that I didn't watch this first.
Her quote, and I'm sure you have it, whatever number it is.
I don't know.
I do.
Your
I feel
words,
like I went through
that's
some
a
unnecessary pain.
red herring.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said to me, read a book.
And if you had, I think you'd know what I was talking about.
You remember what book it was?
Save 3 Lives by Rodale.
Yes. I did read that book.
Did you? Then you should
I
get
bought
it.
that book.
Okay.
I have it right here. It was an okay book.
But it should
Where was this in the interview?
There's a lot of stuff in there which I agree with.
Ongoing
Do you know
food
when
is-
that
I
book
would
was
think
written?
you would, Sam.
You know
this
when that book
actually,
was written?
Not only do I know when it's written, it actually started in the 50s.
1991.
Sam, can I explain it to you?
And that was 35 years ago.
Stop trying to explain to him and listen to what he's saying, then retort.
And so I read the book. It mentions USAID once on page 65, where Rodale actually speaks sort of positively of
I look like I was about to pop a vessel.
the USAID representative at a conference who was discussing
It was
the
What does
the
food aid
troubles
run
with
through?
getting,
What does
with
the food
getting,
aid run through, Sam?
the supplies needed to grow food in Africa was actually more
I can't.
than the actual
Her
food in and of
energy
itself.
is the most. She's so oppressed. She's so oppressed.
I'm just trying to reach you.
It's
She's
there's
so
like a
oppressed.
kid thing where
She's
like
so
you kind
oppressed.
of get on them for something, like clean up their room or so, and they,
Oh my God! Nailed it. My mama told me I have to clean my room. She's such a bad mom.
So exasperated.
God, okay, I'll do it.
Oh, Sam, you're caught up in your whole. Fauci's really done a number on you. Fauci has you in his pocket.
Booster brain.
Booster brain.
Dude,
That's a banger.
Did she read the current affairs article that I mentioned? That's what I want to know.
Dude, he is legit.
will highly doubt that you did. That she
Is that
did.
Ryan? Like, he's legit funny, man.
I wasn't
that new
listening.
producer fucking cracks me up.
At that point, like I was not listening to the clip, so I had
You
no
were in
idea.
frame.
I don't think I've used the term cracks me up. God damn. Long time.
I get more and more disheveled, and it's really cracking me up.
I'm trying.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
What I was doing, I think I was trying to like reach a tissue or
You were
see
trying to
if
find
there
the
was
book.
Oh yeah, I was trying to find the book.
That was fucking weird. I swear on my mother's dead soul. I did not pre-watch this. Holy shit.
Just amazing.
Holy fuck.
People that continue to watch somebody exposed for relying on
that coincidence is cracking me up.
AI that heavily need to like look themselves in the mirror and wonder like, what am I doing with like the brain that's in my head? What am I feeding it? Like, am I giving it the best type of content that helps me understand the world, or is this like actually a dead end that I'm going up to every day?
I don't
X-Files music.
know that there's really that many people who do watch her, and I think there's a feedback loop here. I mean, she is very much. I don't think she was saying it was a pandemic. She said that Alliance Health, I think it was, and we went deep into the Alliance Health stuff, which of course I was like, I'm agnostic as to this question of Alliance Health. And the $30 million that Alliance Health got from USAID, which apparently justified cutting the billions of dollars that they send to deal with not just food, but malaria. I mean, we spoke to Mark Allen Derry about this. Early warning for Ebola, for just general health care that,
I hate that like half sneeze that's about to hit you. Like, I know I have this a lot down here, man.
Both from a selfish standpoint, we get a return on investment, and also just, so that other people don't die. The nutrition, etc.
I was looking forward to it. Like, it was halfway there.
Etc.
And now I'm living on a prayer. Oh, got him.
And then the rest that she was talking about was just, we need to wait and see. Oh, do you have the Iran clip? Let's play that.
About the school?
Yeah. This is the part where I was just like, I can't. She, I don't know how we got into this.
Like right
honestly,
here.
At one point, I was like,
it's trapped.
Just sort of automatic, driver mode, essentially. And I think she was telling me that Trump was the lesser of two evils.
Thinking about it.
She didn't have much to say about like maybe the PFAS hadn't come out yet or whatever it was, but lesser of two evils because Trump was not a war president like Biden was.
Thanks for the offer, though.
And I'm like, he started a war in Iran. Biden didn't start a war. And she argued that Biden didn't do enough during the Minsk 2.
Minsk. I had a problem with that, too.
Negotiations in 22. I think she was saying to keep a war from happening. And do we have it?
Oh, yeah, I think I got it. 1 second. There's a couple Iran things here, but this looks like I can... Yeah, I'm going to put this up. Brent, just wait 1 second. Let me full screen it so that we don't have the...
That is the one. I mean, it was one of the more frustrating experiences I've ever had in my life. But, I mean, Donald Trump is waging a war.
I'm glad to hear that because holy shit. I was like, is it as painful for him as it is the audience to hear this?
Right now. We just played a clip of him saying that he's waged multiple wars.
If you're going to say Trump is a president of war, I don't actually agree with you. I don't think so.
I'm talking about Iran.
Okay, let's talk about Iran.
We attacked Iran. We did. We did not attack Russia.
True.
You understand? You're comparing providing defensive weaponry to Ukraine literally bombing another country.
My feeling on Iran right now is that we don't really know how it's going to turn out. So far.
What do you mean we don't know how it's going to turn out?
Okay,
we already know right now.
I don't agree with you.
That we have killed thousands of civilians. We have expended...
thousands of civilians. We've killed thousands of Iranian civilians on the street.
We've killed thousands of Iranians, yes.
Civilians or the IRGC?
Civilians. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Really? All right. Team, have we killed thousands of Iranian civilians? I know there was...
Oh, my God.
Some skepticism over a school.
Oh, God. There's skepticism over this?
Dude, I'm so glad that I'm not the only one that was just like, oh, my
school?
Yes,
I don't even think the U.S. government has denied it. They just said that it
they actually
so bad.
They've said that they think that it was probably an IRGC missile potentially hitting the school.
Oh my God!
And there's no defined answer because I tried to find it. How many?
I tried to ask AI if there was a defined answer. I mean, just I don't know if this is willful ignorance or just ignorance. Ignorance.
No, it is. It's both.
Sort of empowered ignorance.
That's a good way of putting it.
It's just the level of delusion. If you want to understand the way these anti-vax people operate, this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example. I tried to find something definitive. From who? From God?
Right.
Like I asked Google AI, artificial intelligence, and it said, well, we're not 100% sure. I mean, this is the way that they operate. And
it's a bad sign for the future, I think, too.
And just to speak of there's some, what did you say, skepticism?
Yeah, skepticism about a school.
Yeah.
Just insane. But there it is. Jillian Michaels.
Well, the good news is AI is doing all sorts of other good things for us, like for our drinking water.
Hey, folks, don't forget.
Whoa. Sam jump scare. Holy crap. What the fuck was that? All right. All right, folks. Well, we got the winning tally in. 83% of you want to watch the Matt Bender thing. Now, I probably should have prefaced that this is not fun. It really isn't. So Matt finally kind of how do I put this? Because I don't want to say crashed out or anything like that. He just had a very real moment where he let go. I noticed yesterday that he was really, really quiet on Majority Report. I was like, huh, that's weird. And I know that his dad died, so I kind of get it. I've had my moments with my mom. I usually can not have them on stream, but there have been times. But realistically, I think that you mix in having family, full-time job, and then you want to still maintain your stature as a creator. I could see where he kind of is hitting his limit. So, actually, you know what? Real quick, thanks for you guys as an audience for recognizing my burnout. I actually really appreciate that because that kind of helped me reevaluate how I've been tackling the content. Also, how Tuesday and Wednesday I did kind of, I had my moments. Let's just put it that way. I was getting a little dour, just like him. And that's why I kind of understand this, because he puts it into a framing where I was like, oh shit, it was almost the exact same thing. So I'm going to start this clip. Lord of the Viltrumites, who I wasn't sure if he was a troll in chat last night. You'll see a few of my chats. Actually, there's one. Wow, I didn't know that I was right here. That's kind of crazy. Actually, I'll take the chat off. Why do a lot of libs and leftists act as if Graham Plattner is the real life Conquest, which Conquest is a general character in Invincible. He's very powerful, but because he beats Invincible, Invincible becomes more powerful because that's how Viltrumites work, blah, blah, blah, whatever. They think he was stand ready for my arrival, Iraqis. So let's let them tackle this, and then it gets a little intense.
A conquest.
I'm not 100% sure either, but what I think is you're referring to his previous comments about being in the war, and he wasn't as critical, I guess. I mean, listen, people change. People change. Also, when you're in the military, there's a bravado I'm sure you have from being with other military people. Is it ideal that he had those?
Actually, I just realized that this might be a little earlier.
views, and no, of course not. But
hey,
it's great that he changed and has woken up to the horrors of it, and he no longer feels the same way. Obviously, he moves in the right
Conquest
direction.
is a villain from Invincible, is what the chat's saying. Okay. Oh, I should have tied that together because Viltrumites. Yeah. Okay.
I think that what I would say about Plattner and this race is that he is the Democratic nominee. This is what the libs, the Democratic establishment, the centrists have constantly said to those few leftists who fucking are adamant about not voting for the Democratic nominee when their person doesn't win. But now we're seeing this with those people actively still trying to hurt Plattner. Plattner is the Democratic nominee. At this point, to go at him, not saying you can't criticize someone to expect better of them. Always for a politician, you should expect more from and better of. But to go at him with the
who else you heard saying this shit?
intent to hurt him, which I'm seeing a lot of people do, is basically saying at this point you want the Republic, you want Collins to win. He is the only person who will be able to unseat her because he's the Democratic nominee. That's your choice. To say you're not going to vote for him, all right. I mean, if you're not in Maine, who gives a shit? But if you're in Maine and you're one of those people, you're just saying.
As I said, man,
you want the
I'm kind of glad that he hit this point.
Republican to win. Listen, I've been there. I've held my nose and voted for every Democrat up and down the line. I've done it. You got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have very strong criticisms of Plattner.
I think it's right here.
His platform and his past.
Okay, if it doesn't end up hitting, then let's see, 221
comments, and I just don't trust him. That being said, I hope he wins because it's him or Susan
I don't.
Collins. I hope he proves me wrong.
I thought I had the timestamp right. I might have been 10 minutes over.
I don't think Plattner is someone who's going to be like that. I don't.
I hope not.
Oh wait,
I don't think he's a Fetterman. That's for
twice.
Sure. And I don't think he's. I think people are seeing someone who changed over the years, who was like, but it's not like he was a far right winger or something. He just had sort of unsophisticated.
Eric, thank you for the 1999. For the fun. Thank you so much, man.
Derek
Actually,
0808 $19.99 for the fund.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys helped a lot. We're gonna be able to do the deposit, and we'll be okay. So thank you again to everybody that's contributed. Thank you to everybody that's contributed to the fund.
Sophisticated thoughts while also maintaining sort of.
I haven't changed it from 5,000, by the way, because I do want to hit the 5,000 goal. It's been there for so long, but yeah, right after we hit it, I got news for you guys. We owe some money.
The same politics throughout. Like he's always had. If you look at his old writings, these sort of without realizing it, sort of like progressive ideas. But then he would combine it with sort of, I guess,
thanks, Natch. It is
immature wording, or
I was very worried about it.
Actions, that's it.
Yeah,
really,
the old tweets and stuff. I mean, that's not my It doesn't matter because I'm not. But my problem is that I don't like the way that he talked gleefully about killing people and never spent a day in jail for killing Iraqis.
When was that? When were those? When is that from? When him talking?
I don't remember when it was. It was in the 2010s. Just from a personal perspective, it made me feel very gross.
This is why we lose.
That he could talk about killing human beings.
It's shit like this. This is why we lose.
That way, and then not really do anything to hold himself accountable. I hope that he has.
He changed his entire politics around, but you won't let him because you went back to his 2010s. This is what I hate about this shit. God damn it. I didn't want to do this. This is why I was actually like, impressions. But here we go. I'm going to do it now. This is the bullshit right here. Like, he's trying. He's trying to turn around. He's trying to fucking placate the leftists. I think that he's genuine, but it seems like you guys don't want him to be, because what? What? Do we just want to lose? Is that how this works?
Has genuinely changed, but it still makes me feel uneasy to know that
Right. No, I
he
hear
did that.
that.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I can't just like put that aside. I hope he's a great senator. I hope that he's not like a Fetterman, but I can't like unsee that comment of him talking about that. It feels like I can't just like, well, he supports Medicare for all, so I can put aside the fact that he killed brown people. It's
Larpo Marx. I hate that I actually like the name.
hard for me to overlook that. I understand why people
No,
are, because we have two options, but that's just my issue.
Yeah, honestly, you just got like removed because you're spamming, but that was whatever.
And it's something that is a problem that
Oh my God, he got me, guys. Oh, Trump. Oh no, he Beetlejuiced me. Oh no, fucking Trump is real. Wait a minute. I'm possessing the soul of Pep Docs. What a weird name. Also, look at his hair. He's obviously balding. He needs to get the hair transplants like me. How you doing? I appreciate you. Larpo Marx. I used to know Harpo Marx. He used to get blowjobs from the same prostitute that used to give them to me. Wait a minute. What did I just admit to?
I'm struggling to overcome, but that's just where I'm at, if I'm being honest. Cards on the table.
Right.
But I understand why people would want him to win over Susan Collins, because he, again, for the most part, he has good politics when it comes to Medicare for all. He talks about genocide, so I think that that's great. So, that's my thoughts on it.
No, absolutely. I completely agree on that. I mean,
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So the thing is, I remember this happened. Like, Lance sat here. Let's try this. All right. So where is this at? What's this timestamp? 31. All right. Perfect. So let's go back to 21.
They called the Christchurch shooter Saint Tarrant. They called him a saint. Like, that's who they looked up to.
Well, a lot of those groups that radicalize youth into these programs, they do that. There's
a lot with young people. They're not like protesters, and here they are actually.
And just
sorry, guys.
People who are willing to stand up
will hold back any. And I honestly feel that 100%.
Yeah,
that's very metal.
All right, because like, I'm gonna just explain it for you guys for a second, because I thought I had this timestamp better.
And the Democratic Party is not a revolutionary.
Matt just starts going off.
News face mask yet? I don't think
been AI doctored. Because that's what it looks.
Oh yeah, this the neck thing.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, dude, that's so weird.
Ignore the fact that it does very much look like a person wearing a skin mask.
It does
reveal something.
It looks like if Cueto, right?
Yeah, Cueto.
Like that's who they looked up to.
Well, a lot of those groups that radicalize youth into these programs, they do that. There's a whole there's the fucked up graphics you can see where
no way they clipped it out. I hope not.
They have all these. They're all like sainted and they're called martyrs and stuff. Like, it's fucked up.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was they were wearing
because all the chat still seems to be linear.
The Black Sun Nazi sign.
It's really kind of like this feels like September 12th kind of stuff. 2000 that happened, and nowadays he's like just a full
money to take a stand because I don't want myself and what I've created to be associated with something that I don't like. That's out the window now. There's no line that can't be crossed.
Okay, no, I did. All right, we found it. All right, so this is when he kind of starts like doing the thing where he
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was just
it.
taught that way growing up, and I was a fool growing up in the 90s. And
this is it. Here it is.
That happened, and nowadays he's like just a full overt fucking white supremacist and does nothing to like.
There's no one in that world who wants to. They all just care about making money. All 100%. There's no line that can be crossed. That can't be crossed. Excuse me. There's no line that can't be crossed if you can make someone money. You can do whatever you fucking want.
You hear that in his voice? It's just beaten out of him at this point.
Like Trump joked about how he could shoot someone.
The one thing that I didn't appreciate is that Lance nor Mike even tried to address it. Like Lance sat there stone faced, just like, but you could tell he was bothered by it.
On Fifth Avenue and still have supporters, right? Elon Musk.
I'll be honest, this is the stuff that keeps me from watching these guys. Like
Musk,
specifically Lance,
can literally fucking shoot someone.
or it just seems so performative sometimes.
And
I hope it's not. I hope that he actually, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just literally the way that I'm perceiving his stream, and it's like that's not how he actually is. But
the business world would still fucking work with him and look the other way because they think he will make them money. Like, I do feel like that wasn't always the case. There was some sort of basic stance where people were like, I'm willing to lose a little bit of money to take a stand because I don't want myself and what I've created to be associated with something that I don't like.
Matt Bender has a similar situation to me after hearing that exact phrase. Dude,
that's out the window now. There's no line that can't be crossed.
I mean, I legit asked at one point, like just to myself, I didn't ask it in chat, if like Matt had crossed the line where he started drinking or something. I was like, man, this is not Matt. But then now I kind of get it. I think he was offered like a deal with either like a chorus or something like that, and he just like he was essentially shamed out of not taking it. Or shamed into not taking it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was just taught that way growing up, and I was a fool growing up in the 90s, and that this was happening then. Maybe. I don't remember it, but who knows?
You're not wrong. I feel like our standards as a country have just completely collapsed, and it's a result of the Trump era in particular. There's just everybody thinks that they can get away with anything because Trump gets away with everything. So people are saying slurs again. They're being shitty because there's no accountability. There's no consequences. As much as they complained about cancel culture, there's no such thing as canceling anymore. Even if you're a pedophile, the president of the United States was accused of molesting a 13-year-old girl.
No, the thing is, it's that you guys thought that it was going to be the right wing that would cancel. Like, this is realistically part of the problem where, like I was saying, going back to Graham Plattner's tweets from fucking 2010, that's on you, man. You're not giving anybody any room to grow, and you're looking for something to fucking be outraged at. You're looking for something to fucking, feel like you're better than in your own politics at that point. At least that's how I perceive it.
Bro, there's nothing.
Which is so up your own ass.
That is beyond the pale for Americans anymore, just so we put up with it, You have a fucking Nazi CEO and a bunch of companies still advertise on Twitter. It's just, I don't know.
Well, according to the SpaceX filings, Twitter has lost like $500 million all from advertising. They are fucked. If they weren't owned by SpaceX now.
All right, so
yeah,
I think this is when dude asses stupid.
Again, though, I feel like that's more of a cost of Twitter.
Yeah, sorry to chop this up all over the place, but
wasn't making them money anymore because Elon Musk ruined it. So that's why they did it.
Who stays the same? Listen, 16 years ago, none of y'all would have fucking associated with me.
That's why they stopped advertising there. I don't think anyone really fucking took a stand.
Yeah.
It was simply, he ruined it, and it's not making us money anymore. So that's why.
Mm-hmm.
That's much more of an abrasive asshole.
It almost makes me long for the days of like even rainbow capitalism, because like at least, these corporations were like, hey, we're going to pander to you, with the.
Yeah, but you know what you did? You shamed him out of doing that. And then you were just like, nah, fuck you.
The gay flag. We're going to change our logo to the.
It's almost like you guys this is a learning situation where we can just be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we can let up on some of that shit.
Gay flag for a month, but now they're like, fuck queers. You can say the T slur again. You can call gay people the F slur.
Yeah. It's weird how that fucking boomeranged
again on our platforms. It just feels like everything is so bad. Like the worst of the worst is being enabled and emboldened in our society. And I think that's really, really unhealthy. Like, I don't want this to have a
I hate myself from 15 years ago. Me too.
long-term effect on generations, but I feel like it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I didn't start liking myself until I was about 30.
This is not a healthy environment. Okay.
I think that's it for me. Oh, wait, over on Twitch, let me just say really quick. Lux Progressive, thank you so much for the raid.
Okay, so we've got
all right, Lord of the Viltrumites.
Lord
Here we
of
go.
the Viltrumites, because he, again, for the most part, he has good politics when it comes.
I'll just let it play from here because he does like
to Medicare for all. He talks about genocide.
He just
so
keeps
I think
going
that's
from here.
great. So, you know, that's my thoughts on it.
No, absolutely. I completely agree on that. I mean,
Yeah.
This
Okay.
energy between them.
Daniel said, no, Daniel became a member. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Real John Lithium, thank you so much for the gifted membership.
Hey, Real John Lithium. All right. He frequents this channel.
Or
at least used to.
Asterisk 36, thanks for the 10. Any of you following Butch Ware's run for CA governor would love to see you guys react to his new Matrix Green Pill ad. Yeah, so that's another person who I don't trust. He, if I'm remembering correctly, he threw trans people under a bus. He attacked Olaimi Olurin and basically called her like a fraud for not wanting Trump to win, essentially. So yeah, he has great politics. I don't even know if he's on the ballot in California. And like, you know, I probably agree with most of his politics more, but that's another situation where you're all kind of SOL. You've got shit options, right?
Hey, that's also where you can do the thing where you actually go with your principles and not the personal thing. So when he was mean to Ole, okay, I literally got blown off personally by Kat and her team and still voted for her. Maybe you can suck it up, Buttercup.
You've got a Green Party candidate who we probably theoretically agree with.
Seriously, this is the shit that starts to really wear on me.
More?
This fucking like, I'm just going to find a reason not to get involved or not to do the thing that everybody wants me to, and I'm going to have my principled stance, and then everybody can just pat me on the back for not participating.
Although I take strong
Sorry, that might have been a little fucking out of pocket, but whatever.
With his trans position and also maybe his abortion position. I don't remember. It's been a while.
What? Who is this? And what?
He was I think he was the VP.
You'll never defeat Trump. He was already defeated in 2020, numbnuts.
VP for Jill Stein in 2020.
All right, Selena.
24.
Oh boy.
But somebody says they have the same position on Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, that's right. You don't believe that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, that's kind of like, that's my position. So I'm glad you can kind of understand.
Whatever. Hi, cult member. How you doing?
But
how's it feel to not think for yourself and always have to defer to like one powerful figure? It's kind of odd.
Also in California, I really don't know what I would do because if you...
But you do you, boo-boo.
If you look at like fucking Tom Steyer, on paper, he sounds great. The problem, he's a fucking billionaire.
Oh my God.
It's so hard for me to overlook that fact because instead of using his wealth to end homelessness in his state, which he has enough money to literally do, he's trying to get himself power. And yes, he's saying all the right things. Maybe he is a class traitor.
They're all trying to get themselves power.
I don't know what's...
This is the shit that makes me want to just stop. This is it. Like, God damn it, Mike. What the fuck are you doing? Who are you placating to?
It's in his heart, but
this is...
Like, it makes me uneasy and I can't unsee.
You know, I'm at least happy where I'm like, okay, I might piss off some people. I might lose subscribers, but at least I'm true to myself. This is... Ew.
The fact that he got his wealth because he had investments in the worst industries ever. So I think that these are things that I will never...
This is where I'm like,
be able to...
this isn't doing me any favors because I want to be on Leftist Mafia. Like, not as like a full-timer, but I would like to like at least go on once. Shout out Alex. He got to go on with Letterhack. but this is my stuff where I'm just like, this ain't helping my cause.
Get over. If I were voting, I would have to think more seriously about it, but I'm not in California, so I just kind of feel
Then shut the fuck up, Mike.
uneasy because, like, okay, there's Javier Becerra, basically openly neoliberal, pro-corporate.
So he's anti. So let's get this straight. He's anti-Plattner. He's anti this other person that's technically a progressive candidate. Mike, how are you? Like, does that, guys? Seriously, I need your input on this. How is this not damaging to trying to build a movement? What the fuck?
And then you've got Katie Porter, who's like attacking Tom Steyer for being a billionaire, yet she doesn't support the wealth tax.
Engels was rich too. That's the second time I've had Engels brought up in my chat, and somebody said that I have like similar politics, and I don't know. I still haven't looked into it.
In her state, so it's just a clown show, and I'm thankful that I don't have to, I guess, figure out who to vote for because I don't know what I would do. I genuinely do not know if I could ever vote for a billionaire. It is very, very, very tough for me to get past that because I do not believe anybody should have enough wealth to buy themselves a position of power. I'm fundamentally against that. But like, what would I do in a situation where it's a general election and it's a billionaire who's like somewhat progressive and a Nazi? It's like, I don't want the Nazi to win, so do I like vote for the bill? It's like, first of all, I just fucking hate that our system does this. Duverger's law is a curse. The fact that we always have to choose between like 99% Hitler and 98% Hitler is insufferable. If I had my way, I would redesign the whole fucking system. We'd have mixed member proportional representation. We would not be doing this. But these are just the things that I struggle with, right? And I know that people won't agree with my calculations. It's like, take yes for an answer. He's a billionaire.
It's not about negative stances,
but
it's about how he's always looking for one.
He's saying,
like, honestly, he's never going to be happy.
Saying all the right things. That's the best you can hope for. We're already a shitty democracy.
Like, again, Sylvie, you can totally like have these opinions. I don't give a shit. It's the way he implements them.
So who cares? I understand the pragmatic element to it.
Where it comes across as just like looking. I'm repeating myself, but he's literally like looking for something to hate.
And I'm trying to be more pragmatic myself. Like I've been bitching. Like I've been the guy bitching about how progressives need to drop out.
I think he's just shooting the shit
and endorse each other.
Well, I mean, this was the end of the show, so
if they can't win. So I understand that from the pragmatic angle, but I still can't like
their politics are so anti-do anything. Yeah, it's kind of how it comes across to me.
Move the internal moral conflict that I feel with these kind of things. I hope that makes sense. Like I'm not trying to like go out of my way to shit on progressive candidates, and I don't want to be a wrecker. So I just keep my mouth shut. But those are my thoughts. Looney Tunes.
But I'm.
Hey, LT9K, look at that.
That's why I'm staying silent. Good luck in your election. Good luck in your election in a state I don't live in a country I don't live in. And
oh, refreshing to hear that.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's like I have my disagreements. I feel the same way, Lance. I don't feel the need to vocalize my disagreements. I don't want to embolden, Republicans in any way and fascists.
I mean, oopsie poops.
And there's a lot that I really like about Graham Plattner as well. Like I'm not trying to like needlessly shit on him, but I have serious issues that I struggle to just like put aside. If I'm being honest. Mike's Santa Claus beard is better than Mr. Mustache Guy's fake as hell beard. Well, thank you so much. The Bay photo says, I don't think they're withholding data. The DNC seems more likely to tell the consultant writing the autopsy to avoid Israel-Palestine altogether. I think that that's a possibility. Or, as I said earlier, maybe he picked Paul Revere so that way he would give him the results that he wanted. But who knows, right? Either way, like the trust is broken with the DNC. So I don't know. One and only Smithy, thanks for the 5. Blue MAGA is the worst opposition money can purchase. We need an opposition party. It is agonizing to see this country go to shit and have almost no pushback. I cannot tell you how. I mean, I can tell you all know, but like I can't express how fucking demoralizing it is. Lizzie Bennett, thanks for the 5. seen that interview with Bartiromo did with Fetterman? He was like, I blame Iran. 2 milliseconds later, he's like, I don't blame Iran, and said America's 50 years old. I did see that. I genuinely don't understand how this man has not resigned. I mean, I understand why he hasn't resigned, but it's just he very clearly he is not well. He has severe brain damage from his stroke. That's why he became a Republican.
His own family saying it. But that's the only reason I'm comfortable saying it, is his own family said it.
He can't even speak. His brain is chocolate pudding, and he's just sucking off Trump on national television, talking about how the ballroom is amazing. And yeah, America's 50 years old. It's so embarrassing. But Fox News is like, yeah, hey, he's gonna shit on Democrats, so let's bring on this brain damaged fucking ogre to shit on them. We'll take what we can get. Cartoon says, you see that Christian nationalist tax fund rally? I did not see that.
That shit was fucked.
And I don't want to look, but thank you for letting me know, Cartoon. Cartoon also says, I forgot to mention in the Zoom live chat last week, I also saw Obsession a few weeks early before national release. It was an awesome batshit horror film. Okay, I've never heard of Obsession, but it'll be on my radar because you have good taste typically. Chris Corcoran says, to go full Fetterman, you got to have a
fire, Tom.
Like, is that not crazy? Different things, and he seems like he finally
fucking A. I think I really fucked up.
That's crazy.
Where the fuck is Matt's
you
crash
can't use
at?
a laptop.
Supreme Court race in Georgia. Don't
tell me it was all the way. At
I believe they're the only. I mean, that's not going to happen. What the fuck am I saying? Bare minimum, I hope they blame Trump for all the shit. He's like accelerating what was already inevitable, in my opinion. But like,
I think this might be it.
Sometimes things have to get worse before they get better, and my only hope is that like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, because we're
fun half, guys. We kind of wing it here.
We're gonna be in for some pain. W.I. Postchin says, why did you stop doing
I think
the Twitch
this is it.
live streams?
I remember this.
I think I just got
popping up.
burnt out. I'm trying to not do as much because my mental bandwidth has really been drained in the Trump era. At some point, maybe I'll resume live streams. I think if I were to do any extracurricular activity, it would be interviews. I've been thinking about doing interviews with like various people, you know, different historians, experts, podcasters, just shit like that. I gotta think about it more. You know, if it would be.
Remember what I said about all of us kind of retooling?
If I can make it entertaining, because long form content for me is very difficult to make entertaining. I think I'm better in shorter bursts and like videos. So I'm letting the idea marinate a little bit in my head. But
I'm the opposite.
Maybe one day the Twitch streams will come back. But for now, I'm just kind of I'm burnt out, man. Rachel Atwood says May 21st is Circassian Genocide Recognition Day. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you for letting us know about that. FIFA is...
Whether or not you agree with...
You know, say that it's sick.
God damn it. It is at the beginning.
A rallying cry over and over again, right? Remember when we could go to Pizza Hut and buy a pizza and eat there with the red cups and our whole family would enjoy the pizza?
This is it. God damn it.
This is for him all the time. Advertisement, it is ludicrous. News have been talking a lot about the enshittification of WWE, and they're even working on a video essay on this specific topic. Your thoughts? I actually was thinking about writing something on that, actually, and I was using that same phrase. I don't even watch Wrestle Talk News. I didn't even. That's great minds think alike, right?
Because they have probably a lot of great support networks they've already built. Like, I can tell you for...
Fuck it. I'm starting from here. At least we have like the final bit. Let's go from here.
For the COP in Vancouver, their Discord.
Oh no, we didn't watch the show at all. This is all just super chats.
Has like all the events, all the rallies, all the things you need to attend. So it's really easy for someone like me who's got like, you know, 8.
I'll be honest, this is usually when I dip from the show, but like I had it on in the background like while we were doing stuff, and then I heard Matt like going at it.
PhD
where
break.
he was just like, he finally had it, where he was talking about his job. Like, he had never mentioned that he had a full-time job.
To find all that stuff. So in your local area, I would find whatever, local lefty organization is doing that, and then go from there. Pirate D Strike, thank you for becoming a member. Near the Far World, thank you for the $2. Have you seen Oreshnik in action? Zeus IRL, USA's fucked. I have not. The Bay photo, thank you for the $4.99. Nick Shirley is absolutely getting assistance from the administration. He's in Minnesota with Dr. Oz right now to discuss fraud. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past. I think there's a difference between being an asset and being a useful funding agent, right? Like, I think Nick Shirley. They certainly could be like, hey, do you want a free trip to Ecuador, film the prison, do a video on that, and he'd be like, oh, sure, go G. And that would be like the whole thing. I think that's probably more likely than he's working with the CIA.
I also think they are working with him because they think, because of his age and him being a YouTube guy, that he's like speaking to a certain cohort they want to reach, like a younger demographic. And I don't believe that's the case at all. It's pretty clear that his viewership is, like most right-wing content, skews old.
Yeah. Also true. The Bay photo, thank you for the other $4.99. Do you think Nick Shirley is bad enough to discover this growing army of Shirley copycats that are even dumber? I can't imagine. It's the just a prank bro YouTubers, but basically they've all become political streamers.
Because they realize there's money in being
that's true.
A right-wing streamer.
Ah, this is it. I remember now. Okay. Slow down. Let's go.
There's money in being a right-wing influencer. There's money in it. It's that simple. That's what they discovered. They'll run to a new niche when it's time. I mean, just like how gambling content was big, so a lot of
you hear the disdain in his voice.
Let's play game streamers moved over to doing gambling shit. Every one of them just move on to the next trend because that's what it's all about for them. There's no like fucking purpose other than being a fucking star and making a lot of money.
Yep.
Looney Tunes, thank you for the $4.99. This is why the search stream got nearly 1K views, brought to you by Jillian getting the L. Yeah, there's a lot of people laughing at the Sam Cedar debates because he's funny. Old Man in Philly, thank you for the $10 during the whole Cedar Michael's bit. I
seemed dismissive of LT, but okay.
I kept waiting for you to say, thank God she ain't Canadian. Thanks for the laughs tonight. I really appreciate it.
I look too much into that. That was weird.
Appreciate that, Old Man Philly. Thank you for all the
she's not Canadian, right? That's what you said?
No. She's like, my understanding is she's famous for being on The Biggest Loser. And then
she was like the host or the head trainer or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I think she came back as a trainer after winning it, right? Like she was a Biggest Loser contestant turned.
No, I don't think she was a contestant. No, she wasn't. No. Yeah.
I've never seen the show.
Got it. I haven't. Well, I was telling my chat, I was like, I
think it's really weird that she's doing this. Like YouTubers or whatever, it's not like there was anywhere to fall. Like to be a fucking major figure on one of the most popular network TV reality shows during a time where that shit, like I'm sure she was getting paid then, and then to like start doing political YouTube content, like what a fall from grace. Like I'm under no belief that this is some sort of a high-end career we're doing. This is like no one says, oh,
this is it.
I want to be a political YouTube streamer when I grow up.
She's a colleague of ours now after being on The Biggest Loser and having licensed Nintendo DS and Nintendo Wii games. That's crazy.
What a fall from grace. Seriously, like
humiliating.
Be a trainer trying to help people and doing it on TV is,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Finally.
Jesus, Lance, what's with your audio?
Hey, thank you so much to Prairie Fire Neb, the one and only the legend, for the incredible $10 with the message, is it good comfort to me to know that I believe in the correct God? Praise be to Allah.
Brian?
May the prophet's blessings be upon you.
How dare he? I wanted to be a political streamer when I grew up.
Correctly. That's neat. Someone had
but I should point out for the racist Islamophobic people out there that that God is the same for the three major religions.
2 music reviews. What's up, Ryan? How's it going, bud?
They believe in the same God as much as they like to think.
The evangelicals won't want to hear that.
The xenophobes like to think that Muslim people are some sort of crazy. They believe in some. It's the same God for all those 3 religions: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity.
They don't know that Allah literally means God. They think that it's the name of a different God.
The Muslim God. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally think that. I swear to God.
Jesus,
you swear to Allah.
even Jesus, who is only the son of God, and according to one religion, even Jesus is a major
Hey,
figure.
Tia Fireball, welcome to the show.
in Islam. They believe he's a prophet like Muhammad. They
Hope
just
you're enjoying the content.
don't think he's the son of God.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be a vet? Hell yeah, man.
That's it for me, all. You guys can take it away. Have fun.
Did you want to go first, Matt?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, go ahead and pull up your, or let me know what your first one is, and then I will try to follow
Tokyo
along.
Hans with a member for
Fucking
34
Tokyo
months.
Hans, shit.
Super chat, just here to pay my monthly. Thank you so much, Tokyo Hans. And then Tokyo Hans dropped 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much. Courtney Hayes with a $10
He's been to my channel like twice.
super chat. Thank you, Courtney. Matt, since TKO acquired WWE, the guys on Wrestle Talk News have been talking a lot about the shitification of WWE. And they're even working on a video essay on this specific topic. Your thoughts?
Yeah. All the fucking product placement on the mats.
I actually was thinking about writing
Such
something
bullshit.
on that, actually. And I was using that same phrase. I don't even watch Wrestle Talk News. I didn't even, that's great minds think alike, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. The ads, the selling out of every single thing to put advertisements on everything, the ring apron, the cutting it into like the paid events to fucking broadcast ads, the advertising of things in content, like wrestlers bringing up advertisement. It is
ridiculous.
Ludicrous.
Yeah, no, it's literally everywhere you look.
And a lot of bad about Vince McMahon, but Vince McMahon would have never sullied
No.
the wrestling show.
No, you wouldn't see Slim Jim tables and any product placement in the middle of the ring.
Oh, the wrestling product.
The product was about the WWE, so if you saw anything in the center of the ring, it was going to be the logo.
With that, he would have definitely. I mean, that's why he never did that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with him on that. For all his failures, that was one thing. Like, he had integrity about, like, odd to say, about Vince fucking McMahon.
Let's go to Looney Tunes 9000 with a super chat.
Jesus, he just, like...
Wolf Blitzer looked like he wanted to puke on the damn camera on set. Well, yeah. That's describing it almost. Troy Moson, 8975 with a $10 super chat. Thank you.
Been following me for a while, and I like your stream when I scroll lives. I've never said hi before. Well, hello, and I really appreciate you checking in.
It is amazing that
I almost said chiming in, but I was like between chiming and checking. I hate when I do that.
30% of Americans still support a narcissist.
That's awesome. Thank
corrupt
you.
pedo president, where he said he doesn't care about Americans' financial hardships. MAGA equals Jonestown. Right. I mean, they are. They find excuses for him all the time.
Did you hear about that interview from NPR with Trump supporters?
Oh, shit. They're calling you to duty? What's that mean for your job? Like, how's that work?
One of them said that...
Like, do you have the thing, like, if you get called to duty, then you can go back to your job afterwards?
They still support Trump, and the way that they are responding to higher grocery prices is for him and his wife to fast.
Oh, cool. Oh,
Still support Trump.
That's
so,
cool.
Yeah, very much a cult, I think.
Oh, shit. You mod for AG? AG being a he's actually like a mentor of mine.
Thank you, Trump. You're
he was you know what? Shout out Angry Ginger for, number one, making a comeback. He's doing videos again. But yeah, you know what? He's he had a lot of impact on this channel, so yeah, shout out AG.
Grocery prices that you've induced thanks to the war in Iran has given me and my wife a fantastic diet. We've lost 50 pounds.
It's okay, bud. We'll just
Joe Mack. No, he's IDF.
It's fast. You keep on.
I know.
On bombing those kids. I don't know what to do with these people.
Oh,
I think he knows too.
I saw one of the Babylon Bee guys, completely serious. It wasn't part of one of their jokes. So respond to a tweet. Someone said something about like how it's pretty amazing now how like every like lunch you buy when you're working is like $20. Like lunch has become so expensive. and he was like, responded to it with like, 2 slices of bread, 18 cents. 2 slices of turkey, from the deli, 34 cents. And it's like, are you being serious? Like, first of all, you can't even buy things in that quantity. You can't go to the grocery store and say, I'll have
Right.
two slices of bread for 20 cents. And also, that's not an accurate price, please. But it's amazing how all of a sudden now, the guys who are like, this is what they took from you. That was their rallying cry over and over again, right? Remember when we could go to Pizza Hut and buy a pizza and eat there with the red cups and our whole family would enjoy the Pizza Hut experience? This is what they took from you. Those same guys are now like, oh, just you could go and buy a can of beans, right?
We all got to tighten our belts, guys, for the greater good.
Amazing. This is what they took from you guys. Are now all of a sudden like,
oh, Joe, you're from Puerto Rico. Nice.
Just got to shop smarter, right?
It's crazy. I mean, Ronald Reagan swept to victory after that was part of Jimmy Carter's message. Like, yeah, we all got to come together and we've got to, make some tough decisions. I'm paraphrasing it, but like that was not very popular.
You guys just make Bad Bunny the fucking president of Puerto Rico and just be done with it.
And
that'd be so fucking base.
Now right-wingers are like, I'll starve for daddy, fuck it. I'll die for it.
The majority of these people would rather feel real pain than have to admit for a second that they were duped or they were wrong. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, I don't know how anyone if I was a Trump supporter, I don't even know how.
Yeah, he was the one that recommended that I do Vertical.
Even as a Trump supporter, I could be like, oh yeah, those January 6th guys should get $1 million each. Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems stupid, like short-sighted.
Right. It's indefensible.
If he gives money,
fine, make him prime minister. Either way,
to those people, then I expect
make him the face.
The next
he already is
Democratic president to fucking give $1 million to every single left of center YouTuber and podcaster.
Yeah.
Even
international ones. You better fund the Canadians too.
Yep.
I want my fucking DOJ funded lefty fucking for all the shit we've gone through for every Trump term, for the demonization of us, the loss of revenue when these guys fucking buy up social media platforms and fucking like Twitter and make our shit impossible to find. I want the fucking $1 million fucking restitution. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can't get that, I'll settle for something I won't say happening on camera. I'll settle for a French-style revolution. That's as far as I'm willing to go.
Mike wants Trump to suck his dick.
No, oh God. I would literally rather die, unironically. The thought of that is like revolting.
A little bit sloppy, Mike. I'm sorry. All right, let's go to Old Man in Philly with a super chat. $10 super chat. Great conversation tonight. Silly question. Is it wrong of me to correct people when they say the summer starts this weekend? Summer doesn't start till the Mermaid Parade kicks off. But wait, summer doesn't start this weekend. Summer starts in June, doesn't it? First day of summer. I know it's Memorial Day weekend, but when is the official start of summer? Is always in June, right? Yeah, June 21st, Memorial Day. Yeah. I look at Memorial Day as like, like the school year is winding down. It's time for that's how
winding down. See, my school, because again, private school, we used to get out pre-Memorial Day.
Memorial Day. I never looked at it as the beginning of summer, though.
But also private school, they didn't have as many, students / teachers, so it just made it that much easier to just be like, get the fuck out of here. And then we started after Labor Day.
Prairie Kowalski with a $10 super chat. Matt, you might be working and doing family stuff for 16 hours straight and say that is your excuse to not do Doomed. But Mike is doing
here it is. It was, oh my God, it was Kowalski that did it.
those 16 hours gay and yet makes time for his members. Shaking my head.
It's a base ass comment though.
I gotta figure it out. No, I know you're joking, but I gotta figure it out. It's not just because I'm tired and I work a full-time job and I got 3 kids. It's also like, I was doing Doomed and then Scam Economy weekly for as long as I was doing it, and it was doing good, but like it plateaued for a long time and it never really took off. So it's time to reconfigure and try something different, because I can't keep doing the same thing for years and years and years and it not like grow. You know what I mean? It's the cost of doing business analysis too.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do think there's room for Scam Economy. I just got to figure out how to do it. Tigwick plays games, right? I can't see his full yep. Appreciate you, Matt. That's all. That's the tweet. Oh, it's a $20 Canadian. Thank you so much. D Leopard XL with a super chat. I don't know, man. My folks have a goddess for each color of corn, each water spring, and how to care for it, and resistance against colonialism. It'd be like that. Hey, power to you. Satya Shravano 1. What are the chances we will be living in a much more socialist America by the time my 3-year-old son turns 18? Give me your honest prediction. Christ almighty, I don't know. If you were to ask me in 2016 during the primaries, I would have told you like we were on the cusp of an American socialist, revival or something. Didn't turn out that way, did it?
I appreciate his honesty here. This is where I was like, man, I'd
fallen back into Jim Crow, so
yeah,
we
honestly
we gotta dig ourselves out of this hole first. I feel like
I honestly think like, and I want to be clear here. Clearly, like in terms of like civil rights and social justice, I feel like obviously that has moved forward, no matter how much the culture and the rhetoric tries to take us back, and that stuff has fallen back. The basic rights for people and how society at large treats them has certainly moved in the right direction, regardless. So I'm not opining to go back in time or whatever.
Yeah.
But in a broader sense, I definitely think we have gone back big time in many ways. And I think we are living in a really bad time period.
We are.
When you look at all things together. When you look at AI and the control tech companies have over our economy, and how they have the leaders in tech have abandoned those same social justice principles that they once pretended at least to espouse, and are now going like full bore, like right wing. I do think it's really bad that
R.I.P. Harambe.
That someone like Elon Musk
You ain't
can
wrong,
go out,
dude. No, see, Harambe might be it, but Cubs winning the World Series, we fucked up the planet
there and completely hijack
all for a championship that doesn't matter because we haven't been able to maintain, like we didn't go to the ship the next year, so fuck, man.
The news cycle with rhetoric
gladly take the curse over this bullshit,
complaining about a black woman being cast in a movie, a Greek mythology movie or whatever, and other companies look the other way and still work with him and new things with his companies. I feel like that wouldn't have been the case not too long ago. Like, that would have made you radioactive and no one would want to work with you anymore. But combined with like,
dude, they're literally making Passion or Resurrection of the Christ,
the prediction market stuff, and
like Rush Hour 4 for reasons.
Stocks. And like no one
like now he's taking
cares
over
about
Hollywood?
anything but
like,
making
what are
money
we doing?
anymore. Like that's truly all that it's about. It's strictly
excuse me.
Obviously, capitalism has existed, and people have always wanted to make money. But I think people would once upon a time think about, oh, I have a really cool idea that will make a lot of money, or I have a really good idea for a great product that'll make a lot of money. Now it's, I want to get rich quick. I'm going to put out shit, but it's going to make me a lot of money. I'm going to fucking do it. Like the quality of things, the care in actually solving problems is just gone. It's just all about it. I hate to, I'm not trying to sound promotional, but it's literally a scam economy. The whole like multi-level marketing scheme is now what everybody wants to fucking do. It's just make money, make money, make money.
Yep.
You know, I think it's really bad and it's unfortunate, and I don't see how we come out of this. Honestly, I just don't.
This is so refreshing to hear from him.
We have legitimized the idea of scamming people if you're able to make a lot of money out of it.
Yep.
And it's fine to do it.
Yep.
And there's no repercussions. It's I don't know what else to say, but that's what it is. And I think it's sad, honestly. It really is. Like I don't want to live in a world like that. I think it's fucking depressing as shit, honestly.
It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't.
I mean, it is, and I don't
sucks.
I don't see it going the other way, honestly.
I know. Same.
I feel like you see this a lot with young people. They're not like, it's nice to see them stand up to AI and stuff, but you don't really see them taking a stand against this in a way that I wish they would.
No, because they've been trained to not do that. It makes their life easier, so they think.
It's the inshitification.
It's a way that you talk to a shithead in his 20s that thinks that they'll never need insurance.
Everything. I mean,
because they can't conceptualize getting sick in their 30s and 40s.
I don't know what to say.
No, I feel you. I don't have a much more optimistic look. Kowalski does in the chat. I saw him say that by 2033,
I mean, no, but look
we'll be back to
how
New Deal politics. So there's that.
Look at how the current administration is literally like enriching themselves left and right. Like Stephen Miller's wife has a podcast that gets like 50 views, and they're about to give her a multi-million-dollar deal for her podcast to go to Paramount or whatever.
Is she? I didn't know about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how much time or effort you put into something. It doesn't matter. It's about knowing the right people, knowing the right shitty people, because the shitty people are the ones who get into power, because that's how you get into power. You're a fucking shitty person. You gotta treat people like shit. It's depressing. It really is depressing.
Yep, it's depressing.
Jesus.
Yep.
And so Mike just like, Jesus.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, I think about this shit all the time.
I was reacting to Katie Miller's views on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was doing my own little research.
The January 6th, there's literally going to be a fucking pool of money put aside to pay off the people that Trump feels were wronged for supporting him, which means that like all the January 6th people who did what they did are going to fucking get payouts. Like literally they're going to get paid to have protested. And I'm saying that nicely in a way that like is analogous to how the right accuses the left of having paid protesters. And here they are actually going to pay their fucking protesting coup mongers or whatever. It's like, fuck, like, what's the point? What's the point? Well, why?
God damn it. He hit that. I was there Wednesday. You guys go back to my Wednesday show. This is exactly where I was at.
Why go to school and fucking earn and study and earn a degree and fucking get a job in a field where even if you make 6 figures, it's going to pale in comparison to whatever the fucking toothless fucking asshole who fucking broke a window at the Capitol is fucking gonna get for just simply being there and supporting Trump. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's sad.
These rich motherfuckers have more money than they could spend in 2 lifetimes and want to steal more. It makes no sense. Yeah. And what's grosser are people that make nowhere near that fighting for them to do so. Actually, I'd argue it's worse. Because that's why we will never have we won't have class solidarity. This is why I have very little faith in us having any revolution of any kind.
Did you have any more, Matt?
Do you want me to have more? I think I shouldn't. I think I'm Satya Sharavo with another super chat. Well, our backup plan as an immigrant family was find a way to get to Germany, but AFD looks imminent there. I guess we're fucked. The Bay photo with a super chat.
Well, I mean, blue states are still decent to get to, right? Like I haven't traveled to the U.S. since the fascists took over, but I imagine the blue states are still pretty blue. They must feel like I have a lot of friends.
No, it's actually starting to feel like there's going to be a shift. I think that if California wins with their governor, like if they get that fucking shithead Brit as the governor, Pritzker's going to lose. Then it's obvious that like they are stealing elections, because if they're just winning blue states like that.
Friends in LA, a lot of friends in New York, and it's like
while stealing fucking voting rights from a certain contingent of people. I don't know, guys. I just I'm starting to feel like things are a lot more fucked than we're willing to admit.
LA, I've heard, is distinctly kind of fashy. Like you just see, like, I
go start your day. Good night, or well, good day, Ryan.
On the streets and stuff. But New York feels very much like New York, or at least that's been the vibe they've told me.
I'll catch you later, man.
I mean, I can't speak to New York, but blue states, I still do feel more safe, of course. But there is, and I think this is probably true for every city, but there is a much more vocal fascist presence in this city. They've kind of come out and made themselves known. But at the same time, you do see a lot of pushback from community members, even in like rural areas in Oregon. I can't speak to like Eastern Oregon, but around Portland, there is a lot more organization and just people who are willing to stand up for
they're more Benderant. I think this was it.
Their neighbors and whatnot. Like if you go to Hillsborough, for example, near Portland, they are trying to help immigrant families who are afraid to leave their homes. So they're doing.
I'll let him end this, and then if he doesn't continue, then that's it, and then we're gonna probably wrap up.
Grocery shopping to them. They're taking their kids to school. And
as much as I
like,
want to do the, nah, you know what? I promised you guys. Nah. We got Soder and Sasso.
There is community to be found. If you look at Seattle, it's basically trans Mecca. In fact, the city is almost overwhelmed with the amount of domestic migrants they're getting.
That's true.
Because so many people.
Seattle's fucking getting slammed.
People are fleeing red states if they're able to. I'll pitch Portland.
Good for the economy, though.
As well. It's a lot like Seattle in the sense that it's a neoliberal hellscape and it's gentrified into oblivion, but the culture is really, really welcoming. And that goes a really long way if you're feeling like you can't be yourself. In Portland, I kind of feel like you could be yourself. Seattle, I think that's probably the same as well. You know, I've been to Seattle, but I don't live there. But, you know, these cities where you can at least feel like you can go outside and not get hate crimed in 10 minutes, that really does make a difference to your mental health. But it sucks because not everybody can do that. Like, you can't leave your job or your family and move across the country. So it really is a privilege to be able to do that. But if you have the ability, then, you know, I still think it's fine. I think you could be safe in that sense in the United States. That's why I tell people, link up with like a queer buddy across the country. If you're in a red state, try to get to know somebody online, and, you know, maybe they'll roommate with you or something, you know, if they just moved as well.
Evan from Portland just donated to say, I counter Matt's doomerism with hope. Growing labor power and community organizing like the DSA isn't going to stop anytime soon.
It's not doomerism. It's fucking just reality.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Nah.
That's a...
All right, we're good. Sorry, guys. All right, so we're going from that to silliness. And you know what? I can't not watch this without my own. All right. We're doing this. We're doing this. All right, guys. I hope you're ready for it, because I'm so fucking ready.
Well, look, we've got Macho and Macho here. This is
brought the glasses.
Yeah.
We brought the, very much. The worst thing you can do is reach for the glasses and they're not there.
I
which we've
completely
all
agree.
seen that.
Hold on, breaking it. 100%. There's times where people like do Macho Man, and I reach and I go, I look like a fucking insane person.
Yeah. That's why you gotta have the glasses on. That's why I have them on my desk here. Yeah. That's why I'm a good work from home. Uh-huh.
And he has to just, I was meant to do this. I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Dude, that is, that's very much always.
The glasses are on.
Yeah.
Powers.
Yeah.
Right,
peanut butter and jelly. Took a while till they met. Can I tell you my
peanut butter and jelly? Yeah.
Favorite thing to do is Macho Man, and you'll love this as the impression, but I have to bring out my phone for this. You look up, there's certain things you can look up and do in a macho voice, and I'll hand it to you and you can do it, that it always works.
Okay.
There's two things you can do. The first one that I think, this is what I make my wife laugh with whenever I do it, is I do like, I do Bed Bath & Beyond signs as Macho Man, where I go, yeah, you want breakfast in bed? Try sleeping in the kitchen. It's like a very macho, like, those sassy things that, where you're like, I'm sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud? It's like things like that. But the one that you can do,
laugh, and love.
Yeah.
Live, laugh, love. Yeah. This kitchen is for dancing. Yeah.
Charles Manson
God
quotes.
damn it, I can't do it.
I'm telling you right now.
I might have ruined my voice doing my
like
fucking
Macho
Bobcat
Man
Goldthwait
read
like that one guy was saying.
Look down at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, look down at me and you see a fool. Uh-huh. Look up at me and you
look up at me.
See a God. Yeah, look straight at me. And you see yourself. Like, dude, just try one of those out.
Yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
I might
that's
have to turn it this way. I don't know.
Yeah.
These aren't my actual glasses. Oh, fuck, now I hit
All right,
that.
I got you.
I got it.
I'm gonna wait. We'll get it loud. Right, we'll get it. Let me get you a good one. I'm gonna get you a good quote. Where is he?
Oh my God.
Oh, he went to the bottom. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
I'm a nobody. I'm a tramp, a bum, a hobo. I'm in a boxcar and a jug of wine. Yeah, and a straight razor if you get too close to me.
I mean that's a macho promo.
That's a macho promo.
That's
Here you go.
literally
Really,
macho.
I got you a good one. Let me. I don't know if you can read that.
I'll put it this way.
Yeah, hold on.
There we go.
Yeah, you got it.
Wait a minute. Are you doing the
Just pick anyone you want, because honestly, they all work.
Yeah. I'll tell you something right now. Yeah, these children.
Sasso does the fucking
children. Yeah, they come at you with knives. Yeah.
That's what I gotta get. I gotta get the.
They are your children. Yeah.
Like you're putting a period at the end of a sentence. Uh-huh.
You taught them. Yeah. I didn't teach them. No. Just tried to help them stand up.
Yeah, that was perfect. That was perfect.
I got an idea.
That was perfect. Hold on. You people,
Yeah.
People would convict a grilled cheese sandwich of murder. And people wouldn't
I remember reading Charles Manson quotes as Macho Man in itself is just fucking.
even question it. Dig it.
What if I looked up?
Because the original, how this all originated was, I used to do Charles Manson quotes as Dave Chappelle smoking a cigarette.
Please give us one of those.
Now you got to understand something. Animals shouldn't be hunted, and nature shouldn't be disturbed. Even
nature shouldn't be disturbed,
destroyed.
Benefits fucking Soder's the king.
Whims of mankind.
dude.
I'll tell you,
fucking nailed it.
What is Chappelle? Fear of Vikings builds castles. Like, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what it is. I know and understand you much more. Yeah, but Macho Man, it works way better.
Dave Chappelle would be a great wrestling manager.
Man. Oh yeah, he'd be fantastic.
You know, I like doing this. So I have a bit where my friends are like, stop it, not funny, which is Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes.
Yes.
And I would read like anything, but you do it as Andy Rooney.
Yeah.
Like you read Chicken Soup from the Soul or any, road signs.
I don't understand.
I don't understand. But why do people always park where they're, if you parked on the street, you wouldn't do that.
But then 60 Minutes head, this is right down my lane.
But I just picked out an Andy Rooney quote.
Oh, that's great.
I've had quite a few complaints lately. Yeah, from people who don't like it. No, they don't like it at all when I complain about things. They say I haven't complained about anything lately. So tonight, for you complaint fans, I have a complaint.
Yeah, I have a complaint.
I think we need to do. We could easily do Hogan and Macho doing Andy Rooney quotes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Everyone wants to live on top of a mountain. Yeah. But all the happiness and growth, it occurs while you're climbing it. Yeah. Tell them, Hulkster. Well, let me tell you something, dude. It's paradoxical, brother. That the idea of living
it's perfect.
long life appeals to everyone, but the idea of getting old doesn't appeal to anyone, dude. If you smile, if you smile when you're alone, then you really mean it. Yeah. Then you got that right, Macho. It's best to give advice in only 2 circumstances, dude. When it's requested and when it's a life-threatening situation, brother.
I've learned the opportunities are never lost. Someone will take the loss you miss.
It's fucking Andre the Giant.
Well, the federal government has sponsored research that has produced a tomato that is perfect in every respect, except that you can't fucking eat it. We should make every effort to make sure that this disease, often referred to as progress, doesn't fucking spread. Oh, hell yeah.
Everyone knows.
It doesn't. That's fucking stone cold.
It's the best classroom in the world is at the feet of the elderly person. Yeah. Respect your elders.
How about Arnold?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, did you ever hear one of these corny positive messages in someone's answering machine? Hi, it's a great day. I'm out enjoying it right now. I hope you are too.
Dude, my Arnold impression has always been Sasso's impression. I'll just admit it.
The thought for the day is to share the love. Beep.
Beep.
Yeah, this is a VD clinic. Yeah.
They go.
Speaking of something positive, your test is back. Stop sharing the love.
Yeah, speaking of positive.
They're like, Rodney, we understand that the character makes fun of itself. Could you be positive? He goes, hey, I'm going to tell you something I always learned. Always keep your words soft and sweet, just in case you have to eat them. Hey, and if I got it, I got a diet of words. Yeah, my diet's all words.
My wife uses fabric softener. I never know what that stuff is for, Then I noticed women coming up to me, sniffing, then saying under their breath, married, and they walk away. Fabric softener is how wives
fucking De Niro
mark the territory. Yeah, we could take off the ring. We can take off the ring, but it's hard to get the April fresh scent out of your clothes.
Oh my gosh. Thank God bless R.I.P. Andy Rooney.
Oh, he
my
had some bangers. He could have written.
Not rest in peace, Charles Manson.
No, that's fucking. Oh my God!
What a bit.
Yeah.
He could have.
He could have. I hear you need some Vince. I hear you need some help writing promos for these guys. They used to,
The Intercontinental Championship used to mean something.
yeah, and they called it the working man's title. If you go back to Pedro Morales and Pat Patterson,
And I ain't even talking about
Deep cuts.
Ken Patera, maybe even getting a shot at it.
I don't want to talk about honky tonk man.
I don't want to talk about honky tonk.
I'm talking about Macho Man Randy Savage.
Dude, Andy Rudy was fucking ruled.
Oh, dude, I love it. All right, so just so you guys know, this was a wrestling podcast, just with two comedians doing wrestling bits. So, like, this is
wrestling.
Why do they call it a
probably my favorite podcast I've ever watched.
steel cage match? It's clearly not steel.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, dude. When Bundy and I get in the ring, I'm here with, my man King Kong Bundy, Hulk Hogan. He's not going to use that cage you might see in the NWA. His feet won't fit in it. And he's too heavy to climb up it. And even though he's not going to win, the suspension of disbelief is going to leave the audience completely flummoxed as to why it's a cage match with someone who can't even climb. So we got these blue bars, you see.
He goes, and he's like, hey, Hulkamania. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's running wild. It's running so wild. It's got my electric bill over $5,000 a month. I left it on. I must have left Hulkamania on when I left my house.
I must have left Hulkamania on while I left my house. Fucking Soder, man. I get to see him in July. I'm so fucking psyched. That motherfucker, he's one of the best out there. All right, here. I got one more.
Match with Andre. They were touring. These are all dark matches, city to city. And there was a move where Andre threw Warrior into the ropes. Was supposed to do a move, turn around, and then Warrior was going to hit him with a clothesline, but Warrior kept coming too fast, and it was screwing up the move. And, first night, Bobby Heenan's like, we were a little frustrated. Second night on the road, we're like that. Third night, he screws it up, and Andre goes, don't worry, boss. You won't do it again. And he said,
you guys need to understand, that is a perfect Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant, if you don't know who he is, he was the giant in Princess Bride, so you guys know who he is.
That whatever city they're in, he whips him in, and then Andre just put his fist out, and Warrior knocked himself out. Said he cracked the paint. This is what Heenan said. Cracked the paint, and then Andre just put his foot on him and got the 3 count.
Oh,
and they're like, it's a dark match. We don't need to explain this to people. But him just going, I really handle this again, boss. I love
Andre.
that.
I've tried to do. Your Andre is one of those impressions where it's like, people go like I used to do, and I would always preface it by saying this, but I'll do like oh.
Actually, if you notice his, he already has a deep voice, but look at his nose and how flat it is. It really helps with these impressions.
De Niro and Pacino. I go, my Pacino is Frank Caliendo's Pacino.
Yeah.
Where when I try to do Andre, it's your Andre, and
gonna go get something to eat. Good night, Tia.
The funny thing to me about Andre is like there's promo Andre and then there's just talking Andre.
Just drunk at a bar.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to go home. I'm flying. It hurts. Versus the promo is like, it hurts.
It
My
hurts.
knees, they're all. Well, the key is the key is the French accent.
Yeah.
So you have to go like, my knees, they're all flared up, but I do not understand why I must do it. But then promo Andre's just, okay.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you. Just big words.
Yeah. There was one where he forgets, like he doesn't say world heavyweight title. He goes, they're world wrestler tag team champion. Who knows?
Guys just
like a case of wine. And
dude.
But when he's just talking, like that's not, you're watching that and you're like, I love Andre. He's sweet.
Yeah.
But when you see him just going like, it's going to be a good fight, Vince. That's the guy you're terrified of. A 7-foot giant who's like
calm.
Yeah, calm.
But the story, and they tell the documentary of the Andre doc where Hogan's like, hey, brother, we're all good tonight. And in the locker room, he's playing cards. He's like, don't worry, we're all right, brother. And he goes back to his cards, and Hogan was like, that made me more nervous.
Sure.
Because he would get mad at Macho and be like, no, baby oil. And would like slap him away. But then with Hogan, he's like, oh, fine, boss, don't worry. The thing I always wanted to know you know, they interviewed that guy Bob, who was his traveler, who's Andre's like best friend, that guy from Boston. That was the guy that made me laugh, where he's like, Andre would get hammered, and we're at the bar, and he's drinking 40 beers, and I'm like, Andre, we got to get you home. He's like, I'll get home. Don't worry about it. So like those two drunk talking, where he's like,
nobody does an Andre except for I Love You Man. It's the only other place. Yes, the only other place.
Pretty good Andre the
Yes, the peanut.
Yeah, the peanut. Would anybody like a peanut? But that's also why he was so good in Princess Bride, because that's non-promo on.
Yes.
That's very conversation. That's what made me love him.
Yeah.
Where he was like, I got the 4 horses in case we find the lady. And then he's like, hello, lady. And she's right up there. Or the cutest one he does. It really is cute, where he goes, Fezzik, where did you get that cloak? Miracle Max. He said I could keep it because it fits me so well. And you're like, oh yeah, that's like a giant Frenchman.
Yeah.
It's what he is.
And he's kind the whole time.
When he's fighting him with the rock, and he goes, I haven't fought one man. I could crush you like this. I have not fought one man in so long.
Now get out of here or I'll call the goon squad. I'm on the goon squad. You are the goon squad.
You are the goon squad.
I mean it this instant. Stop rhyming this minute. I mean it.
He goes, why anybody like a peanut? I think that's what it was. When you're a kid, you're terrified of Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Because he's 7'4", 500 pounds. But then you get older and you like hear his story and you go, I love Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
I love him. And he chose not to treat his ailment, which made him big, because he was such a wrestler. He was like, no, this is how I sell tickets, baby. I'm giant.
Well, the fucking when you're saying that he's like, oh, don't worry, I'll get home. How?
Soder's a master. He is.
How the fuck are you gonna get a drunk on
There's a reason he's my favorite comedian.
Andre into a cab?
You go, Andre, I'm fucking hammered. I can't get you home. He goes,
And he's also just a solid fucking guy.
Find a way.
Yeah.
And you go, what, a truck? A flatbed truck?
Yeah.
Imagine being an Uber.
I will knock over a Brinks truck and then they seek the word back.
I have to find the Cadillac. I'll pull the seesaw. I'm fine. I'll get home.
Yeah.
You leaving Andre at a bar? I'll get home. Andre, I don't think you'll get home. I'll get home just fine. I'm in love with the waitress. It's not having Andre hit on your bartender wife. Sorry, man, she's taken. Oh, be quiet.
Be quiet.
Hold my ring. He's holding a giant ring.
Hold my ring.
Yeah, like his handler like goes to the hotel in the morning and they're like, he's asleep on the floor and there's a bear shit like a 1.5 feet tall.
Oh, wait, I got more. Fuck it. Like, I got most of the clips from this. I will also link the full one here.
Did you ever, I was telling you a little bit about this, but before the internet was everywhere, when morning radio shows were still really big, I don't know what the exact show was, but Bret Hart used to call into a Calgary morning radio show, and they would prank phone call Ric Flair.
Oh my gosh.
And there's one where they prank phone call Ric Flair, and they clearly know that Ric's either been partying or out partying or whatever, but they call him and they go, and it's Bret, and it's just Bret talking to me. He's like, Rick, I'm just telling the guys about how I did so
by the way, Sasso, his Bret Hart, also
much more business than you or whatever. And Ric Flair gets so wound up. For years, this was something we used to yell in our apartment, where he goes, I sold tickets. You sold sunglasses. And that was like one of the funniest things, because he just keeps yelling it.
Yeah.
He keeps, because they're trying to get him angry, and he's like, I sold tickets. You sold sunglasses. It's one of the hardest. Man, I used to hit.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, because you could tell they caught Rick at a very bad time.
I love that he comes out with legit promo shit while he's getting
on the phone.
prank called. Yeah.
He doesn't even know he's on a morning show.
Yeah.
He's just cutting a promo.
Yeah. I'm on the Tonight Show, and you're in the Calgary Morning Zoo.
You're giving away tickets to Jamiroquai.
He's just out of his mind.
Caller number 10.
Ric Flair is.
He wears stupid hats. I wouldn't wear a hat like that if you pay me.
I would have.
Dude, Sasso's fucking Ric Flair is fire.
Loved to have gotten Dusty, like, after they work, and he's just like, he's a lot, baby. He's a lot.
He's
like
a lot,
coworker
baby.
energy. Yeah. He goes, I don't know. I'm going on the road with Rick. It's going to be
It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be
Yeah,
wild.
working with Rick. Well, let me tell you something, Daddy. Rick is Rick,
dude.
baby.
Yeah.
Rick does Rick, baby.
Rick does
Yeah,
Rick,
he yelled at me
baby.
about feather boas for half an hour, baby.
Yeah. Him just on the phone. That's right, Rick. Him trying to get off the phone with Ric Flair.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I know you are the man.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, I'll be right there, honey. Yeah, those potatoes sound good. Listen,
I'm gonna play
I got-
ball with Kobe. I'm gonna go
potatoes sound good.
throw the ball with him. Hold on, Rick's still listing cities.
Yeah.
He's still going. I think it's going through the phone book. Oh, yes. I have heard of Arlington. Yes.
Yeah,
oh,
Durham.
yes, Arlington.
Yeah, Durham's a good place, Rick. Yeah,
Yeah, Durham's a great place, Rick.
yeah, I went to that bar in Durham, baby. Okay, Rick, I gotta get going. The grass is growing. It's Saturday, baby.
They are nailing Dusty.
Dusty trying to get off the phone with Ric Flair.
Gotta mow the lawn,
so
baby.
he can do house chores.
Yeah.
Them gutters ain't gonna clean themselves, Rick.
All right, Ricky.
The American dream might be the son of a plumber, but is the daddy of a boy that needs to go play catch. So I'm sorry, Rick.
Yeah, sorry, baby. The paint's been coming up on the ceiling, baby, because we had a rainy season. And
Them Georgia summers, they peel the walls.
Yeah, baby. We should have put a little more primer on the side of the wall. And now I gotta go myself, Daddy.
Shut. He's been putting a little bit more primer.
Dustin did that paint job, and
he fucking nails Dusty
on the road, baby.
He hangs up.
The natural.
He goes, that's the only way you can get him off the phone is promo him off. You got to promo him off the phone. Yeah. Well, this Sunday, when I call you back, Daddy, I'm going to have all my chores done. Yeah. And we're going to list other cities.
Then we're going to list other cities.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Dusty, I'll talk to you later. That's the only way to get... Why are you yelling in there? I'm trying to promo Rick off the phone with all my chores, baby.
Do you want to go out for dinner tonight or not? Because we could be here for 3 more hours.
Oh, jeez. I gotta go to the gas station and fill up that cherry can, baby. Because I don't have one of those electric lawnmower, baby. The dream does it old school, Daddy.
Because somewhere down the street, there's a gas station attendant that's waiting for work, and Dusty Rhodes needs to give him that work, baby. So I gotta go. So I'm gonna see you later.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see you later.
Hand is touching your hand, and we're both mowing along together, Daddy. That means that Dusty, and this is why Dusty Rhodes is gonna mow that lawn, Rick.
Because you pull that cord.
Oh my God, Sasso's a master.
It always don't start when you pull that cord.
Yeah. You gotta pull it again, baby. I pull that cord 5 times. 5 times. And then
Giant Band-Aid on his head as he's gassing up the lawnmower. Oh my God, yeah, man. I mean, like hanging with Flair at a point as like you got to be a friend and be like, dude, I just got to go back to my hotel room.
Man, yeah,
it's a lot.
Yeah, well, at least he apologized to
Ludwig.
Ludwig
Kaiser.
I almost said Ludwig Borga.
They're just I mean, again, this was the best hour and I think it was like an hour and a half. It was the best fucking podcast I've ever listened to. But I'm biased.
I just got to say thank you.
All right, so this is one of my favorite Will Sasso appearances with Chris Van Fleet. Outside of this one that we just watched, but fucking A, he does a perfect Jesse Ventura.
Thank you for answering my FaceTime.
All right, so here's the bitch. I gotta pee.
Of course. But that was that day was so ridiculous.
I bet.
I'm with Jesse Ventura. Karrion Kross is there. He's doing Jesse Ventura for Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
Hey, should I FaceTime Will Sasso? He does the best Jesse Ventura.
And he's like, who's that? I don't know who that is. You'll have to educate me on who that is.
How does he not know that you're doing these impressions of him?
Because I live in the Baja 6 months out of the year. And you know that, Chris. I don't have TV. Why would I watch American TV there? You know, we have satellite. I have solar. I'm 4 miles from pavement out there, and I can't watch American news, but I tell you what I can do. I can put my hand into a whale shark's mouth in a lagoon. They love having their gums scratched. And you look into their eyes and they're intelligent. That's why I don't know who Will Say-So is, or whatever you, Sasshole, or whatever, a name only a proctologist could love. Would you stop?
A little mean Gene in there.
Yeah.
He goes, I don't have a cell phone. I said, well, how are we supposed to reach you?
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. You're not supposed to reach me. I'll be down in the Baja riding my electric bike. You know, I charge my electric bike and then I ride out and I get mangoes and I bring them back to the house. Of course, I always see large birds and I think they're drones. I'm afraid of drones because if you say the wrong thing about the government and then you go picking mangoes, you'll see an American drone. You can tell they're huge. And I'm like, that's not a bird of, that's not a tropical bird of any kind. That's not even a raven or a crow. That's a drone coming to kill me. So no, I don't watch the American news. Oh shit.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sasso came on to just pull out a bunch of hack impressions.
Can you do that for 5 hours?
You got it. Yes. It's the Jesse You know what? The thing to do would be to do the Jesse Ventura podcast because he's not here for 6 months.
That's true.
Find out when he's not here and just put up a, hi, I'm Jesse Ventura. Welcome to the Jesse Ventura podcast. I finally have a podcast. Audio only.
Of course.
Carrion Cross and I will take turns. Who's doing it? I'm like, I'm fucking busy. Carrion's like, yeah, I got this week. Okay. Yeah.
Carrion does a fucking sick Macho Man. Jesse Ventura.
Just fucking, we're here. I'm back home in Minneapolis. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Anyway.
It's so funny how that all came together because, like, I was talking with his son about, he's like, Jesse is interested in doing your podcast.
That's
I was
amazing.
like, I can't believe this.
Yeah.
It was actually the day that you were on my show last year. So last March, I left there. We left the studio. And I got a DM from Jesse, like the official Gov J Ventura. And I'm like, what? And it was his son. And he's like, Jesse's interested in being on your show. Could we set up a time? I'm like, what are the odds that I just heard Jesse Ventura's voice in the studio coming from your mouth?
Yeah.
And now I'm communicating with his son about setting up a real interview.
That's crazy.
With the actual Jesse Ventura. He's like, Mondays are pretty good for him. Just like pick a Monday. And I'm like, he's like, pick it, in a few months. So we picked a random Monday in the summer. It just so happened that Raw was in Minneapolis that same night.
That's weird. We're living in a computer simulation.
We are at 1,000%. We are. But I was like, what are the odds that I'm going to fly to Minneapolis on the same day? And who's on Raw?
Yeah.
Carrion Cross is on Raw.
Yeah.
So I texted him. I said, are you in? He's like, 1,000%.
I love it.
Of course.
I love the Carrion, whom now I've gotten to know. And he's a wonderful dude who is, we can say, in, I don't know, did they say in storyline? Look, on the show, Carrion Cross or Killer, as I like to call him.
Of course.
Here's this absolute maniac, but he makes a lot of room to, and now they're getting to really see what his personality is, which I think is great on the show. And he does great stuff online and shit. But I love that he's like, I'm not so worried about the way it's going to look on the program and the character. He's like, of course I'll come goof around and do a fucking bang on Jesse Ventura with Jesse Ventura. That's like, you would never see, a big, a WWE superstar in the past be like, I do a good impression of that guy. I'm going to come do, you would never
come do a podcast.
Yeah. Oh, DDP going, I do a pretty good Bill Clinton. Do you have him on your pod? What are you talking about?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Jesse Ventura, of course, exists in the wrestling world, but he's also a very prominent political figure.
He's a big political figure. Of course, he's been a movie star.
Yes.
He was the governor. He was also the mayor. I was the mayor of the 6th largest town in Minnesota. And, I was a radio host also. And, they had a surplus out there in Minneapolis. The mayor and the city of, I think it was $1 billion. And instead of giving that back, that's the taxpayer money. And they spent it. So I said on the air, I said, run for mayor, and the reaction was huge. So I had to.
Yep.
I didn't want to be the mayor, or the governor, but I did. I ran. And there were questions I didn't know the answer to in debates, and I would say, I don't know what that is. Article this, that, or the other. And I said, but if it's important, I'll learn it. Trust.
He's literally actually saying like what Jesse would. That's creepy.
If they would actually debate with a libertarian or a Green Party candidate, but we've got the two-party system. And here I am, terrified of drones at the end of the day, still terrified of drones.
Jesus Christ, this is literally fucking Jesse.
It was so funny when your face popped up on FaceTime. He's like, oh, hello, Will.
That's right. That's what I remember him going, hello, Will. Which was like, it is one of those things where I'm like, I actually truly revere Jesse Ventura.
He's
I
a
love
legend.
But I love that guy. And it's like, I don't want to break his balls on, you know what I'm saying? So when he's like, hello, Will, I'm like, let me get this hackneyed bullshit out. And, try not to fucking offend him. And yeah, hi, hello, me. How am I doing? And then were you in the studio going, let's wrap it up? He's not gonna go like zoom back and forth with you.
Well, what's funny is I had switched spots with Carrion, and Carrion came in, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll just sit in the middle of them. But now I'm not mic'd up, so it's strange. Like I'm watching them do this interview, and I thought it would be like back and forth, like this gag.
Yeah.
Instead, he's giving serious answers to Carrion's questions that were asked as Jesse, and I'm like, these are actually really good stories.
That's hilarious.
But now what am I going to do?
Yeah.
So after, I don't know how many minutes it was, it felt like a long time. I was like, well, thank you so much. Carrion, you are the man for doing this. And I'm like,
get out of here because I don't know what's happening.
I also had to run. I had to run out of the shot because Carrion's gigantic, much larger than me. And the shot was framed for me. So the very start of it, Carrion's head is like half cut off because
that's hilarious.
Huge. So I had to run out of the frame and zoom out and okay, that looks good. And then run back into the frame.
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
but he's just larger than life from the moment he got there.
Yeah.
He just has this presence about him.
Sure.
And we did the interview like an hour or two before that now famous meeting with Triple H on camera where like they shook hands. Oh my gosh, is Jesse Ventura working with the WWE again?
I noticed in the episode, it's like, well, things might happen. We got 2 signatures left on the contract. And then it's like he's wearing the same thing in the clips, shaking Triple H's hand. And it's like one of 2 things like, does he wear the same clothes all the time?
He went from our interview
That's amazing.
to the arena.
That's awesome.
Shook his hand, did the whole thing, and then the whole story came out with Saturday Night's Main Event.
It's the same day. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and now he's back into the WWE world.
Which is... because Vince is gone. I had him deposed during the because I wanted royalties. And he says, no, he lied. He said,
God damn it, Sasso.
Nobody gets royalties.
It's the head.
Lo and behold, Cyndi Lauper was, Mr. T was, and Hulk was. Anybody who's in show business was. Of course, I knew Arnold Schwarzenegger from Predator and Running Man. And I was the only guy that beat Vince in court, and I was the only one who had an agent. So I said, we deposed him, and I said, and my lawyer asked him, how did you find out that Jesse wanted to unionize the boys? And he knew right where to go. He said, Hulk did it. So he's not my friend. So now that Vince...
God damn it, this is literally like a fucking verbatim story.
...is out, I can be on Saturday Night's Main Event again. But,
did you see at the end of the interview, I was like, it's been 30 plus years. Would you ever consider bearing the hatchet with Hulk Hogan? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Fair enough.
Okay. I mean...
all right. Sure.
No. That's...
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you and I, speaking of Hulk Hogan, we were in the building not too long ago on Raw when he got booed the fuck out of there.
God damn it. Hey, look, who's that guy? This Pep Talks fella. Yeah, that's a good thumbnail. Damn. Oh my god. Wait. We only got like a few hour-long clips. That's not okay. Damn, I was looking for something kind of quick. Yeah, fuck it. We'll chill. All right. Oh no, no, he's, dude, it's scary how good he is. Like, there's moments where like, I kind of forget that I'm watching Sasso, which that is the true sign of an impressionist, where it's like, god damn. Who the heck is Pep Talks? Yeah, that's how I feel right now, is like, who the heck is Pep Talks? I don't know, man. Like, I thought I did impressions, but when, you know, up against the two masters of the impression arts, like, man, I don't know anymore. I really don't know. I think that, God. Yeah, it's crazy, but, man, where are we at? Oh, 7 hours, 31 minutes. Sovereign citizen. Let's go. Okay. We'll do one. Because it is Friday. Going into the weekend. Yeah, baby. Oh, this is a weird ass format. I ain't seen this yet. Okay, check this shit out. What is this? It's like half fucking. It's like half of the vertical view. Huh. Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Officer Ross with the Atlanta Police Department.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a license on you, boss?
Don't have the deeper voice, yeah. Gotta do a little more inflection. Uh-huh. That's why I do a little more storytelling, yeah. Macho madness always comes with a little bit of a low register, yeah. Then you gotta go a little higher, uh-huh. That's where I gotta do a little work, yeah.
Boss. So one, your tag
I mean, shit, dude, I've been doing a Macho Man impression since I was like 8 years old.
is expired, and two, that you don't have taillights on your tag. Yes, that's why I stopped you.
Excuse me.
There must be an injured party for a crime to be committed. You carry a bond for that reason?
So I stopped you on a traffic stop, sir. I'm not going to ask you again to identify yourself, okay? Do you have a license?
Again, I can't get over this weird-ass format.
If you would, please call your supervisor.
Foxtrot 35, can I get a 45-minute supervisor? Sir, I'm going to ask you one more time to identify
I remember subbing after you explained how a good Macho Man needs build-up. Ah, yeah, cool.
yourself.
Thank you.
At this point, I told you that
Too many people go right into it, uh-huh. Don't like to lead up to story time, yeah. Gotta bring them in, you know.
2 reasons that I stopped you today.
Peter, pumpkin eater. Used to eat a little out of pumpkins, uh-huh. All of a sudden, old man comes out with the shotgun. Not eating so many pumpkins now, yeah.
Okay? You don't have any lights on your plate, and then it's expired. I'm now asking you to identify yourself. Now you're refusing twice. Are you refusing to identify yourself? If you refuse to identify yourself, you're going to jail for resisting. Okay? Do you understand what?
Yeah, man, I hope. So this is happening in July. I really hope I'm able to at least get like a quick video with Soder where we can like do the mega powers.
What I'm saying to you,
What's your name?
Officer Ross. Now I've told you multiple times to identify
I mean, dude, I've hyped like so many of his videos at this point where I'm just like, bruh.
yourself because you're on a traffic stop.
That's not a law.
Failure to do so. This is my 3rd time. You need to ID yourself.
And that's not a law.
Okay.
He's wrong about that. During a traffic stop, he's wrong about this.
Cost you $250,000.
If he was like just sitting on a park bench, different story. Wear the Macho Man shades.
So you're not going to
I
give me
should.
any sort of identification, nothing.
There's no crime committed.
Okay. So you don't
Bring
want
a
to
pair
identify
for him.
yourself.
Just be like,
Okay.
You the supervisor?
No, they're on the way.
And what's your name and badge number?
in LA.
Officer Lawrence. Can you do me
Looks
a
like
favor
LA.
and turn the car off for us?
You know where they're at.
Can you hear me?
Oh, excuse me.
I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
And you said your name and badge number was what?
Officer Ross 38467.
All right, thank you. As I told her, no crime has been committed. The crime is called corpus delicti. If there's no injured party, no crime has been committed. You can't attach a fee. You can't use license, registration, insurance, any of that. That's called res judicata.
All right. So obviously we have a sovereign citizen on our hands. If you haven't already collected that data,
Anything passed down from the Supreme
You have the
Court
supervisor to your right.
I don't think that she's really well versed in this.
She's refusing to identify himself and wants to supervise. I'm going to take him out.
Okay. How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. Supervisor?
Yep. What's up?
And what's your name and badge number?
Purple Aaron Wilkins, 38339.
So I asked them
Yep.
if they know the law, because of course the law states ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Okay. So what's your question?
So I asked her why she stopped.
Yep.
She said tag.
Okay.
Right? That's not a crime. The crime is corpus delicti.
Okay.
No injured party, no crime has been committed.
Okay. So instead of 40, can have expired tags.
Sorry?
Is it expired tag? Okay. So you have 2 violations of Florida state statute, and your vehicle's in Florida. So those are 2 violations. You can stand here and argue with me. Here's the deal: you're going to step out of the car, and you're going to identify yourself. And if you refuse those 2 things, you're going to go to jail. You got it?
Okay, so now,
Okay. They're giving you a lawful order to get out of the vehicle, and if you refuse to get out of the vehicle, you're going to go to jail.
Listen, understand
Okay.
now, if we're going to do that, then I'm going after everybody's bond, okay?
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right.
I don't. Yeah, that threat's not going to work.
Open up the vehicle.
Okay. You want me to open or you going to open?
You can open it because your door is not working. All right, thank you. Let me get your car.
All right. You want to take the phone too? All right.
Did you move to Florida?
I'm sorry?
Are you moving to Florida, or are you just visiting?
I moved.
How long have you been in Florida?
3 months.
Do you have a Florida license, or no? No. Do you work in Florida?
We'll see about that now, won't we?
Well, this doesn't mean you're going to jail. All right?
All right.
We just got to conduct our investigation. You're refusing to identify yourself, so we'll go through that.
I haven't committed a crime.
Okay.
Okay, put your phone here.
Okay.
Is this car registered to you?
No.
No. Okay. You don't have any sort of ID? North Carolina ID, nothing like that?
I do. Is it on you or on the car?
Jesus Christ.
It's on me.
Okay.
In my right second pocket.
Okay. You mind if I grab that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license or just an ID card?
Where is this gaining prominence?
Just ID.
Where this many people are fucking like playing the sovereign citizen game. Like, dude, I'm seeing more and more.
My traveler's card.
Your travelers?
The travel that dude,
Card?
that's
Where's
what I'm
that at?
seeing more of. And like you would think that with these YouTube videos that we'd see less. Because it's like, no, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. But they're convinced, man.
It's in here. And what's a traveler's card do for you?
That's what I'm doing. I'm traveling. I'm not driving. Driving.
Ah, shit. There it is.
Okay.
Process.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, do you know your social off the top of your head?
No, you need my social.
We're looking at your criminal history. Are you wanting to give your social? It's a yes or no.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Do we have the 1015?
Yes.
Okay, do you want me to bring him a car back, have Jordan start searching through the car? Or do you...
We can put him in my car. We can go through his pockets.
Good to sir? Okay. Turn around for me. You got anything on you that's gonna poke me, stick me? No. Nothing else on you, right? Put you in the car.
He's getting processed no matter what. Excuse me. Oh wow. I thought there was gonna be like some fight or something.
If you want to come out and then turn your butt the other way, it might work a little better.
Let's see. We get an update on like what happened. Oh, this is just one of those like clear videos. Oh shit, I haven't seen one of these in a while. Let's see. Tough guy versus funniest Arkansas. Fuck it. Let's go neckerchief cop, and then I think we're done for the evening.
I'm getting down. You ain't got to pull me. Why are you pushing me like an asshole?
In policing, you realize there are some people who are going.
All right, I think that because this isn't a sovereign citizen one, we might get actually like pissed at the cop. Let's see.
To just counter the law no matter how much the law is correct and looks them directly in the face. And you also realize that they're going to go to whatever measure they
The neckerchief really is fucking, I don't know, man. I don't know, like
try to skirt out of the law. Some will call 911. Some will refuse to get out of the car. But if you decide to do it in Arkansas, we've seen time and time again, there is a trooper willing to oblige you by removing you.
So I have to ask like the gay community. Is he part of that?
Physically from the car.
Because if it is, like, if that's the case, then I'm just like, all right, you know what? Good for you.
Placing you in handcuffs. And
I feel like he's doing it because he's like, ooh, I can make this my thing on YouTube.
Taking you straight to jail.
I could sell some neckerchiefs.
This is one of those. So this is interesting. If ever I'm in the position here, that officer behind me, I'll always give the officer the lane. Even if we are going about the speed limit, I'll always give them the lane because I want them to be able to get to wherever they have to go. Yeah, that was interesting to see the person pass the officer at that rate of speed. I don't see the exact speed. I just never.
That was dumb.
Never do that.
That was genuinely stupid.
Very smooth positioning, married the speed of the vehicle, offset the vehicle perfectly, passenger side approach, good stuff.
Give me 1 second, I'll get my wife on the phone to take care of it. Fuck you. Okay.
Just remember that this is good for us to watch. You gotta understand the tactics of the police. If it's like, oh, okay. Just observe and be like, okay, they followed it. They followed protocol.
I need your license and insurance.
Get my wife on the phone.
I'm Trooper Fortune with the state police. I need your license and insurance. Are you refusing to get out?
I don't feel safe.
Are you refusing to identify yourself?
North, approaching the fire. It's a white Nissan Titan.
Get it.
Arkansas 342.
Could agree, but the way that he just, I don't know.
X-ray Frank Ida.
A couple things I want to mention here. This is interesting. The trooper just now called out the stop, and he's already made his initial contact. What if on that
no, he already fucked up.
initial contact it went south? Does anyone know what his location is?
Nope.
If he can't get to his radio.
No, and I hate to even like do this where it's just like, no, but he's supposed to, like, that's also like for the person that he's pulling over, like that. God damn it,
I'm not
dude.
sure if that is
Like,
the normal practice.
I hate how he's like framing it for the safety of the cop, but what about the person that he's pulling over?
Of Arkansas State Troopers, I know the normal practice with most.
This is where it's the us versus them mentality, dude. Like, you're only fucking solidifying that shit.
Police is to project the stop, call it out on the.
How in the fuck am I supposed to be like, oh yeah, you know what? You gotta care about this fucking cop, but you don't give a shit about the person that he's pulling over.
Radio, then exit your vehicle, because if something happens and you can't give your location, everyone knows where you are. Something else I'd like to mention, because I've been seeing in the comments a lot of people asking why police use a different phonetic phonetic alphabet. So the officer called out X-ray Frank Ida. The phonetic alphabet used by police is different than the international one, which is used by the military, and it's because it's more colloquial for Americans to use our phonetic alphabet, and for international it's much easier to use the other phonetic alphabet, where Ida would be India and Alpha and Adam are the two differences. I mean, there are several differences in the two phonetic alphabets, but that was what is my understanding, and someone in the comment section can chime in if they have more information, because one's an international version and one's the local American version.
He pulled me up for no reason at all. He's intimidating me.
All right.
Is it a state police? Yes, it is. He's on court right now. Court C. Fortune. One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
What I need from you right now.
There's no reason for you to pull me over at all.
What I need from you right now is your license and insurance.
I'm police right now trying to report you. There's no reason for you to pull me over at all because you wanted to be a DI.
Sir, so you're refusing to exit the vehicle? You're refusing to identify yourself?
He didn't wait. Can I just say that, did he ask him to exit the vehicle beforehand? Before just saying that?
I believe the guy called 911 on the trooper and saying he's intimidating him.
He's trying to take me out of my car. He's trying to take me out of my car, man. I'm coming with you. You ain't got to pull me. I'm getting down. You ain't got to pull me. This will go down. This will go down. Trust me. It will go down. I got a messed up hip. If you fuck my hip up, if you fuck my hip up, you will get a lawsuit.
I'll be honest, the thing is, there's no clear reason that you pulled him over. Therefore, I wouldn't have that I can't wait mentality. What was the infraction there, sir? The cop's an asswad? Yeah.
So the guy said, I'm big, you have to put 2 handcuffs on me, which leads me to believe he was placed in handcuffs before because he knows that he needs 2 sets. I can't tell if the trooper put 2 sets on him or not.
No reason to pull me over. All because you want to be a prick. No, sir. If you hang up, you cannot do that. I'm in fear for my life. You can't do that.
This is where I would love to, like, the perfect channel would be to have like an auditor and a jackass like him. Because he can sit here smiling all he wants, but we obviously see that you are coming at this from the perspective of the boot.
Now, what is the reason why I'm being detained?
You're not detained. You're under arrest.
What am I under arrest for? What am I under arrest for? Why are you pushing me like
The thing is, he needs to state what he's under arrest for. Nah, this seems like the guy was annoyed, and like this guy, and like Sergeant Curtis is just like, he's a no nonsense cop. It's like, but he didn't say what the fuck this was for, which we do have the right to know. And I'll be fucking honest.
This is clearly a trooper don't play that. Why would you challenge him? You're gonna lose. This doesn't make any sense. And his name is Trooper Fortune, and this is not good for.
Why does Trooper Fortune even fucking matter?
Fortune for this guy in the back seat. This guy's not to be played with.
Oh, okay. And now he's gonna search his vehicle illegally? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say, like, no, this cop is kind of the reason that most people go ACAB.
You see that this guy's placed in the back seat of the vehicle. Trooper is looking inside of the truck. I don't know if he's conducting an actual search or whatever he's doing, but he doesn't see the guy. An effective tool is to put the seatbelt on the guy. So if you do glance back and see the guy, you can still see that the seatbelt is on. If they take the seatbelt off, it's a visual cue that they're attempting to do something. It's not a 100% foolproof thing that you can do, but it's at least something that gives you some type of visual cue, and it keeps the person restrained inside the vehicle, even though they can take it off. So one other thing I think you noticed that this guy had on his work uniform, that is a restaurant. I think it's all over the South. Insider police thing is that you arrest a person from the place and you're like, well, you just burn that eat spot. Meaning after you arrest maybe the cook or whatever, are you gonna go eat there? Probably not. It's just a little insider thing between cops, and hopefully the guy wouldn't do anything to the police food or to the officers' food.
Fuck yeah, he will.
But it's a little thing that cops will say. It's like, oh, we just...
Well, guess what, bitch? You fucking deserve it.
Burn that eat spot. Nothing...
Maybe you should do that serve and protect thing and, I don't know, not make it a lot harder for you. Not make yourself an enemy of the people.
Against that business.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, you want to have that us against them mentality, bitch. Fucking get used to the fucking salty taste of spit and semen.
Motherfucking prick! Bitch ass! Motherfucking whole ass! Motherfucker! You don't find nothing! There's nothing in there! There's nothing I'm gonna find! Piece of shit!
Let me stop the screen right here. Look at this guy. Central Casting were to say the ultimate RoboCop looking person who can handle business. And this is what an AI
who can handle business or is just a fucking joke.
image is gonna come out. And I'm not...
No. You understand that, like, at this point, the dude in the back probably has a case, because I haven't heard one implication of why he is being arrested or detained outside of just annoying the fucking cop.
I'm not trying to be funny when I...
Dude, I might be becoming a fucking audit channel soon.
I say that. But consistently, I see that Arkansas is producing officers...
Oh, Arkansas. Go fucking figure. This motherfucker so fucking confidently arresting a black man. And I usually don't play that game, but...
officers that look like that. But I'm not saying that just because I'm pumping up Arkansas, because there's some...
Yeah, you are.
Challenge with some of the tactics I see, and I mention those as well. But here's the thing.
Dude, seriously. Seriously.
Command presence. This
YMCA having motherfucker, like,
troopers have,
come on,
what's called command presence. When you see them, just their presence, which is a level in the use of force continuum, says something. There was a study that was done by the feds way back, and they interviewed a whole bunch of people who attacked police officers and caused them great bodily harm. And the question that they asked them was, what made you attack that officer? The most common response...
He didn't attack shit.
Because I believe that I could take him. Think about that. I believe
he verbally said it.
I can take him. You look at this guy.
No, they say that. Listen, no, that's not usually how it goes, but okay.
Do you believe you can take him? That is...
In what case was that ever said? You fucking... Oh my God.
A part of this...
You know what? Unsubscribing from fucking bootlicking Jones here. Actually, no, you get a dislike for this.
Safety element that
Fuck
I believe
yourself.
Looking sharp in uniform.
Seriously.
Being in shape. I always say, are you in the shape to be in the fight of your life? Well, what do you think this guy looks in the mirror and says?
That's right. I already unsub from him.
It matters. It's never to be disparaging. It's about because we want these people to keep us safe and keep the roads safe. It's incredibly important. Good stuff that they take care of themselves like that.
Unsubscribe? Go fuck yourself, Sergeant Curtis.
I'm going straight to the hospital so they see pieces of my handcuffs. I asked you to put 2 handcuffs on me.
You're under arrest for interference with law enforcement.
I did not interfere with shit.
Now, good luck. Good luck selling that one in a court of law.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you just need to shut the fuck up, let him process you. You're going to win this one.
It's going to be thrown out. I ain't interfered with shit. You pulled me over illegally, and then I was on the phone with
He did not say why he was pulling him over.
the police, and you hung up on the police when I was trying to tell them I needed help. You know this is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Will you tell me your name now?
No, sir. You got my driver's license and everything. I'm not telling you nothing. You know this is wrong, bro. You know this
Yeah, fuck you.
wrong.
I don't have your driver's license because you refuse to give it to me.
Because you know this is wrong. You know this is wrong. You know you're not supposed to be putting me in this handcuffs. You know you're not supposed to be doing none of this. This is wrong. Illegally, this is wrong.
So you're refusing to identify yourself?
You ran my tags. I'm the same person that owned that vehicle. I'm the same person that owned that vehicle that you illegally pulled me out of.
So what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is 4/20/79. You illegally detained me. I'm in the back of this damn thing with my hand, my handcuffs busting right now. Yes, this will definitely get ran up. And I got people on both sides, law and it will get ran up. I swear to God it will be. Because I don't bother nobody. I honestly wish y'all would not use your authority like this. This is some bullshit. This is the shit why people don't like y'all.
He's right.
This right here.
He is right.
Oh, some bullshit right here.
He is right. He's literally fucking right about this.
All because you want to play, I got the authority.
And then they want to fucking play this game of just like, oh, it's so unsafe out there for cops all the time. Yeah, shut up.
Bullshit. No.
Sorry about your white brother. Thank you, Aso.
I don't treat people like that in my line of work.
Aso.
Exactly. Snatched me out of my car when I was
Good name.
coming out of my car, threw me on your hood, and when can I request that videotape of that footage? You don't know your job now? All of a sudden you doing your job trying to arrest me for something I didn't do? So now you don't know your job now? That is ironically funny. And I know everything in here is being recorded. So you don't
That's good.
you don't know your job now on that? Oh, now you don't answer on.
I mean, to be fair.
Yeah, that's smart. That's
Dude, thank you for the $2.99. Sold.
At us all $2.99. It's not much, but I hope it can help.
Every bit helps, man. Thank you.
Smart.
I really appreciate that.
That's smart.
Actually, I've officially gotten $22 Australian today.
It is recording. I'm getting arrested for being black. That's basically what it is.
Thank you to my Aussies.
I was on the freeway doing the speed
Is
limit.
that how I say it?
He blew his light for me to get over. I got over and got back in the lane. Yet you can't ride. If you ride 2 miles in that left lane, the far left lane, you got 2 miles before you can get over. It's a passing lane. And he pulled me over and detained me. The only right he can get me on is trying to say I resisted freaking arrest when I was on the phone with the police.
Okay, he's laying it out. He's laying it out. I like that. I like that.
So
that's
I'm
good.
requesting this footage, and I'm not stopping at a paid suspension because a paid suspension should not happen. This is unlawful.
Aussies. Got it. Thank you. Or Aussies. Aussies. So it's not Aussies? Okay. Aussies.
He can check my truck 100 times. It won't find nothing but chicken wings in that mother.
You know what? Thank you for the correction.
He tried to search and see if he found something in. They gonna find nothing but chicken wings. I can't wait till I get my corporate lawyer on you.
I mean, to be fair, I think this actually might be bad for the cop. Because there's multiple instances in which the cop didn't follow procedure. So he's not going to show up for court.
That's my wife.
The prosecutors are going to let him know, like, hey, man, like, this guy, it doesn't seem like this guy has a pretty, like, extensive criminal record either.
Because she in danger for my life.
He said that in his line of work, he mentioned the restaurant that he works at. I don't treat people like that. I believe customer service matters in policing just as well. However, there's a difference because there's law.
Nah, they ain't.
The law.
Nah, they ain't. Nah. This motherfucker he deserves to have every fucking piece of food that he has ever eaten. Have some spit in it.
Is the law. And if you.
You act like this, motherfuckers. This is what you get. This is that capitalism that you guys really want while taking socialism for yourselves. You literally are paid by our taxes, and then you want us to fucking bow down to you? Fuck off.
You want to try to fight the law. It's not.
I fucking hate cops, and this is why. It's not even like the fucking fact. Like, trust me, I get it. I've needed cops' help before. I have been literally the victim. Like, I've been victimized by like I've had a home invasion on me. Like, trust me, I get it. I get why we need some policing, but this shit, this is why people fucking look at it and go, fuck these motherfuckers.
Side of the road.
What are our taxes doing?
We say this continually to people.
And then somehow, some way, Republicans try to spin this politically like, it's only the left. Nah.
The officer in that manner, it's very different than a restaurant.
Like I've been saying, catch a MAGA in a fucking, like, just a unexpected, what do you call them, roadblock.
In a restaurant, you call the manager, they remake your steak. In policing,
this particular cop can get fucked. Yeah, most of them can.
You got to go to court, then appellate court, and then hopefully if it doesn't go well for you at the appellate court, you can go to the Supreme Court.
It's on them to prove that they actually serve and protect and aren't there just to fucking victimize us.
It's different. I agree that there's customer service challenges, but don't do it there on the side of the road and refuse to give your ID. It doesn't work.
MCAB. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Put me in bigger handcuffs. They're cutting the wrist off.
You know me. I've been trying. I've been trying to keep nuance, but
from the doctor. The video camera don't show that he threw me on the hood. Just because the officer.
One of my friends quit being a cop because of all the hate he was getting. He became a prison guard, and then he quit that too.
Want to have a stick up their bottom or having a bad day, they can't treat people the way they want to. When I go to work, I got to leave it at my front door, at my 2 car doors, and at the door of the office I step into. They should not come to work with attitudes or with authority chip on their shoulder. I do my job, I got to do my job to the fullest. This is some sad work for Arkansas police right now. It's clean. Run any hair on my body, it ain't gonna come back negative. He pulled me over illegally. He detained me illegally. Can I get help from police? Can I get help from police, please? I'm going to do it every time, bro. Detain me illegally. I'm going to do it every time so that I can get help. Because I'm fearing for my life with you.
Prison guards are just as bad. Yeah, I know. I think he quit that too. I haven't talked to him in a while, though. The last conversation I really had with him, he asked me to stop being such an asshole to cops online, and I told him no. You know, I respect him as a friend, but realistically, no. I'm sorry. Just because you needed a job and that's all you could get at that point, no. I'm not gonna sit there pretending that I fucking all of a sudden respect what you're doing. Especially when he was very open about it, about like the fact that the people he worked with were assholes, that they, like most of them were Trumpers, that the fact that like he was the liberal cop.
Thank you.
No, he's private sector now.
Somebody probably with some good sense.
Do you have any insurance on here?
Yes, I do got insurance. It's on the phone that you slammed on the car, and I will be filing that too. Yeah, you can't tell me. It's insured, and I got somebody coming right now.
It's getting towed.
I called 911 because he pulled me over illegally. I was in the left lane. He flashed his light. I pulled back over. Then he put me in handcuffs.
Are we getting a workup on this? That's it. I want to watch the audit.
To assist me with the 911 call.
Fuck this. I want to see actual cops get audited.
And ask them why.
Misuse of 911, calling the police on the...
That ain't misuse, motherfucker. He's a black man in Arkansas worried about getting pulled over for a wrongful fucking... wrongfully pulled over.
Police in uniform? No.
Whatever. Fuck off.
Not a win.
Fuck off. Seriously.
You see what I'm saying? Ma'am, where's the police
Neckerchief,
I call?
bitch.
Where's the police I call? I'm asking the gentleman will his corporal be there so we can face this stuff. But apparently he's not trying to talk to me. Can we hurry up and get off the side of the road because my hands are hurting from when you put these handcuffs on me illegally. I got a messed up rotator cuff.
Jesus Christ, dude. They are breaking so much protocol.
Can we get to where we get to get so I can get my people on top of getting you suspended?
First time I'm seeing a female Arkansas State Trooper. Looks phenomenal. Shape, tactical bun, command presence.
Lord have mercy.
This guy's continually complaining about his handcuffs, and we noticed it was one set of cuffs, and he does look a little big. Best practice. If he's not frequently about a person who says, especially after a complaint, with. The original video has the charges listed, and I believe the charges, according to this, are calling 911 for the purpose of making a false alarm, obstructing governmental operation, refusal to submit to arrest, and a seatbelt. This male identified himself
That ain't gonna fucking pass in the court of law.
as being 46 years old. This is not the normal behavior of a person who is 46 years old. It's not a win. You must provide your driver license as a driver in every single state in the United States. If you know someone that's going to be this obtuse during a car stop, let them see this video, because in the back of the car is where you're going to end, and it's going to be the police car. And the other thing is, it looked like he was on his way to work. That doesn't bode well when you get arrested on your way to work.
I literally need a video to fucking palate cleanse that one, where it's just like, nah, I want to see a cop get fucked.
On the early morning of October 9th, 2022,
especially by their own fucking demeanor,
Officer Colby Hickman of the Colorado Springs Police Department was on patrol in Colorado Springs, Colorado, when he initiated a traffic stop on a vehicle driven by Dalvin Gadsden with passenger Carlos Carranza, after observing that the vehicle had no rear license plate and was traveling at approximately 15 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone.
All right, that's kind of fucked.
During his initial approach, Officer Hickman observed what he believed to be a knife in the center console of the vehicle, after which he called for additional units, with Officer Christopher Hummel and Officer Matthew Anderson responding as backup. The encounter that followed was captured on the officer's body-worn cameras. We will start our review of the footage with Officer Anderson's body camera.
Hi, man.
What you got there, cop car?
Yeah, dude. We'll talk about that, okay?
Sweet. You got your ID or anything?
Oh, yeah,
You got his ID too already?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Nice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, what? You're under investigation for DUI.
So pull him.
I can already tell you that the passenger, you gotta give him a ride home.
Yes, you're gonna be the same handcuffs. No, I'm not. You're about to stand out.
Hey, move. Get down. On the ground. Stay. Stay.
By the way, just so you know, this is titled, "These Cops' Mistake Cost Taxpayers $2.1 million." Get
out of the car!
Just remember that. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? This is what Nick Shirley should be focusing on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be left-wing Nick Shirley. I'm going to go after these motherfuckers. Oh, shit. I actually think I just figured out the gimmick. Oh, fuck. I'm not even kidding. Like, oh, shit. I'm literally gonna, like, do these, like, I'm gonna go through these audit videos and just be like, hey, this is waste, fraud, and abuse.
Stop playing, bro. Get out!
Ah, shit. It's been there this entire time.
You're under arrest! Hands behind your back.
Shirley, you can't be serious. I am.
Hands behind your back.
Hands behind your back. Hands on your back. Hey, pero he's high for
Yeah.
Hands on your back now. Why has me?
You're good. Stay. Still?
Yes.
I love y'all.
Just remember, these guys get a payout of $2.1 million.
Put your hands on your back.
Not the cops.
Sorry, bro.
Just keep an eye on the cops, guys. Seriously, you know what? Fuck it. I know. A little less fun half, but hey, we got to know about this.
Done? Flip over now! You're under arrest! Put your hand behind your back!
Uh-oh, the way they're shouting. If they discharge a firearm, I'm going to be really upset.
You're showing now! What the No! I'm waiting. What the you do, bro? I ain't fighting, no kill. Get on your back now! I'm trying. My brothers. I'm gonna tase you. My brothers, no. My brothers. Oh, my brother. Oh, my brother. Oh, my brother. Oh my God. Oh my God.
No, the thing is, it's the people that need to have this correlated, where the cops being this way is what's costing them millions of dollars.
Back now.
No, Sylvie, actually, I'm going to fight against this one. We need to get better at this. We need to get better at fucking pointing this shit out than their fucking layering center. They're fucking good at marketing. We need to get better at it. For fuck's sake, I'm tired of doing this where it's just every time I have to explain why we are behind when it comes to having right-wing fucking narratives when it comes to crime, fraud, all this bullshit.
Right hand behind your back now.
Sorry, God damn it, Sylvie. You bring up good points, and this is why it sounds almost argumentative.
Hey, I said right hand behind.
No, we have to get better at pointing this shit out.
Your fucking back now. Okay. Okay. We got 2 detained. Stay here. Stay here.
No, this is not ineffective. $2.1 million. $2.1 million from a fucking locality, from a small locality. I'd say that's pretty on the nose for waste, fraud, and abuse. When it comes to cops not knowing how to do their fucking jobs.
You're under arrest.
Well, they want to have their adrenaline moments. They want to feel like they're in a movie. They want to do all this shit. Well, when it comes to actually taking, abusing the rights of the citizenry around them, well, I think that we should probably, focus on that a little bit harder.
Hey.
Sorry. Not trying to be preachy, but God damn it. Now listen to this out of fucking dude. Seriously, I thought I was out of shape.
Negative. You can slow everyone down. Code 4, 1 in custody, 1 detained. Supervisor medical, code 2. Have a search on him.
Carranza, and once the struggle with Mr.
He's fine.
Officer Anderson approaches the front passenger door, makes contact with Mr. Carranza, and once the struggle with Mr. Gadsden begins on the driver's side, Officer Anderson pulls Mr. Carranza out of the vehicle and forces him to the ground without any prior verbal warning, command, or expression of resistance from Mr. Carranza. Officer Anderson then handcuffs Mr. Carranza and later conducts
He's so fucked.
a frisk of his person. The Supreme Court held in the
Thank you. Mr. Carranza just got a payday.
1997 case of Maryland v. Wilson that an officer making a lawful traffic stop may order a passenger out of the vehicle as a matter of course.
But he has to order him out.
And the court further held in the 2009 case of
Oopsie, you forgot that bit.
Arizona v. Johnson that a passenger is seized for Fourth Amendment purposes.
Fuck yeah, I knew exactly where he fucked up on this one. It's almost like I know my law.
For the duration of the stop and may be subjected to a frisk if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the passenger is armed and presently dangerous. The constitutional
Nope, that's why I go like this.
Question is therefore not whether Officer Anderson had the legal authority to remove Mr. Carranza from the vehicle, but whether the manner in which he did so and the subsequent frisk and handcuffing were each objectively reasonable.
Nope, and neither of them were, and they won this lawsuit.
Under the Fourth Amendment. On one hand,
nope.
And the rapidly
That Constitution's a bitch, ain't it?
developing
You fucking weak, you weak-willed bitches.
altercation on the driver's side, the officer's
These dudes that didn't get laid in high school.
awareness of a knife in the center console of a vehicle within Mr. Carranza's reach, and the concern that Mr. Carranza could intervene in the struggle or access a weapon during the chaos, all weigh in favor of finding that quickly removing him from the vehicle and securing him in a controlled position fell within the bounds of objective reasonableness, and the frisk that followed could be supported by the officer's knowledge of the accessible knife. On the other hand, Mr. Carranza had been calm and cooperative throughout his interaction with Officer Anderson, was given no opportunity to comply with a verbal command before being physically forced from the vehicle to the pavement, and was not himself the focus of Officer Hickman's stated investigation, all of which weigh against a finding that the manner in which the force was applied was the least intrusive means reason.
Woo! Take that money, bitch! Take that money, bitch!
Available. A court evaluating these facts would weigh.
And then I would honestly do the thing where I'd be like, your cops just cost you this. What you gonna do about it?
The immediacy.
You're gonna fucking, like, I don't know, hold these guys accountable?
Of the perceived threat.
Like, we just had a new police department opened up, like within, like, the, new Chicago area, like, it was a new precinct or whatever the fuck. When they did that shit, they were just like, oh, well, we're going to do all like this drone surveillance around it. And we're going to like give some tours. We're going to do like a time capsule and all this bullshit. And then a lot of people were just like, yo, how much is this costing us? And now you have a fucking hearing on just how much this cost us.
Against the absence of any individualized basis to suspect Mr. Carranza of wrongdoing.
And now I'm a content creator. I'm thinking about going.
Prior to the moment that Officer Anderson made physical contact with him.
Just got to figure out if recording is okay. Go see a doctor, dude. You spit too much.
He just kept going back in. The knife was right there. That's when I was... I split my knuckles through my gloves.
Ooh.
I got your card back.
Wondering if any of this is coming out of your fucking pension.
I got your card back.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
In addition to the footage from Officer Anderson's body-worn camera, the same sequence of events was simultaneously captured from a separate vantage point on Officer Hummel's body-worn camera.
Tries to get out immediately. Yeah. Just two of them in there.
Is he gonna
he should
be detained for a DUI investigation?
Yeah, I was waiting for you guys to pull him out. Looks like there was a knife in the center console.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just waiting.
Hey, Victor 9, code 4. Good.
Yeah, you might want to figure out why your salivary gland is overactive.
Can you read that?
Let me have some nice ones.
Copy.
Yeah, maybe. He's not gonna have a return yet.
Hey, Victor 9.
Just gonna detain driver.
Yeah. Says you got a knife or something in the center console.
All right, man.
In the center console, not even on, but in. Ah, Jesus Christ.
Gonna ask you to just not read.
He literally said that's what was in it. Like, he voluntarily offered up that information.
For anything.
This is why people hate cops, man.
Step on out of the vehicle.
It's shit like this.
Okay. Going out of the vehicle.
But yeah, freedom. America, land of freedom.
We'll talk about that, okay? So just step on out.
God forbid these guys said I have a carry and conceal.
You got your ID or anything?
Mucus? Oh, shit.
You got his ID too already? Yeah. Okay.
Actually, you might want to check that out.
I'm gonna just chill right here if that's cool. No, you can get out of the car.
And we're gonna detain you, okay?
Detain.
Fighting.
He's assaulting me.
I'm not assaulting you.
He's kicking me.
Put your hands behind. Hands behind.
Let's get to the fucking crux of this.
Officer Hickman and Officer Hummel return to the driver's door, inform Mr. Gadsden that he's being detained, and after he refuses to exit, the encounter rapidly escalates into a protracted struggle inside and around the vehicle. The body-worn camera footage of this sequence is, by its nature, chaotic and partially obscured, with the close quarters of the vehicle, the movement of 3 officers, and the angles of the cameras making it difficult to discern the precise sequence of events as the encounter unfolds in real time. Additionally, the accounts of what occurred diverge significantly between the officer's subsequent reports and the allegations that Mr. Gadsden set forth in a complaint for a federal civil rights lawsuit that he filed following the incident. What can be established across those sources is that Officer Hummel reached in to grab Mr. Gadsden's arm, Mr. Gadsden pulled away, and the force that followed included multiple knee strikes, punches, and kicks, including approximately 13 to 14 closed fist strikes by Officer Anderson to Mr. Gadsden's head and face, and approximately 10 to 11 additional strikes by Officer Anderson to Mr. Gadsden's torso before Mr. Gadsden was ultimately placed in handcuffs.
Someone let their emotions run wild. It's almost like he shouldn't be a cop.
The Supreme Court established the governing constitutional framework for evaluating police uses of force in the 1989 case of...
Yeah, it's almost like the police shouldn't be able to beat us just because they feel like it.
Graham v.
I know. Weird.
Connor, holding that claims that law enforcement officers have used excessive force in the course of an arrest are analyzed under the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonableness standard. Additionally, the court identified
dude was literally playing with a cop car Hot Wheel. Yeah.
3 non-exclusive factors that guide that analysis: the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, and whether the suspect is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Building on that framework, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Colorado, explained in the 2025 case of Kruger v. Phillips that courts must consider whether the force used is proportional to the suspect's crime, and that where officers use multiple forms of force, the court generally considers whether the combined force was reasonable.
I'm genuinely happy these guys got paid out.
Rather than evaluating each strike in isolation. Applied to the encounter with Mr. Gadsden, the severity of the suspected offense at the moment that force began was...
But like I said, this needs to be publicized in a different way where it should be on a billboard where it's like, hey, by the way, for this, you paid this. Stop letting cops do whatever they want to do.
The suspected DUI, a
hold counts accountable.
Non-violent.
Actually, that should be the campaign. Hold cops accountable.
Misdemeanor offense. Regarding the immediacy of the threat at the moment that Officer Hummel first applied force, the officers articulated that Mr. Gadsden's movement back into the vehicle put him within reach of the knife in the center console, and that the vehicle was running, although the footage itself does not definitively confirm or refute the officer's characterization of Mr. Gadsden's movements towards the knife. Now, as to the third Graham factor, although the footage does show Mr. Gadsden physically pulling away and failing to present his hands for handcuffing, the broader question of whether his conduct amounted to active aggression or rather to a defensive reaction to the force being applied to him is contested between the officer's reports and Mr. Gadsden's complaint. The primary constitutional concern, regardless of which version of the underlying struggle is accurate, is whether the volume of force employed, particularly the more than 20 strikes Officer Anderson delivered in close succession, was proportional to a suspected misdemeanor DUI investigation. Although the proximity of the knife does play into the analysis, and a court could find that the officers were justified in using some force to remove Mr. Gadsden from the vehicle, there's a strong argument that the totality of the force used against him was excessive.
31214, do you still need units code 3? So everyone down. Code 4, one in custody, one detained. Supervisor medical, code 2.
God.
I got it. Okay, could you repeat your last?
Holy.
228.
Good.
I got it.
Goes, take pictures of him. Because I heard you say one. Yeah, me, it was all 3 of us.
Mr. Gadsden was transported by ambulance to UC Health Memorial Central Hospital, where he received medical treatment for the injuries that he sustained during the encounter. He was subsequently charged with 2 counts of assault in the second degree, 1 count of obstructing a peace officer, 1 count of resisting arrest, 1 count of failure to display a license plate, and 1 count of driving under the influence. The El Paso County District Attorney's Office subsequently dismissed all the criminal charges.
Because the cops fucked up that bad.
Gadsden ultimately pleaded guilty only to a traffic violation for unlawful display of a license plate, for which he received a fine. On December 21st, 2022, Mr. Gadsden filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against Officer Hickman, Officer Hummel, Officer Anderson, and the city of Colorado Springs. On May 14th, 2024, the Colorado Springs City Council voted 7-1 to approve a $2.1 million settlement with Mr. Gadsden, and the case was formally terminated by stipulated dismissal on June 24th, 2024. Separately, the Colorado Springs Police Department conducted an internal affairs investigation in which Deputy Chief David Edmondson found the use of force allegations against Officer Hickman, Officer Hummel, and Officer Anderson to be unfounded under the department's policy. The department did, however, sustain allegations against Officer Hummel for violating the treatment of the public policy and the conduct unbecoming of a police officer policy, both arising from his post-incident comments toward and about Mr. Gadsden, for which Officer Hummel received a 10-hour suspension and was removed from his position as a police training officer. The department also sustained an allegation against Officer Anderson for violating the orders and discretionary judgment policy, for failing to evaluate the effectiveness of his strikes and consider alternative tactics during the application of force, for which he received a supervisor discussion record and 10 hours of remedial scenario training. Additional
It's more so the money that it costs the taxpayers that's gonna really, like, wake people up to that kind of stuff.
Main findings against Officer Joshua Kephart for impartiality-related comments after the use of force, and against
But we know you protect your own.
Sergeant Kareem Fudge for failures in scene supervision and investigative procedures resulted in a supervisor discussion record and a written reprimand, respectively. Overall, Officer Hickman, Officer Hummel, and Officer Anderson get an F for resorting to physical force with remarkable speed, applying a volume of force disproportionate to the underlying suspected misdemeanor offense, and pursuing criminal charges against Mr. Gadsden that the District Attorney's Office ultimately found unworthy of prosecution. The traffic stop and the order to exit the vehicle were both lawful, and although the body-worn camera footage of the moments immediately preceding and during the use of force is inconclusive as to what Mr. Gadsden was doing with his hands and the precise nature of his resistance, the officer's decision to reach into the vehicle and grab Mr. Gadsden occurred within seconds of his refusal to exit, without any meaningful effort to de-escalate, issue additional commands, or warn Mr. Gadsden before force was applied. What followed was force applied without the kind of evaluation and reassessment that the department itself trains its officers to perform, with Officer Anderson's sequence of more than 20 consecutive strikes raising a serious question about whether the combined force was proportional to a suspected misdemeanor DUI investigation, regardless of which version of the underlying struggle is to be believed. The settlement the city of Colorado Springs paid to Mr. Gadsden reflects an institutional assessment of the litigation risk that this volume of force created, and the fact that the district attorney dismissed every charge against Mr. Gadsden except the failure to display a license plate further reflects the prosecutorial reality that this incident did not survive legal review. This action highlights how the speed with which force is initiated,
it's almost like they're shit cops,
and the volume in which it is applied,
but they still out there,
can transform a lawful detention into a constitutional and institutional liability, regardless of whether the underlying seizure was justified. As for Mr. Gadsden, I cannot rightly assign him a grade based on the available evidence. The body-worn camera footage of the moments immediately preceding and during the use of force is inconclusive, with the close quarters of the vehicle, the movement of the officers, and the angles of the cameras obscuring critical details about what Mr. Gadsden was doing with his hands, whether he was reaching for the knife in the center console, and the precise nature of his resistance. And the accounts of what occurred diverged significantly between the officer's subsequent reports and the allegations that Mr. Gadsden set forth in the complaint in his federal civil rights lawsuit. What can be said with confidence is that Mr. Gadsden was legally obligated to step out of the vehicle once Officer Hickman ordered him to do so as part of a lawful detention, and that his
the piece of shit Trumper I used to know as in an Audit the Audit video, he was filming?
His refusal to comply with that order is not constitutionally protected conduct. It can also be said that the officers resorted to physical force with remarkable speed, reaching into the vehicle to grab Mr. Gadsden within seconds of his refusal, and without any meaningful effort to de-escalate, give additional commands, or allow Mr. Gadsden an opportunity to comply before force was applied. Whether what followed was a man attempting to protect himself against an unprovoked beating, as Mr. Gadsden alleges, or a man potentially attempting to access a weapon while assaulting officers, as the officers reported, is not a question that this footage can resolve. What is undisputed is that Mr. Gadsden subsequently utilized the proper legal channels in response by obtaining counsel, filing a federal civil rights lawsuit, and ultimately securing a $2.1 million settlement from the city of Colorado Springs, while the district attorney dismissed every charge against him other than the
that's the most telling fact right there.
Lawful display of a license plate violation. I commend Mr. Gadsden for pursuing accountability through the courts and for securing a substantial settlement for the physical harm that was done to him. Let us know if there is an interaction.
Yeah, gotta say. Depressing at first, but I like where it went. Like to see him get held accountable, you know what I mean? Oh, but that 10-hour punishment will definitely teach. The fact that he was taken off the other thing, but yeah, that's not gonna do shit. Unfortunately, that's just how it goes. But am I really breaking new ground here? Let's be real. All right, guys. I appreciate you all hanging out. It's been a weird week, but I do appreciate you hanging out. Like, I'm going to be real. Tuesday, Wednesday, or a little touch and go. And then after watching the Binder stuff, I was kind of like, oh, shit, man. Kind of nice to have some solidarity. But anyway, yeah, he was filming an outing with him. And his friend. Oh shit. Really? Interesting. Did he get paid for that? I was kind of thinking about that. I was like, I wonder if Audit the Audit actually pays like the people in the video that they, take from. But anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. I am definitely lifted as shit right now. So, thanks for hanging. It was fun. Tomorrow, I think that I will not be able to be on, so I will see you guys on Monday. So, with that being said, I appreciate y'all. Dude, seriously, I really do. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for contributing. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate it, guys. I will catch you guys on Monday, and it's going to be a fun new week because, yeah, we're starting. I don't want to say we're starting the new era, but we're definitely, we're evolving here. So, he received no contact before the video went up. Oh, shit. So he had a public record video that they were using, huh? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Brack Show. Hey, bye, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by and saying goodbye, but also thank you for being here. If you guys have not already hit the like button or double tap the screen, please do on the way out. And sub to the channel. I'm sure you guys have. I really appreciate you guys. Dieter. Oh, thank God it's Friday. Yeah, it is. Everybody sub to Dieter McBusiness. Go check out his video essays. He is a video essayist and this space contributor. Check him out, baby. But yes, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for having fun. I will catch you guys on the next one. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.